Why it takes too long, but he hits the free fire on 2 players!
Oh my gosh, Ayala! Don't do it to him, Ayala! Don't do it to him!
Happens, the magic happens! Mythic! Oh, from Naden gets the first.
Reload.
What an opening salvo!
Ooh,
Oh!
the beam, it's a 1v1!
Say peekaboo! 1 down, 3 to go. Ooh, this is gonna be zombie boys. They need a speech. They got 1. They're looking at 2.
Oh, this looks good. Actually,
Oh.
looks real good, baby.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 4 Premier Finals. Today is a big day. Money will be earned. The PMSL slot will also be earned. The stakes are high, and Challenger Finals was great. Today should be even better. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. Today, like I said, is going to be wonderful, but I can't do the job alone. Let's bring in the familiar faces for Titan Series and, well, PUBG Mobile all around. Of course, I'm talking about Power Bang and Mustache Day. PB, this series, you created it, it seems like forever ago. I think it's been under a year, nearly, but regardless, it's been incredible. We're now reaching the end of Season 4. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. This is evolving into everything that I hoped it would as far as the PUBG Mobile esports scene is concerned. Closing out Season 4, though, this has been a wild one. The Challenger Finals earlier this week, absolutely epic. 4 teams moving on to join the group here tonight, and everything's on the line as Premier will close out tonight.
That's right, and Dave, you've also been a part of the Titan series since the beginning. Everybody knows and loves you, though, from PUBG Mobile all around. How you feeling? How you feeling today, and what are we expecting today?
Yeah, mustache trimmed, combed. We're looking good, man. We're feeling good. By the way, C4 are back in it from the
Yes, they
Challenger
are.
Finals. So C4 looking to dominate and be the back-to-back champions here. There's so many storylines, so I'm pumped up.
That's right, back-to-back champions. Can't believe C4 made it. Neither can Hot Jukes. We'll be hearing from him later, I'm sure of it. But let's go back to the Premier Qualifier standings, PB, and really talk about C4 and the other rosters who, made it through. First, though, we have to give respect where respect is due. They started as 412 Nomads. They ended as Titan Gaming, and it looks like the org pickup seems to be paying off.
Absolutely. A little bit of org magic coming in, and the chat has been popping since the rebrand to Titan Gaming. And a big shout out to them, honestly, for their week 3 performance. Everybody was kind of, eyes on 412 to see, like, if they were going to be able to continue through. And once the Titan Gaming name went up, they have been dominant. The top 3 teams, or the top 3 eliminators in the league, all on the Titan Gaming squad. They are the team to watch tonight. So, again, you mentioned C4 at the bottom of the table, got relegated along with Super Lazy Reflex, Mazexis, and Golden Eagles. Only 2 of those teams making it back, and that was C4 and Mazexis.
That's it, Dave. C4, man. They made it through. Mazexis as well. Sad to see SLR go along with Golden Eagles. You tried to pump them up and send them flying. Unfortunately, they just fell a little bit too short.
Yeah, and Mazexis barely making it, I think, by like 2 points as well. So definitely cutting it close until that very last game. But out of the teams that were in the Challenger Finals, C4 and Lotus Esports definitely looking the best, looking primed. And honestly, I feel like they're more prepared than everybody else here because they did play a couple days ago. So they're feeling good.
That's right, feeling good and, staying warm. That's important, at least as far as I think so. However, though, equivalent, you do look at lower bracket teams who work their way through back into grand finals. Sometimes they don't have what it takes to win once they get to that point. Maybe you can run the argument that C4 Mazexis could be those 2 teams. We take a look at our challenger standings again, PB 1 through 8, and there were a lot of great contenders without question, but it was one of the closest, at least PUBG Mobile series you had seen to date.
Absolutely. Coming into the final game of the Challenger Finals just earlier this week, it was uncertain who was going to make it in. C4 looked good throughout the first half of Challenger Finals and then fell off for 2 games, and their spot was uncertain as they came in tied for that 4th position. They dominated the 6th and final game to clear their spot, but also surging up the tables. You guys mentioned Lotus Esports. I think they're a team to watch today. You know, we talked a little bit just a moment ago about would these teams be a bit fresher, right? They got some additional reps in over the course of this week. The Premier Finals teams, those that qualified straight through, they've been off for a little bit, so the rust may be setting in. I'm not entirely certain. And of course, got to give a nod to the remainder of the teams here in those Challenger Finals. They fought valiantly. The likes of Control finishing first overall throughout the regular season. Didn't quite get it done in the Challenger Finals, so their season will come to an end.
It does, sadly. Control, though, will be back. Make no mistake, along with the other teams who ended up getting relegated. We look at all teams, though, competing today. The bottom 4 qualified, Dave, throughout the the Challenger Finals. Lotus being one of the big takeaways, honestly. You know, C4, they win it, but Lotus looked the strongest, at least to me.
Yeah, C4, listen, nobody doubted that they would be here this weekend.
That's right.
All right, let's just put that out there. Whoa. Nobody doubted. But Lotus Esports, yeah, to your point, one of the strongest teams back when we look at the actual Challenger series, the weeks that progressed over there, because they had a super high amount of damage done per game and elimination. So they are definitely primed. Probably the strongest Challenger team, in my opinion, in this lobby. Yep. So really looking forward to seeing what they can do here tonight in our 6 matches.
And PB, as far as Titan Gaming goes, right, YKG Extreme Slayers, we know what to expect from them. Let's go down the list and really hit on Ace of Spades, who I feel was a great understated team that started performing well, especially in week 2 and 3 of qualifiers.
Absolutely. Had a nice little week 2 and 3, picking up off maybe a slower week 1. Ace of Spades sneaking their way in, qualifying through, which is what you hope to see, obviously. There's a number of other teams listed there as well that you never know. All of them have had, like, great weeks, and now that we're down to the finals, who knows what's going to happen? You know, looking at the likes of Dauntless or Passion Fruit, those are teams that have had those pop-off weeks but haven't been able to maintain the consistency. So really, I feel like tonight is anyone's game. And you can't help but mention, is C4 going to pull out the 4 Premier Finals in a row?
Right.
I mean, we thought they were kind of off this season, and they have been, to be fair, but they looked really good in the Challenger Finals, and now they're back. They have those reps. They had that momentum off the Challenger Finals victory. Maybe they get a 4th victory in a row here. We rename the whole series the C4 Titan Series.
We might have to, Dave. I mean, C4, they are the undisputed champions. Doubt them if you will, man. They just continue to pull up where it matters most during the Premier Finals and seem to always win.
Yeah, I recall chatting with a couple of players, you know, during the Premier League, and they told me pretty much the goal here, no matter how we get there, is to make it to the finals. And they pretty much lived up to that. I mean, a mid-pack team throughout the weeks, they actually got relegated, and now they're here today. So definitely going to be one of the major storylines, at least in my opinion, to see if they can pull it out the hat here tonight.
Without question, and obviously that PMSL slot up for grabs. More about that just a bit later. Let's talk about our bonus points. The teams were competing hard throughout Challenger Finals, along Premier Finals, and a large reason was to get those bonus points heading in today. First place walked away with 10, 8, 6, and then down the list. And if you're not familiar, right, when it comes to how to get your points or how these competitors are going to be earning points today on the leaderboard, for the winner chicken dinner, you walk away with 10 points. It goes down from there. 1 elimination equals 1 point. But as far as what they're playing for today, you got to be looking at it. Let's take a look, right? Because overall, first place walked away with a total of 10 points in prize pool. They're going to be that much closer to $1,200 for first. Second place, though, a bit of a drop-off, is going to be $500 in third place for $300. $2,000 in total. That's a nice chunk of change. But again, what does everything look like heading into the first match? Because there's going to be some, bit of a different points. And again, a lot on the line when it comes to PMSL. And PB, talk to me about that PMSL slot, because there's only so many teams who can earn it today. Who are those teams?
Absolutely. So for those that aren't aware, PUBG Mobile in 2024 is mixing things up a little bit. The PMPL tournament that you know and love, well, it is no more. It's now going to be replaced with the Super League, PMSL. That is going to start in the spring. There's going to be qualifiers. And tonight, we have a slot on the line that will move straight into those qualifiers for the pro stage. And there are 4 teams right now playing in tonight's Premier Finals. The highest placing one of those teams will be moving on to the PMSL qualifiers, and those are the Zombie Boys. So congrats to them for being eligible. We've got Strangers BD, who is fresh up from the Challenger Finals. Congrats to them. We got Black Mamba, and we also have Dauntless. All of the other teams playing tonight in the Premier Finals have qualified through other means, whether it was the Club Open, whether it was PMPL this year. But the 4 teams, as mentioned, again, we've got Zombie Boys, Strangers BD, Black Mamba, and Dauntless. The top finisher of them tonight will be moving on to the PMSL.
Some heavy hitters there, Dave. Zombie Boys, right? From Challengers a while ago to a chance to play in PMSL. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, it definitely feels good for those boys, and I just hope they pull it out here tonight because we only got 6 games, and the Zombie Boys, they're more or less a team that just coasts by, and survives for that late game, and it works out sometimes it doesn't, but tonight it's all about just starting strong and trying to get as many points as possible early on to kind of get that momentum flowing.
That's it, man. Get the momentum flowing, and momentum is going to be important today because every team is going to need help, and Titan Gaming, well, they helped themselves with first place during the Premier Qualifiers, and doing so by nearly 30 points. They start 10 points ahead. YKG, Extreme Slayers, 8 points and 6 points respectively. Again, it goes down from there, but it always feels better to have a little bit more points on your side versus starting off fresh. Now, PB, Titan Gaming, are we going to see potentially an in-hyper situation, right? Dominating the regular qualifier Premier qualifiers. They come into, Premier Finals, and they fall flat.
I hope not. In-hyper has done that a couple of times, and we hope it's not one of those situations. Obviously, the Titan fans in the chat are hoping the opposite of that is true as well. But to put the bonus points in perspective just a little bit, Titan Gaming has been so dominant over the course of the league stage coming into tonight's finals. Those 10 bonus points are essentially a reward for their consistent play. Obviously, the other teams getting a little bit less of a reward, but a reward nonetheless. But 10 points is the equivalent of essentially a free chicken dinner for their team to start today's action. So that's a big gap between these other teams. You can see 9 through 16 here. They don't have any bonus points to start tonight, so any points that they get, they will need to be earned.
Need to be earned. That's what it's all about tonight. You see the 6 maps before you. It's going to be intense from map 1 to the final map number 6, Erangel. It's going to be played 3 total times today. Miramar 2, Sandhawk will be that potential momentum shifter. It was during the Challenger Series, and PB, you were the one who kind of brought that up, and I love that narrative. Map 3 ended up being the momentum shifter specifically for a team that's competing today, which is, in fact, Lotus. So, Dave, let's talk about how today is going to work out for the teams overall and who you expect to potentially be heavy hitting because, again, I go back to in-hyper. They would come in with 10-plus points. They didn't have a good performance. Control, another team, Challenger Series, right? Finals, we just watched that. Came in with 10 points. They don't end up qualifying. They end up towards the bottom. Titan Gaming, who has the biggest fan base in chat, is looking to overcome that curse.
Shout out to Titan Gaming, by the way. But, yeah, I think Game 1 is crucial to kind of getting it going here tonight because we're going to be playing this map 3 times, right? So back in the past, we saw some hot drops early on, some teams contesting each other for drop spots on Erangel. So I'm looking at this map, and I'm hoping that these teams really have all their ducks lined up. And what I mean by that is not hot dropping. I don't think it's worth Erangel. There's so much terrain, so many buildings, compounds to loot here early on that I would not want to see any of these teams risk it here in game number 1. But then on the flip end, I get it if they do because they want to get their spot for the next 2 Erangels. So there's a lot going through my head right now, and I can only imagine how much is going through these players' heads.
I'm sure quite a bit, including the coaches. C4's coach, PB, we had a chance to, kind of listen to his perspective, confident as ever. They come into Premier Finals once again, trying to reclaim the throne, reclaim the title of champion. But so many heavy hitters like Lotus, who quite honestly looks incredibly hungry. Their composure was something I think we have to speak of because, map 3, they looked so incredibly good. And then come map 6, they looked even better. PB, prediction-wise, though, we've mentioned C4, we mentioned Titan Gaming, Lotus, a lot of heavy hitters. Who are you going for?
It's a tough one, man. I got to give a huge shout out to Baton, to Foops, to Crow of Titan Gaming. Top 3 in the league in both elims and damage. So again, Titan has to be a favorite, but they're not my favorite for the first game, chat. I'm going with Dauntless. Dauntless has the opportunity to qualify for the PMSL. I'm going with them tonight, and I'm going with them on the backs of Klaus in game number 1.
All right, Klaus and Dauntless, I like it. They understand what's at stake, and they're going to be pushing extra hard to earn what they want. Dave, what about you? Who are you going with? And you can take your time. Walk us through it. Why are you going with who you're going with?
I like where PB is heading with this, looking at one of the 4 teams that have that PUBG Mobile Super League spot up for grabs here. Dauntless, solid team, solid pick, but I have to go with our challengers team, Strangers BD, because they're looking really good this week. And remember, we're only having 6 games, so it's not a marathon. It's a sprint here tonight. And out of those 4 teams, I believe Strangers BD has the energy in them to get it done here tonight in the 6 matches.
Strangers BD.
I go through
my. I trust me, I wrote it down. Dauntless for PB, Strangers BD for you, Dave. You have this innate ability, kind of like Enigma, to just picks these teams that just perform well when you don't expect it. Strangers BD, we look at their stats, and Dave, I'll throw it right back at you to give you the respect too. 4.33 eliminations per game, a lot of good damage. They were a team that I felt was kind of understated, honestly, throughout the qualifiers. And at least from my perspective, I was incredibly shocked to see them top 4, not because they're a bad team, but because we didn't talk about them that much throughout the 6 games during Challenger Finals.
Low key, that's what they wanted to do. Be low key underneath the radar, make sure nobody's studying their play style. They got the master plan here today, and I believe they qualified in 3rd by like 50 points in total, half of them being from elimination. So I know Lotus, huge storyline when it comes to Challenger Finals, but Strangers BD, I think they have a lot of motivation here tonight.
I want to talk about Strangers.
Spot.
Did you see those stats? 4.33 elims per game. Dave, that's not going to be enough to win the Premier Finals. They did that in the Challenger Division, right? 4 points over 6 games. That's like 24 points, 25 points. They're going to need to do more. They're going to have to pop off. So I want to see how they compare to maybe Dauntless. I don't know. We'll see. That was my prediction. We'll see if the stats actually line up. Maybe.
Pull it up then. Put your money where your mouth is. You picked Dauntless. All right, we saw the stats for Strangers. Well, PB, let's take a look at Dauntless stats and see where they stack up. Well, no, hold up.
Dauntless.
No, PB, no. PB, before you say anything, Dave, I think it's okay for you to have a rebuttal with the stats now in front of you.
Yeah, PB, I don't know, man. I don't know. Listen, you're talking about my squad stats, 1.7. I'm just going to leave it there, 1.7.
But those
he left it there.
All right, well, fair enough. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. But you know what? Klaus is going to have more elims than that by himself tonight. Mark my words. Count it. Money in the bank.
To be fair, though, I didn't take a look at Strangers BD's wins. Dauntless had an impressive 8. Like 8 is really impressive. That's 80, but that's 10 points. That's 10 points when we think about to get into first place, chicken dinner. So that's truly impressive to me, PB. But 8 wins across their career is truly impressive. Dauntless is a team that's here for a reason, and make no mistake, they didn't have to re-earn their spot, right? Like Mazexis and C4 had to re-earn. They were here and they stayed in the Premier Finals. Or at least they stayed in Premier Qualifiers and Premier Finals. So they're the team that I think is to beat. But for me, though, I gotta go Titan Gaming, man. Like it's so hard not to. Titan Gaming is just simply that good. I know it's not controversial, right? I'm going with the fan favorite, but I was so impressed with Titan Gaming throughout the qualifiers. It really was. The fact that they went by 30 points, and it almost feels very different to me as opposed to in Hyper, because they were consistent from week 1 to week 3, and now going into week 4, they're going to be just fine. Now, 2 match wins. Okay, not that impressive. However, 7.5 eliminations per game speaks volumes to me. They're getting plenty of damage done, and overall, they're surviving when they need to survive most. You're talking about surviving 21 minutes. Look, they're averaging, I want to say, top 5 pretty much every game that they're in, outside of maybe an anomaly where they, get eliminated a bit earlier on, but they're consistently top 3, top 4, top 5, if not top 2. So this is a team that I really do feel like is going to finally break that curse of coming in to the Premier Finals, first place, 10 bonus points. I really do believe in this roster because of the consistency that they have had. And I don't think anyone in my mind, PB, has been able to match their consistency. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, they really haven't. One thing to key on from Titan Gaming there, they got 2 chicken dinners. And again, focusing just on Season 4 for that set of stats, that's right. 16% of the time they're taking home the W. Now, doesn't sound crazy, but with the randomness of Battle Royale, that kind of equates to they're going to pick up a win tonight. 1, by the stats, right? And if they can get 1 win tonight, get the elims that they've averaged each and every game, and they've got those bonus points, they'll be looking pretty strong. So I'm liking Titan Gaming as well. I was kind of, going with Dauntless to be a bit contrarian, instead of just going with frontrunners.
I like
but
it.
Also, I'm rooting for him to get that PMSL slot, man. I really like watching them play.
Oh, 100%, man. It'd be great to see how well they'll do. They're just such a talented roster. Dauntless, I mean, come on. I think we banter about strangers, we banter about Dauntless, but they're here for a reason, and they're looking to make history tonight if they can, right? They're the ones who hold destiny within their fingertips. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, map number 1, Erangel is going to be coming your way. Hey, look, we're just now starting for Season 4 Premier Finals, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. welcome back, everybody, to Season 4 Premier Finals. We're getting that lobby queued up. Thank you for your patience. We'll be underway very shortly. But now I want to start talking and really focusing our conversation onto the middle of the pack teams who have had great seasons in the past, who haven't performed very well, at least come Season 4. Black Mamba be one of those teams, PB.
Absolutely. We saw Black Mamba come out of the Challenger division, I believe it was last season. And the cool thing for them is they're one of those kind of rags to riches stories where they made it all the way into the top 3, which, again, I think no one really predicted. But we saw a really great performance from them in the finals. And so Black Mamba is a team that I'm watching today to potentially get some good work done. You can see they did pick up a victory in Season 4 for Premier. And obviously, if they can do that again tonight, they've got a really good shot at targeting the top of those tables.
We take a look at their stats overall. Dave, anything stand out to you?
Yeah, I totally agree. One of those middle of the pack teams, who definitely benefits the longer their tournament is though. That's my fear, right? Today is only 6 matches. So do they have enough time to really get that ramping up? They're one of these teams that really benefits from a long form tournament because they build up the steam here tonight. I'm looking at teams that come out the gate swinging, though, with this team, with the momentum, ready to get this chicken in game number 1. That's my only issue with Black Mamba. They take a little bit of time to warm up here, in my opinion.
So, PB, that's an interesting conversation Dave brings up. Steam gaining it throughout a long-form tournament. You can kind of argue this is a long-form tournament given the previous weeks, but you also have that break that takes place, right, in between each week of the Titan series. What is it about Titan Gaming or YKG Extreme Slayers who consistently, finish at the top of the pack? Why are they able to come in, finish strong in 4 games, finish strong in 6 games where others might not be able to?
I think it comes down to experience first and foremost, right? Those that are used to competing on the big stage, competing at a high level, and overall just having a really talented core group of players. You definitely see that with Titan Gaming, but also with YKG. They've got a really solid roster. You can see Extreme Slayers finishing in the top 3 as well. I mean, we got number 2 versus number 3 here, and as we take a look at their elims, YKG seemingly the far more aggressive team here. But ultimately, they were one of the few teams on that front page. I think they might have been the only team in the top 8. Did not pick up a chicken dinner all season long, but their consistency put them in that second spot, and ultimately, they were fragging out, man. Whereas Extreme Slayers, they had the benefit of getting a few rank points there. They, they survived a decent amount of time, but again, didn't quite pick up the same amount of elims there, so lagging just a bit behind YKG.
Even though YKG has more eliminations, their average placing, Dave, was relatively close, which means that even though YKG isn't getting chicken dinners, they're still doing incredibly well, finding great success, where Extreme Slayers might not be able to because of their eliminations.
Yeah, and YKG, this has been a squad that's always been a topic, to be discussed since Season 0 of the Titan series. They always show up, they always perform. But this last season, the one that we're currently in, one of the most interesting ones when we look at YKG, because now Joey, who has been the IGL throughout, since I recall, no longer the IGL. So that allows Joey to really open up their fragging potential. And Joey has been popping off here this last season. I believe finished top 5 overall. And here we are looking at some nice little stats here. Pretty solid. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Joey can unleash the beast here tonight in our 6 matches. So it's going to be good.
So Joey no longer that IGL Dave, right?
Yep.
So the argument we're making is he now can open up and just kind of be who he is, right? Be a Slayer if he wants to be a Slayer, push out and kind of give up that role as opposed to having to think about a lot of things. And there are some players, PB, that do benefit off of a little bit less responsibility. It's not that they can't handle it, not that they can't do it. Sometimes you just gotta unleash the beast, and I guess Joey is that beast, and he's been unleashed.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's just a matter of focus, right? How many different things are you juggling versus, honing your attention on? I got to say that any player that is, 2 elims per game or higher, that is a really, really solid performance. Honestly, you're adding a couple points to your team's bottom line, not to mention just really kind of moving the team in the right direction. I would love to take a look at some of the Titan Gaming individuals as well, because I know they've been absolutely crazy. Baton, crazy performance overall this season, along with a couple of his teammates, shouting out Crow as well. Those guys have been absolutely phenomenal, but we take a peek in at Baton, 2.5 elims per game. That is bananas, honestly. That's a tremendous amount of contribution you can see here, and in addition to that, he's picking up some assists as well every game. This dude is an absolute monster, and Titan Gaming has benefited wildly from having him on the squad.
And Dave, let's put it in perspective for the fans at home, right? 2.5. PP calls that massive. What would you say is a good number, the average number for the players competing in Titan Series?
Probably one, right? Getting one elimination per match. So just looking at Baton up here with 2.5, looking at their damage as a whole too. I mean, just the whole season, I believe around 5,000 damage. So yeah, Baton up there at the top, Foops up there at the top, and Crow up there at the top. So it's crazy to think that this one squad has 3 of the top fraggers in the lobby. It's kind of hard to doubt them here tonight.
I mean, 3 of the top fraggers. They're also picking up picking up wins. Their average placing is very, very good. That's why I said, like, you know, we talk about in Hyper of the past, C4 being the reigning champions, but there's just something about Titan Gaming that really speaks volumes to me that I think tonight is going to be their night. They're really going to showcase, like, look, we were the best in regular season. We know other teams, you know, might not perform well when it comes to the finals. I think Titan Gaming is going to be a bit different. But let's talk about a team that really suffered and struggled throughout the Premier qualifiers. Played better, though, during the Challenger finals. Ended up making it back in, and that's Team Mazexis, who has been a consistent talking point throughout Titan Series, but maybe not the best talking point at times. And you look at their eliminations, 1.75, relatively low, right? We just looked at Baton, who had 2.5 himself.
Yeah.
He's averaging more eliminations, right, than the entirety of Mazexis. Now, one thing to take note, though, PB, for the fans at home, this is strictly for their Premier qualifier, not the Challenger, which might have been higher.
Absolutely, and it was. You saw them climb the tables, get back into the fight here in the Premier Finals, but that's one thing that I want Mazexis to focus on tonight a bit earlier, right, is getting active early on, taking some fights when they have the opportunity to. I'm not saying off the drop, trying to go hot drop and get into skirmishes with teams, but as you kind of catch them on those first rotations or out in the middle of the battlegrounds, Mazexis has got to get some momentum because, again, averaging just a couple elims per game for the team, that's not great, right? The top players out there are averaging more than that, and these guys as a squad, they've got to build that momentum and get things going.
That's it. Build the momentum, get things going, and they kind of talked about that. I love that conversation we had a little bit earlier, right? Momentum-based teams who can build it over a long-form tournament versus you got 6 maps, work with it. And, you know, what you put in, that's the effort that you're going to get out. Dave, though, Ace of Spades, I brought them up in the beginning. It's just a team that I'm so excited to watch. You know, Motorhead fan, first and foremost, all right?
Yeah,
so when I see Ace of Spades, I think, like, okay, this is a team that can do pretty well, go the distance. Let's see. What do you think?
What are we talking about? First place distance? Like where are you marking the,
I want
the success for Ace of
at
Spades
least top 3. At least top 3.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about that, man, because we got C4 here, we got Titan Gaming. These two teams are going to be competing for that first place spot. You know, C4 already qualifying for the PUBG Mobile Super League, so that pressure is going to be relieved, but they want to remain the champions here, right? So they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to be that. Meanwhile, Titan Gaming has just been mopping up the lobby, you know, body bagging everybody. So those are definitely going to be 2 teams at the top. YKG, they're consistent with being up there as well. So when you're bringing up Ace of Spades, I feel like they're going to be on the receiving end of some of these squad barrels, unfortunately. I'm just, he asked me, so I'm saying, all right?
No, 100%, bro. You know, you mentioned body bags, edge, you know, into the barrel. Like, I hear you. I think this is why I ask, and this is why I think Ace of Spades is going to surprise some teams tonight, some people tonight in general. Ace of Spades, week 1, week 2 was week 2 got better, but you know, still lackluster compared to their week 3. Their week 3, second place Erangel. They also get go back to Miramar, 3rd place on Miramar or 4th place on Miramar. The point is, you got 6 maps, okay? 6 maps that are played tonight. Erangel is played 3 times. Miramar is played 2 times. Sandhawk is the only outlier, and I can't lie, Ace of Spades was non-existent when it came to Sandhawk, so I don't know if they're going to be existent today there. But you've got at least 5 out of the 6 maps is where Ace of Spades finished week 3 off incredibly strong. Do they have the highest stats? They don't, but they have given success, specifically on Erangel and Miramar, and that's why I raised the argument. I think they could do fairly well tonight and surprise us. I mean, you go into a Challenger finals, like Lotus was a team that, you know, okay, maybe they could do well. Could they do as well as they did? No. And the storyline they built up going from map 3 up to map 6 was honestly pretty historic. I loved watching every single bit of it because they just really showed like why they wanted to be here. They're hungry and they want to be the best team out there, and they very well could be. C4 at one point was a Challenger team PB, okay? They were once grinded in the technically they did just, you know, a couple of days ago in Challenger finals, but we expect a lot more from them. The point is, like, you know, there are teams out there, whether they're in Premier finals, Premier qualifiers, like, they're hungry. Ace of Spades is one of those. C4 was once one of those and now is the best. Anybody can make it happen today.
100%. You know, I'm calling it like I see it. I think you're reaching. I think Ace of Spades. I gotta side with Dave here. I don't know, man. I'm looking at the rundown here of, you know, stats. You asked a question to Dave a bit earlier about like how good is 2.5 eliminations per game, right? Like what is the average? There are only 24 players in the league right now that are over 1 elim per game. So that is not a ton. Over 2 elims per game, only 4 players. The crazy thing is 7 of the top players are all from the same 3 teams. The top 3 from Titan Gaming, the top 4 and 5 are from YKG, and SBG has number 6 and 7. So looks like we're getting ready to go. Taylor, take us in.
Yeah, when you put it that way, man, things start to get a bit scary for my boys on Ace of Spades, but we gave our predictions, Dauntless Strangers as well as Titan Gaming. Who do you think's going to win in chat? Well, let us know. Let's head in to map number 1, Erangel, and get Season 4 Premier Finals started. Power Bang Dave, take it away.
Yahoo, baby, let's go. I'm excited. We got snowboards out, parachutes equipped, I hope. And we've got some players, you know, gearing up for them first place finishes, led by, you know, obviously Ace of Spades, you know, at the top of the charts there. So, Dave, we have given our predictions, man. It is going to be a wild one here. I think, you know, again, a dark horse for me today, even though they're sitting in second overall. YKG, if they could just get a dub, they can eat that chicken dinner just one time. I feel like their chances are pretty good tonight.
Yeah, without a doubt, YKG, one of the teams that they like to just play slow in the early and mid game, hugging the edge and just capitalizing on their third-party potential. And once when they sink their teeth into their opponents, they just full on send it and just dominate them. And now with Joey kind of as a frontline fragger, opening up the gates for them in that aspect as well. So YKG, definitely a squad to be keeping our eyes on here tonight. Listen, if Ace of Spades get this chicken in game number 1, all the power to Reflections right there. I would love to see it, but there's just so much competition in this lobby, so many storylines. You know, we got teams competing for the PUBG Mobile Super League qualifier spot. We got teams competing for that first place, the cash prize. So it's going to be a tough night here for a lot of these squads here, PB.
It really is. Looks like we have some fighting early between Dauntless and potentially Passion Fruit. But we take a peek at the map there as well. C4 getting Novo Ripnoye all to themselves. They're going to get a nice little spot to loot up, while Ace of Spades will take over the military base. Those are the only 2 teams on the southern island. YKG has the entire western half of the map to themselves, so those 3 teams going to get some nice loot. But again, the circle centering up in the east right now, and that is going to be a bit of a challenge because there are a lot of teams within those confines already. So I look for it to be a nice game of defense, people holding that center zone early on. And you can see here, Dauntless able to keep Salty in the match. Very close, but, you know, we got to go find some meds and some loot and get the show on the road here.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see here because we are going to be playing 3 Erangels here tonight. We didn't really want to see, you know, the hot drops. Of course, I'm always a big fan because it's entertaining and you just never know what you're going to get. But when it comes to just the bigger picture and trying to qualify here tonight, there's just so many spots open to get this early loot. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now from Dauntless. They're just trying to make sure that they all have the opportunity to get some gear, you know, get that M4, get that level 2 vest, maybe even some grenades in the pocket before taking an engagement here early on. So Dauntless, they're going to be heading up there towards Kameshki. Big Chillin'. Same thing with YKG. Talking about Big Chillin', C4 Esports. This was the fight that you were talking about up against Excuse here in Nova.
The interesting thing is, I think Excuse kind of landed a bit late here. C4 was here looting up, and now Excuse has moved their way in. Interestingly enough, they've split apart the C4 squad. You can see Bonnie kind of caught out here. I don't think they're aware that Bonnie is here, but definitely playing the role of lookout right now. Payne and the gang here looting up, getting ready to fight. It looks like Excuse trying to catch them early and get some quote-unquote easy challenger kills from the team relegated down. We'll see what C4 has to say about that. But these teams definitely looking to get it on early. You can see Excuse setting up the trap.
Yeah, and Jin already flushed out confirmed too. So C4 already going to be at the numbers disadvantage here. Looks like Excuse trying to really wrap around C4 and get all the angles here and really pinch them over here in the city. Keeping them locked down too, so they're not really allowed the freedom to loot either. And I saw at least Bonnie had like no helmet, so all that stuff comes into play here, especially early game when you get into an engagement here. Is Bond with the Scar, just trying to pinpoint exactly where the opponents are here. And you know what makes matters worse is that they're gonna have to move up north, right? And up north, you might have Boat Bridge camp them. Ace of Spades might even hear the shots and third party this fight. So. Yeah, not the best start here for both of these squads here. But let's see, Bond going to be opening this one up now.
Nice job connecting there for a few shots from Bond. As you mentioned, Ace of Spades on the rotation right now. Their lead man all the way to the bridge. So there is a chance that XQS actually gets sandwiched here. If it's XQS, then they want to actually win this fight. They need to push the action. They do have the position, but while they're setting traps and chilling, you can see Matt here. He's got level 1 everything, right? Level 1 helmet, level 1 vest. He's got the M4, which is great. But they need to take that to C4 early versus having to fight with Tommy guns and level 1 loot while C4 just continues to loot up. And then once they're stacked with level 3 gear, I don't like XQS's chances as much as I would if they were to get this fight going now.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the longer they don't push this early fight, the higher the chance of a third party is here. And it looks like they're actually going to be trying to smoke up, trying to evacuate the area. It looks like Payne is going to be taking some shots in the back line right there. And mistakes have been made here. So the pressure just getting to Excuse here. I felt like they had the advantage here, PB.
Oh, they did. Payne got across as well and unable to connect at all. Kai here trying to revive two of the teammates. Nade's going to come in. This is not looking good. Through the window. Hello. And will it land? It does. He connects with Y and gets the elimination point. On the board is C4 early on. They'll join Passion Fruit with the early points.
Yeah, and it's only Payne really looking to push the envelope here, looking for that follow-up grenade through those smokes because Bonnie is currently being held down by Matt, if I'm not mistaken. So that might be why Bonnie's a little hesitant to group up with Payne. But Payne locked on tunnel vision right now. Kai got the revive, but Payne still a couple more grenades to go.
Off the wall, can he get it into the room? Does not, unable to connect. That smoke actually helping out XQS quite a bit. Payne unable to find the angle right now. So far, a bit of a trade going on XQS, returning and getting Jin down as well. But right now, Payne trying to push the action here. It's a 1v2 situation, quite honestly. Payne really trying to get it going. And looks like that third party we talked about, Matt was taken down from behind by Ace of Spades, rotating out of military base. And XQS in a load of trouble right now.
Yeah, and that opens this fight up for C4. Now Bonnie can group up and provide the support, as now looks like both Bond and Payne looking to flush out the duo. Here we go. My dude swapping to the Car 98 right there. Definitely respect that one. But Chronix with the M4 lean peek pre-fire through the doorway. Can we put a stop here? The C4 push. Looks like Bond was thirsted in the process as well.
There's blood in the water, Dave. Sharks are circling. Chronix in the closet right now, trying to hold the push in first person. And just like that, our first team has been, well, actually, our second team has been eliminated. Strangers BD eliminated up north. We didn't catch that action, but SBG getting 4 points. And wow, SBG off to a quick start as well. So while I thought XQS was the first team eliminated, well, not the case, but on the third party, Ace of Spades has shown up, and they'll knock Payne.
This is huge for the confidence when it comes to Ace of Spades. They recognize C4 are down bad, hurting. Now all 4 of them looking to flush out C4 here. And there it is. Ace of spades taking out C4. Being proactive with the third party here. I mean, that's how you start the night here, PB.
Man, gotta say, Taylor, shoutouts on the Ace of Spades call.
How do you know?
Looted in military, rotating around, catching the waiting XQS squad. XQS tried to lay the trap, and unfortunately, the trap laid for them. Ace of Spades getting the third-party action, taking a couple points off of XQS, but also finishing the squad wipe on C4 there, and that is going to push them up to 3 points overall. We already got 4 teams taken down at this point, so I am quite interested to see what in the heck is going on. SPG seems to have gone down as well. Mazexis picking up 3 points as well, so Mazexis off to that quick start like we talked about in the pregame. You love to see it. We'll see if they can carry that momentum moving forward throughout this first game.
Yeah, and the teams that are out, SPG, C4, and Excuse, at least they have some elimination points to give them somewhat of a buffer leading into the rest of the night. So it's not like they got the goose egg, but still not the results they want to have here. But Titan Gaming on the hunt here. Gonna be brave.
This is a number 1 versus 3 matchup right now. We got Extreme Slayers on the run. Baton, he's just going for it, man. But look at these guys. They are swarming. They're playing confidently. And I don't like XUS's chances. They're very disjointed right now. They're all over the place. But Titan has to keep it together. You can see their flank player, Crow, very banged up right now. He's got to stay up. Otherwise, Titan could find themselves on their back foot very quickly here.
Yeah, that's the thing. Titan Gaming definitely confident, but you don't want to be overconfident here, taking essentially like 1v3s in the field. So hopefully they can group up and really hold each other's angles down appropriately. It looks like Extreme Slayers did have the opportunity to back off here. I do see Butterfly Effect pulling up in the mix here. So everybody, it's like Titan Gaming, they're just a magnet here in game number 1.
Absolutely. We got to keep our eyes on Mazexis and Black Mamba up north as well, colliding in Yasnaya. We just saw Black Mamba come across the bridge into Yasnaya and then retreat immediately. So we'll keep an eye on all the rotations kind of moving in on the southwestern part of the circle as well. We've got Lotus and YKG rotating through Bope. So it's going to be interesting here before too long. Some fights should be breaking out. We've got a nice center zone, though. It's kind of, I guess, targeting specifically Yasnaya. So anyone kind of hanging around the middle of the map right now has got to be thanking their lucky stars for this zone position.
Yeah, a lot of interesting early game fights. Gonna be opening this mid game up a little bit here for teams to pick a good spot to just hunker down, play the zones here. Mazexis, one of those squads in Yasnaya, the only team in Yasnaya right now. Very center here, and they have the fields down to the south. So if a team like Extreme Slayers do opt to rotate through there, they might have some easy pickings when it comes to shooting them out their vehicles here. So I do love the position Mazexis are holding down for the time being.
You can see Black Mamba and Papi Triste have fallen back here to the crossroads. Just beyond the bridge, they did hoof it into Yasnaya, and they were met with the fire from Mazexis, who is chilling there. But now we've got YKG in the open. Here's rotation we were talking about between them and Bope. In comes the support from Bope. There's High Road chilling, just hitting the jumps, doing tricks with the vehicles. But Chico on the flank has good angles here. And YKG does lose 24K in the process. We'll see if Bope can get the finish. But this is a big-time matchup that should set the stage moving forward here.
Yeah, this is huge right now. YKG already 2 bleeding on out. Bope trying to flush them out with the grenades here. Chico in the back line really putting a stop here to the Bope push. Looks like Chico was able to make it into the compound, or at least behind the cover, get the heal off. And look at this, all their teammates here ready for the revive. So we're going to have a little reset action here between the two.
Oh, that grenade was huge. The fact that just blew up, YKG knows that they had the edge on the revives right now. They're going to pick up a couple, get back into the fight. We do have a reset, and it looks like Nitrox is going to be trying to pick up the teammate that is down here and get, indeed, the full reset. YKG did finish off one of Bope's players, so we're going to have a 4v3 here in just a moment. Full reset.
Yeah.
We'll see if Bope clears out, but I don't think they have the vehicles to actually make their escape. We'll take a peek here, and the push is on. Grenades starting to come out here from YKG, signaling that the teams are ready to go. And looks like you can see them on the horizon there. Shots fired. No damage yet. Dave, who do you think comes out on top here?
Listen, I know YKG are in the compounds right now within the cover, but I got my eye on Passion Fruit. They have been hoofing it, trying to third party and essentially sandwich YKG. So I'm looking at Passion Fruits to see what they can accomplish. But look at that massive grenade right there from 24K. Supra with the spray down. But look at this, the run over through the smokes from Chico. All out madness right now, PB.
It really is. Great plays here from YKG. Nade onto the flank player, and then they get the run over on the man holding mid. It's all up to Hyro now at this point, and I don't like his chances. YKG heading for him. Just misses the run over, but they will get the finish. Both esports eliminated in 12th spot overall, and YKG continuing with the pain train. Chico is down, but he will live to fight another battle. And YKG makes it out of this one unscathed, but Passion Fruit on the roll-up, as you so eloquently called, Dave. What is going on now?
Passion Fruit's looking to clean up. Beautiful heads-up play from Passion Fruits there. Take them out while they're hurting. Looks like YKG, though, they were able to at least get 2 out of harm's way. Fortunate for them, so they'll be able to survive a little longer, get some more placement points on top of their elimination points. But YKG, I love that they're playing aggressive. They're looking to take the fights here as early as possible. Next zone does pop, so it looks like both of the teams need to reposition. So Passion Fruits, they have a lot of power in their hands right now when it comes to looking to gatekeep the duo from YKG.
Absolutely. Looks like Bisky and Chico taken down from YKG. They've got 2 players left. That's Fate and 24K. Man, they got out of there just in time, too, Dave. Passion Fruit rolled up, and had they been about 5 seconds sooner, I think YKG gets wiped. They were not expecting that at all. Great crash there from Passion Fruit, but unfortunately just missed the timing on it a little bit. But, you know, I got to tip my cap to them because they were able to take a couple of elims from YKG and weaken one of the other top squads in the lobby. Passion Fruit sitting in 5th overall coming into today. They had a few bonus points to their name, but they're looking to build momentum here in game number 1 and off to a good start in doing so.
Yeah, and that's a huge come up for them as well. I believe they did take a little extra time because I didn't notice them having any vehicles to play with right there. But now, after pulling up on that third party, they have at least 4 or 5 different vehicles to choose from, which is really going to help them moving forward, as we did see them scoop those up. So huge come up when it comes to Passion Fruits right there.
I thought you were going to tell me Passion Fruits was driving 5 vehicles, and I'm like, Dave, I'm liking the strats here, man. You're just snaking one up, hop out, run back.
Just ghost ride the whip.
Absolutely. Take a peek at Yasnaya here, and this is an interesting one. It does seem to be centered up on Yasnaya, the final zone here. We've got Butterfly Effect looking out the window at Black Mamba, who has successfully made their way into the city. Mazexis has gone down to the far eastern, like school, hospital. I don't know what that building actually is, but the far eastern part of Yaz. And they're looking to make their way out into the open fields if the zone actually goes that way. It's closing now. We'll know more on that in a minute here. But Black Mamba does a great job securing a pretty good position, and they will choose to wait on the fight with Butterfly Effect until they know more about where this zone's going to push them.
Yeah, just hunkering down, cross those fingers, hoping that the next circle does shift up to the north and they can survive a little longer, right? Interesting rotate that I did notice. Ace of Spades, remember, they're on Military Base Island. They wrapped around like the School Raw Talk area. Now they're going to be coming in through Stalber. So talk about the rotations from Ace of Spades in game number 1. They've been driving for a hot minute, but looking forward to seeing what they can accomplish. They're going to be rolling up on the back ends of Dauntless. But over here, still checking in with the Passion Fruits. Big chilling right now on the edge. I believe that's Titan Gaming and the Zombie Boys. And their
Zombie Boys delivering that third-party action from distance. I do want to point out Titan, right? The spacing that their team is playing with, the coordination, like when they come up and peek this ridge, they know that Passion Fruit is kind of there. They're being cautious about poking out, but you notice when they come up to crest the hill, they crest at the same time. So if one guy's getting shot, there's another person on an off angle to put a bullet downrange towards them. I really like the coordination and the teamwork that Titan's displaying. On top of that, the spacing and just overall positioning, really impressive stuff from them.
Not only that, Titan Gaming, the only team when the circle shifted on this new shift, immediately sending it to the zone. Meanwhile, everybody else kind of taking a couple seconds to make up their mind. So that, to me, shows that Titan has a couple plans according to where the circle takes them, and they immediately snap their fingers and just, without hesitation, send it, try to claim that spot for themselves. So I love looking at this here. PB.
Great shots from Divine. He really lined that one up. He gets the knock-on trick and the immediate finish. This is an answer from Stixless getting knocked on rotation. Unfortunately, he will have the rest of the team come back, and now Passion Fruit getting picked apart right now. Not what they were hoping for. It was a good response. They did get 1 point off of Excuse, or I guess Extreme Slayers. But man, that is not where they're hoping to be. Sixless trying to get patched up here. Juancho playing medic, and he's going to get taken down as well. Titan Gaming's got something to say about that.
Yeah, and this goes back to the simple fact that when the circle shifted, Titan Gaming, all of them in vehicles, just straight up sending it up there in the compounds, in Yasnaya, on the high ground. And they're just able to gatekeep so many teams from their position. So that split-second decision from Titan to rotate early on, paying off big time right now, because before that, they had 0 eliminations.
Absolutely. It's massive. They got those points, got a bit of momentum. Here you see on the late rotate right now, YKG just rolling through with their 2 remaining players, and somehow they make it through unscathed, but they're crashing right onto Mazexis right now, and they are going to pay for it. It looks like they do get knocked, it appears, one of them down, and that is going to be Fate is down. 24K is on the hook right now to try to make it happen. He's got to be a hero for YKG.
24K is out of there, I believe, able to find themselves a shack. But over here, Ace of Spades still pumping out the damage here on Dauntless. Looks like Dauntless had this little cliff edge. They're holding it down, but Ace of Spades wrapping around all the angles here. 6 eliminations so far in Ace of Spades.
I gotta shout out Taylor, man. He was on point with that Ace of Spades call for sure. And I want to point out Mazexis as well. Normally, when you take a compound in Yasnaya, you're on the outskirts, you're holed up. It's a solid position for the end game, right? But you're not getting those elims along the way, and they've got 6 already, plus position in center zone with the hard cover. As we see Dauntless getting eliminated here, that's my pick. They did pick up 3 points in the process, but they miss out on the rank points that they so desperately need. Tough breaks for them. We're over to Extreme Slayers right now. Hayuya trying to get it done. Only 2 members of his team left. It's up to him and Bray to get themselves further up the standings.
Yeah, and Bray is somewhat separated right now, kind of playing that guardian angel role from the back line. So Yuya trying to get within grenade range here and really apply the damage to the zombie boys. But the zombie boys, they're just getting shredded right now. I believe Titan Gaming with a little third party able to pepper them up quite well. So now Extreme Slayers in a good position to possibly take out what's left of the zombie boys. By the way, PB, I saw the map, 24K, that shack in the circle. So talk about the mad dash to the rotate. Just the YOLO play. That dude's big chilling up there.
I absolutely love that. That actually could work out for like a top 3 placement for YKG. Obviously, 1 player left, probably not likely to win. But I will point out that only 2 squads right now, that's Titan Gaming and Lotus Esports, have full strength on their roster. They're the only 2 squads with 4 players remaining. Somehow, Mazexis lost Zuko, and I'm not sure how that happened. I think Titan Gaming actually picked him off from the compound here. We'll have to check the stats on that one. But Mazexis, they've got the position, but the squad's starting to get thinned out a little bit here as we see Poppy Treestay getting taken down by Scooby Snacks.
Yeah, and the Zexus have a great spot to really rack up those eliminations, but depending on how Butterfly Effect and Titan Gaming play their cards here, they might be wrapping up right behind the west side. So the Zexus, they're going to have to be ultra aware of all their angles right now. Is unknown for Black Mamba. Trying to take some shots now with the Scar.
It was Scooby Snacks dealing out the damage to Mazexis, so Butterfly Effect getting busy right now. They're getting the knocks, unable to get many finishes. Right now, the only finish has been on Mazexis, and look at that, 24K, as you mentioned, all alone with the high ground and the hard cover here. The circle's coming in, and in 15 seconds, we'll see how good of a spot that actually is. I am curious to see if 24K is going to be the savior for YKG in this first game.
Yeah, let's go. 24K also has a vehicle to work with, but Black Mamba, they got their eye over there. They're keeping tabs. They are somewhat suspicious, right? But they're still going to be sending it in the fields, using the hay bales as cover and hitting the dirt.
Hard shift,
there.
baby. And zone has gone south. It's favoring the Extreme Slayers and also Lotus over on that western side. They've got the hard cover now. They will have to move out a bit, but ultimately the zone quite close. Everyone else in Yasnaya will have to move right now. That means Mezexis. That also means the likes of Titan Gaming, but they have been eliminated. So Titan out in 7th with 7 elims overall. That's a very strong start for the top team coming into the lobby.
Yeah, very strong start when it comes to getting the eliminations. Definitely going to be setting them on the right path here tonight. And other teams looking for the come up. Extreme Slayers still alive, still active with the duo. Battered up without a doubt. So hopefully they have somewhat of a good med stockpile. But in a great spot.
This is massive for Mezexis right now. They're up to 10 elims. We talked in the pregame how their average elims per game was like just under 2. We talked about them starting out a little bit slow in Premier and needing to take the aggression to the battlegrounds early. Dave, they've done that, man. 10 points to start out here. They still have a real shot at a chicken dinner right now. They do have some hard cover. And Lotus, they haven't got the guns ablazing just yet. They do have a full squad. They have great position. They don't have any elims at all. And so starting out in the top 5, these final circles with your first shots of the game, I don't know if I like it. We'll see.
Yeah, definitely holding down the position points. And I saw one of my dudes with the MG3, the squad, right, wiper. Right there, so I just want to see them use it like you were saying here. No elimination. It's a very big surprise. They're the only team with all 4 up, but here we go. Late game, Extreme Slayers. Bray trying to pop out the DBS, but immediately spotted by Fishy and flushed right there.
This is a big fight right now. Hayuya trying to get it done. He's spotted out by Fishy. Fishy gets it done here. 504 on the drive-by. Hops out, finishes it off. And just like that, Extreme Slayers eliminated along with YKG. YKG actually does take the 3rd spot as kind of predicted from that shack. So nice work to 24K. And it's now down to Lotus versus Mezexis. We've got a 2v3 situation. Clips here from the nades, and we've got some smokes out to try to get the revive here. Nate's going to try to keep on the pressure. And I don't know if they're going to go for this revive or not, Dave. What do you think they should do?
I'm thinking they are looking to do it just based off of how many smokes Nate tossed out right there. So going to be blocking some of those sight lines, but also somewhat allowing Lotus to crest the heel and get the high ground on them. So prioritizing the pickup, definitely understand. But now Lotus... depends how much utility they have. They could just let it rain grenades here from their current position. Oh,
Nate's still got 5 grenades. Look at this. Nate's got a load of grenades. He's just chucking them over the hill right now. If they can get the opener onto Lotus, I like Mezexis to finish this fight, but it all depends on who opens here. He connects with the Molly. Ooh. And shots fired over there to Garrett. Does pick up the flank, and now Mezexis can move their way in. They'll try to get the finish here, confirm those points. And they are on the flank right now. Hard sweeping in the run over, though. He's going to get... wow, he got one, but the return from Valak. This is anybody's game still. It's a 2v2, Dave.
Yeah, anybody's game right there. It looks like Lotus kind of just biting off a little more than they can chew with their wide rotate up there to the north, but they're still in it. Fishy with the Bison here, looking to crest the heel. We have the intel, taking them shots on the Nate, but now they're going to be within the blue zone, and Nate looking to mow down the grass right there with the M4.
Oh, this is massive for Mezexis. They'll take home the winner chicken dinner in game number 1. We talked about them having to come out fast, and they have done just that. 14 eliminations in your first game on Erangel, plus the winner chicken dinner. Relegated to the Challenger Finals was Mezexis, and they don't care nothing about it. They're going to charge their way back to Premier, and they have set the tone early. I look for them to be on top of the standings after our first game.
Yeah, positioning definitely key, though, throughout the mid-game, holding down Yasnaya, kind of shifting from the east to the west, depending on where the circles took them. But coming out strong here in the late game, 14 eliminations, I believe, 2.5K damage done. Massive game 1. For Mezexis. Let's bring back Taylor, see what his thoughts are here. Ace of Spades, Taylor. Ace of Spades.
Hey, yeah, Ace of Spades. Good call. Good call.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you throw one out there, you look smart. Sometimes you just sound dumb. I guess I sounded halfway smart. I don't know. Ace of Spades, man, 9th place, so they're getting some points for placement. But on top of that, they also walk away with a total of 7 eliminations, which is really impressive when you think about who they had to go with. PB, let's go back to the very start. Ace of Spades, C4 excuse, right? It seemed like they were just in this culmination, this massive fight. And it was Ace of Spades who ended up getting the best out of the majority of them.
You know, it was a pretty sparse drop that they had on military. They were able to loot up and rotate with really no fanfare whatsoever. But once you hear those shots ringing out as you approach the bridge and you see the kill trading going on between Excuse and C4, they knew that they had an opportunity. And once they caught, Excuse looking the wrong direction to get that fight going, they were like, let's get this third-party momentum going on early. They did just that. And then in the mid-game, YKG with an impressive fight here going up against Bope in the open ground. Both teams getting knocked and down to their final member. They choose to reset, get some nice runovers here. And just like this, you can see YKG escape and Passion Fruit on the horizon working their way in. Just a bit too slow, and unfortunately for them, YKG escapes and they'll find themselves in the top 3 with 24K, putting the team on his shoulders.
Yeah, you got a question, Dave, like Passion Fruit, if they aren't so passive, if they do push up, they maybe engage YKG when they needed to. Does Passion Fruit finish top 3?
Wow, these top 3, listen, I was just about to give you the ace of spades that if they continue to kind of be on the ball here with their third-party aggressive plays, they might actually be in the top 3. But now you're throwing a curveball, Passion Fruits, top 3. I can only pick one of your picks here, Reflections. I'm going with ace of spades now. After game number 1, I know I was kind of memeing on them a little bit, but I believe they have what it takes if they just continue to do what we saw from them in that match. 7 eliminations is a huge boost of confidence in game number 1. So if they can just continue, they're a team to look at now, in my opinion.
100%. Like I said, Erangel, Miramar, 2 maps that they just they did very well on. Come week number 3, you could tell that they evolved from week 1 to week 3, and I think now we're seeing potentially that final evolution. The point is to always improve, but let's talk about one improvement, and that's Mazexis. I can't believe it, PB. I mean, 14 eliminations, brother. That is huge. We talked about Mazexis being one of those teams that struggled, who, qualified into the Premier Finals, but I mean, they did so by just 2 points, and quite literally the very last game, yet they come in to Premier Finals with new life, and they absolutely dominate.
We talked about some of those teams having a bit of, a little bit of momentum coming in, having played some games already at a high level this week. Mazexis being one of them. We saw C4 winning an early fight as well before getting third-partied, so you like those teams and their performance. But let's take a look at the match report here. Mazexis on top of 3 major categories here: elims, damage, assists. Nasty Nate getting it done for the squad with Quan dropping the 5 elims. You love it. And Hayuya, my man, there seems to be a grenade shortage on the island, and you seem to be hogging them all.
It's actually, Dave, I think that's the highest number we've seen. I think 18 was like the highest before 31.
Listen, when in doubt, grenade it out. I love what Hayuya is doing here from Extreme Slayers. And honestly, the utility game has been so crucial to these teams who have found success when it comes to Molotovs, when it comes to grenades, and even vehicles. Just the usage of vehicles here in this lobby, very impressive. We're starting to notice a lot of teams opt to use a vehicle to get the initial knock with their run over and follow it up with some grenades. So utility is everything here, in my opinion.
Mazexis, 24 points. Talk about starting off strong. YKG, Titan Gaming, Extreme Slayers, neck and neck. 3 points separating those 3 rosters, PB.
Huge from Mazexis, though. I mean, look at 2, 3, and 4, right? Riding the strength of their bonus points. Even number 5.
Right.
All of those teams riding the strength of bonus points starting in our first game. Mazexis has already leapfrogged them all the way up to first place here with a massive first game. You love to see it. And at the bottom of our tables, we got to get things going still. The Zombie Boys, Strangers, Bope, Excuse. They got to get that momentum churning. C4, unfortunately, getting third-partied there. It looked like they were off to a decent start there against Excuse, but unfortunately for them, it was not in their favor as they got caught by Ace of Spades on rotation. We'll see if they're able to bounce back in game number 2. My hunch is they will. They look like they're doing all right today.
Yeah, Dave, C4 is one of those teams, I feel like they kind of start off a bit rocky, don't they? Sometimes they can start off just hit teams in the mouth, but there are times they start off rocky and just game by game start to improve, continue to get better and better. And I think going into game 2, C4 is going to start being one of those teams that does get better.
Yeah, definitely a team that warms up, as we saw this week in the Challenger Finals. Same story. Game 1, game 2, we were like, C4, they're not going to qualify. Then as the night progresses, boom, bunch of kills. The next game comes around, boom, on more bunch of kills. Another game with a bunch of kills. and then they just finished in first. So C4, I want that storyline to continue when it comes to, listen, everyone's laughing at me. C4 might be first here, all right? Just saying. But when it comes to other storylines,
for sure,
I'm looking at Strangers BD and Zombie Boys because they're at the bottom and they're two of the teams with the PUBG Mobile Super League qualifier spot. So just the pressure after game one to have like 1 point with only 5 more games to go. I hope they don't fold underneath this pressure here.
Yeah,
I want to talk about that really quickly.
Yeah, really.
I was just going to say, literally, there's 4 teams: Dauntless, Black Mamba, Strangers BD, Zombie Boys. The tops of those teams right now, sitting in 10th place. Dauntless, they're currently leading the pack, but again, only 5 points total, and a couple of those are bonus points. So really, none of those teams making their mark in game number 1. They're all going to be trying to get some momentum going here in the second game on Miramar. Taylor, what are your thoughts here? Did you see anything out of any of them that you liked in game number 1?
I was going to say the only team, honestly, would be Dauntless. We kind of had a bit of a heavy conversation about Dauntless off the rip. In fact, Dauntless was your pick, PB. And one thing that I did notice, they kind of went with the C4 strat from the final week, from Challengers game number 1, Erangel, Challenger Finals to be specific, where they land in the northern part of the map and they're uncontested. So I thought, okay, this could, that's hit or miss. Does it go well? Does it not go well? Because, yeah, you're getting all the loot possible, but you're also not getting in any engagements. But I'm also a firm believer in BRs. The bulk of your engagements, the bulk of your eliminations should come towards those final zones where everybody's tightly compacted, but you're the one who sets up early on so you can play that gatekeeper role, at least in the BRs that I've observed. And I was like, okay, this could be a positive for them, but they only finished with 3 eliminations. So, I asked the question, Dave, like for Dauntless, was the slow start worth it? Is it, maybe a benefit for them to get a bit mixy? Because after all, it's not really first place they have to go for. It's just finishing at the top of the other 3 teams that they're competing against for the PMSL slot.
Yeah, very true. And, if you need one game to get warmed up, get the fingers warmed up, the gyro, the grease in the chair so you get 360 spin around with the DBS shots, so be it, right? Hey, we saw that here. We saw it here a couple weeks ago, just saying, from Passion Fruits. But I think when it comes to like game 2, game 3, the same cannot be said, right? Like you want to try to aim for that chicken, and if not getting that chicken, at least 5 to 6 eliminations per match, just like you said, to outpace the 3 other teams in the lobby, right?
We saw Dauntless, as you mentioned, Taylor. They went up north, right? They landed south. The plane pad was south. They got into those vehicles, though. They all went to Stalber. They went north to Kameshki. They owned the upper part of that circle, but the problem was they were looking for those vehicles, and they got caught early in that fight with Passion Fruit on the road. They had to patch themselves up. It delayed their looting process, and not to mention the drive all the way across the island. They didn't get out as quickly as some of the other teams. You saw, the C4s getting into it, but they had a bit of momentum already off of the strong looting. You saw Mazexis early on starting to get into some action. I want to see Dauntless land maybe a bit closer to where they're going to loot up and get some looting momentum going on, right? Where you feel like you're ready for that first fight instead of having to fight people on the road with fists and cars and all that kind of stuff.
Well, the cars, though, the cars are real. I'd love watching me a good splatter, man. It's always fun to see that for sure, man. But yeah, I do think, I don't know, for Dauntless and for those teams who are aspiring to be in the PMSLs, more specifically Stranger Zombie Boys, Black Mamba, I really do want them to set an example here and really show why they do deserve that spot. Granted, game 1. Like, I'm making it sound super heavy here, but it's only 1 game. We've got 5 more games to go, but maybe that storyline will become a little bit heavier as we do go on. Black Mamba, though, is another roster, Dave, that I do want to see do fairly well, right? Because it's like Black Mamba, as an org, as a team, has been playing pretty much since the very start of Titan series, right? So it's like it would feel weird to not give them a spot in PMSL after so much commitment.
Yeah, and I think, you kind of said it, like, we're being a little heavy on it, only 1 game in, but I think for the right reasons, right? Because just getting that golden ticket to make that next level in PUBG Mobile Super League qualifiers is a huge opportunity to just continue your competitive PUBG Mobile career, right? So the fact that we have the opportunity to offer some of these players that here in the Titan series is massive. And if you come in at 1 or 2 games, get the goose egg, that dream, to continue your competitive career, you kind of start to see it fade, right? And, I'm not trying to be a downer, but you want to have good matches here. And I think it's a great storyline to follow here tonight here, Reflections.
I think so. That is a wonderful storyline. Not only the money, who's going to be returning champions. We've got a storyline there with C4. Titan Gaming looking to overtake everybody. But, you can also look at the 4 teams, Dauntless, Strangers BD, Zombie Boys, Black Mamba, who are trying to earn that PMSL slot. Lots of storylines to follow along with. And we'll keep you up to date with all that as we do go through. Miramar coming up next. It'll be the first of the 2 times it's going to be played tonight. And I'm excited to get into it. Dave, let's start off with you, man. Prediction-wise, who you going with?
It's a tough one, man. Strangers BD, Zombie Boys, 2 of my favorite squads down there at the bottom. But I'm going to continue with Strangers BD. Miramar, let's get some points here, fellas.
Strangers BD. So from last to first place, it does happen, right? Maybe this starts the consistent run that Strangers BD needed to be on top of the 4 teams trying to earn the PMSL slot. Now, PB, for you, are we going back Dauntless or somebody else?
I'm going to go somebody else this time. We're going to go a bit of a dark horse here. I like the look of Butterfly Effect and some of the elims they were throwing down during that last game. I'm going to go with Butterfly Effect for this one, although I do like the way YKG is playing right now as well. But let's lock it in with Butterfly Effect.
Butterfly Effect and Stranger BD, 2 teams, I'm going to be honest with you, did not expect to hear, but you're giving them the love. I think Butterfly Effect is a little bit more in line with like a strong prediction as opposed to Strangers BD, but you're backing up who you're backing up. After all, I went Ace of Spades, okay, off the rip. And, well, I went Titan Gaming, let's be clear about that, but I pumped up Ace of Spades more than Titan Gaming, who was my prediction, which is kind of weird to do. This time around, though, I think I'm going to full send it, and I'm going to full send it with Ace of Spades. Again, a team that is very good when it comes to Miramar. I think they showed a lot, especially off of that explosive run that they had. They weren't there for a long time, but they were there for a good time. 9th place, 7 eliminations, Ace of Spades. They're coming into Miramar, map number 2, even stronger, and could very well be at the top of the leaderboard by the time we are done. So without further ado, let's hop into Miramar map number 2. This time around, Enigma. Dave, take it away.
What is going on? Miramar game number 2. We are cooking in the kitchen. We got Enigma. We got Dave. We got Ace of Spades here. We got Butterfly Effect. Strangers BD. Enigma, I got to ask you, the team to watch here in game number 2.
Well, Taylor's kind of making me a bit jealous with these Ace of Spades picks because I was eyeing them before we loaded in the lobby, and I don't want to really be a copycat, so to speak. So I'm kind of looking at SBG right now. They're in that top 4 range, coming into the Premier qualifiers and stuff like that. The previous match on Erangel, they had a few elimination points early on, but I feel a lot of those teams that took those early engagements kind of got checked and was like, hey, it's not a 4v4 game. There's still other teams in the lobby, and it resulted in them being eliminated earlier on. But with the playing path right now, I'm interested to see if we're going to see any early game engagements like we saw with Premier. And I got to get your opinion on this, Dave, because we're in the 6-game final for Premier. We had just watched Challenger Finals a few days ago, and the teams that took those early game engagements just outright fought it out. They didn't rotate after losing one. They just stuck to it. What are your thoughts comparing Challenger to Premier tonight?
Yeah, I see where you're going with this one. I think it's just a different lobby, though, right? Because, I mean, one of the teams, C4, when you look at the lobby, I believe they had like plus 30, almost 40 eliminations.
Jeez.
So sticking it out was definitely the play. But, the caliber of player and team in this lobby is a little higher, in my opinion. Some of these teams have been playing together for a long time, right? So they know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and they can play off of each other. Meanwhile, some of these challenger teams, they might have only come together as a squad recently, right? And that plays a huge role, in my opinion, when it comes to that one. So I'm thinking, though, from Challenger Finals, C4, Lotus, definitely 2 of the strongest teams if they can kind of just roll on here with the momentum here today.
Yeah, Lotus, I mean, that was a team that you had noted out. It's almost like the Zombie Boys pick from last season with you, Dave. But for this season, it's going to be Lotus. I'll give recognition and credits due. They were the team you were eyeing. They made it through. And I mean, given the fact the Challenger Finals were insane. Like it was down to what, like top 12 teams could finish first. And I don't want to say, maybe Miramar's cursed now, but the team that was in first on Challengers before that 6th game won both Miramars. They were a team that was secured for that top 4, but with the point spread being so close, they weren't able to secure it themselves. And for this, you know, obviously we have a different caliber of teams in here and stuff like that. But I'm hoping that we have that sort of close-knit point spread like we did in Challenger Finals a few days ago.
So you're not saying Miramar's cursed. I'm going to say it's cursed because this circle is a curse for a lot of these teams. I'm looking at this. We have like Bope, dead center, Los Leones, YKG down there to the south. But besides that, there's so many teams that opted to just drop up there in the north. We got Changers BD over there, kind of in a good gatekeeping position. But meanwhile, El Pozo, 2 teams, right? San Martin, 2 teams. Everybody probably really nervous right now on when it comes to timing, right? The time is not on their side. So they're going to need to take this engagement early on, clean it up, heal up, then get in the vehicles and rotate early on. So timing is not on anybody's side up here in the north right now.
Yeah, on rotations, I think that first game was a real crutch for a lot of the teams that were able to get into that center zone early on. We could see Mazexis, you know, they obviously won the first match and stuff like that. But other teams like Passion Fruit, they opted to go for those sort of edge fights and kind of just caught in the coattails of other teams as they rotated in front of them. And one fight that I'd really like to specify right now is this Butterfly Effect versus C4 fight, because it's not like they're off in, you know, Narnia and stuff like that. They're basically center of the map before the zone shift. A lot of these teams are going to be driving down these main roads, and if your fight's still going on, everyone's going to have that same idea from the first game of, hey, let's go for this third party and pick up a few free points.
Yeah, and you already know C4 looking for that comeback game right here, right now, because game number 1, sure, they got a couple eliminations, but they didn't really get the play. you know, they got their partied by Ace of Spades and locked down pretty early on by excuse. So C4 definitely looking to kind of kickstart their evening here up against Butterfly Effect. Another team PB had his eyes on because they had a pretty solid run in game number 1. So like you said, that is going to be a crucial fight here. Not only to kind of get the momentum going for both those teams, but also it's a decent spot, all things considered, depending on who wins that engagement.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it's just when you're actually able to leave that sort of compound and stuff like that, that city, and get to the center spot. Because right now, I mean, we're only seeing 3 or 4 teams still in this next zone. And I mean, obviously there's Titan, that's more on that southwestern side on the edge of the map towards Prison. But there's these teams, you know, that are landing Tierra, they're out in your Crater Fields and stuff like that. They're going to have to make that mad drive in, a little road trip, I guess you could say, out from the outside. But it looks like now the fight that we were wanting to watch, C4 and Butterfly Effect, is now starting to commence a bit.
Yeah, C4 team definitely comfortable taking these early game engagements. Scooby Snacks vaulting on the window, caught off by Bonds, UMP right there. You got Jin out there behind the broken wall trying not to get shot in the back. It looks like, unfortunately, catching a grenade from Kubi over here. So one player down from both teams here.
Yeah, and that nade, I mean, I gotta stress about it. The nade there, if he does not get that, Scooby Snacks probably never gets a reset off. And C4 is able to just start ISOing players out that are underneath the building and stuff like that. But now Kubi actually opting to push up onto the wall 2 players of C4 on the apartment and getting caught, rotating back. I'm interested to see if C4 is going to go for the reset here, try to force that sort of 3v3 fight right below them.
Yeah, and I think going for that fight would be the play here, because I would hate to see Jin bleed out again and have to sit out another match here early on when we could be supporting the squad here. So Bonnie, wow.
Cooking.
Great Molotov there at the doorway. Bonnie not even able to get that grenade out in time. And now Butterfly Effect, the team looking to make the push here. Bonnie tossing a grenade. I don't believe will be hitting the mark, but Bonnie, 1 HP, just zooming up these stairs, looking to get the heal off right now.
Yeah, and I mean, he's got a molly too that could spread all the way down if they opted to push in. But C4 now kind of in that front runner seat. They got the reset off, it looks like, across the road, while Butterfly Effect, they did lose Kubi earlier on. But Illusion taking a 1v1 with Bond wins it instantly with the DBS. I can't stress enough how important this gun is in some of these early game engagements, because most people are going to be rocking that 1 vest. We can see it with Jin and everyone here. They're going to be eating the shots left and right.
Let's go. Great grenade right there from Jin. So it looks like Payne actually pushed out over here to pick up Jin just in time. Looks like Dark going to be doing the same thing right there for Scooby Snacks. Are they aware of Bonnie, though, up there on the 3rd story? That's my question. And if so, how much attention will they give Bonnie? Because right now they're just trying to avoid the push from across the way. as now C4 looking to reach the compound here.
Yeah, it looks
There's
like Bonnie,
right
he actually jumped out, so he's got the UMP spray in hand, but a lot of the time it's going to come down to when these smokes start to kind of dissipate and where actually you remember where the players are. There's so many windows on this first floor, you're going to start getting angled out, and we could see here Bonnie, I think he's actually in the building. Is he inside?
Bonnie is in the building. Payne outside. 3 grenades, couple smokes. Illusion, though, definitely going to be keeping your eye on Illusion with the DBS. Has a great angle. Yeah, Payne is aware of that. Trying to take some shots with the mini here.
Yeah, and I mean, the time is everything. We're still in zone here. There's 20 seconds until you see the next zone shift. You're going to be inside or not. And I can see off on the off side of my screen, there's not many teams rotating towards them, but C4 now is really starting to group up, but getting caught out by Scooby Snacks, holding this UMP angle the entire time, almost getting a second with the pre-fire.
Wow. Yeah, Scooby Snacks putting in a lot of work right now for Butterfly Effect with the UMP, the pre-fire through the smokes, through the window. Massive. Looks like Scooby Snacks trying to push the envelope here just a little further. Here we go. Hello, through the window. Bond catching some bullets to the dome, but Scooby Snacks has 3 opponents looking through this window right here. So, yeah, Scooby Snack hitting the dip right there. What can Illusion do?
He's 1 HP. Bit of a pre-fire. He gets 1, I think, there, but it's not going to really be enough. Scooby trying to give some support over the top, Dave. But right now, I mean, the meds are going to start coming into play. Oh, my. Sniped. Well, that must have been a slug round there.
The trades back and forth right now in this fight are just insane, right? And it really comes down to who has the meds to continue to get the reset. Now Bonnie pushing up the stairs. Oh, so close to getting tapped out themselves right there because of UMP. Looking for that reload. Now here comes Dark. Remember, Dark has the DBS. Oh, got him to the dome. You do not want to find yourself in the crosshairs of a DBS, especially that close here.
Yeah, but it's not done yet. I mean, the Butterfly Effect squad starting to group up on the stairs. Look, though, 2 of them, 1 HP. And thankfully, Scooby Snacks is basically full. While, I mean, C4, you did get the reset off, but look at their HPs as well. It's just Bond at half HP. He gets 1.
Barely any
situation,
bullets.
Dave.
Barely any bullets, too. Looking to continue to push down the stairs. Illusion right there, waiting, anticipating Bond's revenge right there. Flushing them out. C4 once again, Enigma getting taken out early on here in the finals.
Yeah, and I had all the faith in the world for C4 kind of coming out on top. They had that early, you know, knock and thirst on the QB across the road. They knew where all the players are at, kind of huddled up underneath the apartment. But as soon as they got onto the building itself, they weren't really able to find the shots that they were looking for. So really nice stuff to see from Butterfly Effect. Obviously, Dark being the main player along with Scooby Snacks, making that sort of magic happen. But I mean, if you're looking at C4, you know, I don't want to say they're not looking too hot, but
yeah.
You know, I know Jukes is kind of getting a little excited right now seeing it. Maybe the mental starts slipping a bit with the matches, so to speak, you know. But, you know, thankfully, they were able to come out with at least 1 elimination point.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to teams not allowing a game like this to affect them, I have to say C4 has to be one of those teams. Mental is so crucial to a game like this, especially when there's a lot on the line. We've seen in the past multiple lobbies, not only in the Challenger Finals, but just, you know, down the road, you know, looking back at the previous finals, they had some bad performances. And I feel like this is a team that can instantly reset between matches and not let a bad performance affect them too much here, which is going to be important moving forward here.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of getting a read of the land, so to speak, on how these teams play. And if they're really able to kind of adapt and overcome those obstacles that come forth to them, because, I mean, that fight there, it's maybe just 1 or 2 players kind of just forgetting about, hey, you know, we're in a 4v3 situation. Let's just play for the man advantage. Maybe they got a little too fancy with it. I mean, I'm not in the player comm, so I'm not, you know, the one that's making those decisions on what went wrong. But, I mean, 2 teams that kind of been vibing for the most part of those first 2 zones, Titan and YKG on the southern side, kind of towards the center of Los Leones, the center zone there. But also seeing a lot of other teams kind of eating Daddy Blue coming in and opting to play more towards the edge of the ring.
Does taste good. Boat also in Los Leones. So a lot of teams right now have a ton of space, right, between them and their opponents on the battlefield. So they're going to be able to really plan ahead and mark where they want to head, what compound they're going to be able to get a nice amount of scouting underneath their belt here as well. As you know, a lot of the fights, definitely, at least the potential fights, were up there in the north. And I'm still, what a good fight though. Butterfly Effect and C4. Just the fact that that fight lasted, what, like 6-7 minutes. Both teams able to get resets time and time again. Very impressive, you know, because that takes a lot of team communication at the end of the day to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, and it was just, for the most part, they're in a three-person situation. You know, you're playing down a person. The mental like anguish, I guess, you have from being in a spot like that. It's not like a spot that most people are too comfortable with, but as you're a competitive player, as time goes on, you need to kind of start feeling yourself in those situations, being, hey, you know, I'm able to handle this. And thankfully for them, you know, we did see them kind of turn up the knob a bit with that fight.
Yeah.
We're able to get the openings, and fortunately for them, only losing one player and picking up 4 eliminations.
Yeah, big come up right there for Butterfly Effect. I'm almost curious, looking at C4, game 3, do we drop somewhere that might be contested, right? Because that's 2 games in a row. We drop somewhere, we see the parachutes, we know it's contested, but we're still looking for that early game fight. I'm almost curious how it will play out if they're able to get some decent loot, some decent armor and meds. But we'll have to look at that in game number 3, because this zone, they went down there to the south, Titan Gaming, boom, dead center, YKG just north of them.
Yeah, and this is kind of just a relapse of the first match of the night. Erangel had shifted up into Yasnaya past the city, kind of. And a lot of the teams opted to just go straight in, and they were running into each other and kind of just getting picked apart as they drove in. But hopefully with these teams, since we're on Miramar and there's a lot more terrain, they feel more comfortable, you know, rotating along the edge of the map and coming in. Because I'm looking at the map on the side of my screen here, and this whole south side below Titan Gaming is completely free for the taking if any squads opt to rotate down and around.
Zexus rolling in style right now from the east side. Definitely the team of the hour, just because game number 1, 14 eliminations, win. So they're going to be feeling good here. Hopefully they can improve their driving skills a little bit. You've seen them get stuck on some rocks. And, you know, I'm making a point here because Excuse are right behind them, right? So that they continue to hit these rocks. It's just going to slow down their rotate. And not only that, it allows other teams to get in the zone and possibly gatekeep them. So definitely looking at Mozexis.
Yeah, and I mean, you talked about Excuse, but I'm seeing it Passion Fruit as well, kind of rotating around him. Ace, though, just now making into the circle. Bope, the team that had dropped Los Leonas, just kind of, I guess, ant trailing their way in from that western side. This is a spot that way back in the day, Wildcard, my team used to drop here, and we used to love it when it used to be Los Leonas zones because we just were able to shoot down on everyone coming in. And unfortunately, I don't believe Bope, they haven't picked up any elimination points yet. But in the next zone or two, hopefully they're able to have the pickings of their choice on the next spots and hopefully able to kind of pick up a few elimination points on this Miramar match.
Yeah, nothing yet from Bope, and it's kind of cool that they're like just in a straight line trying to hold down all the angles right there. SBG, Strangers BD, Butterfly Effect, a couple teams in the area that might be crossing paths with Bope. But talking about crossing paths, Lotus Esports already down 2 members here, 4 eliminations in the pocket. That'll at least help them here a little bit, but yeah, not looking too good. I believe that was Titan Gaming that might have got a couple of good licks in on them. But Lotus Esports, not only that, both of the players extremely separated here right now.
Yeah, and I mean, 4 elimination points is nice. They're kind of, I think, just hoping that the zone blast circles down on them because it looked like for their spot they were in the zone. If it was to play late game there, I don't think they'd really be getting slammed by the team. So if they're kind of, you know, PUBG gods looking down on them, if they're in the center of that zone, they can kind of just sit there and get those free placement points. And a lot of these teams, you know, we could see the zones start coming in now. A lot of these teams are starting to eye the edge and being like, hey, you know, we could start taking these engagements. But with it being, you know, stage 3 coming into stage 4, we're going to have to start seeing decisions made quick by some of these
exactly.
teams.
Best case scenario, get some points. Kind of like what 24K did for YKG in game number 1. And that's a role in itself that's so important. When things don't work out for the squad, that player that is just good at surviving, you know, the insurance policy that's like, hey, I know where to go. I'm going to live. I'm going to get some placement points, and then we'll bounce back next game. Every team definitely should take a page out the book right there. But what is happening right here? Strangers BD able to pick up their teammate, throw him in the back seat of the vehicle, hopefully able to get the pickup. A new mechanic in the game introduced recently. I love it, by the way, but Strangers BD almost losing it right there.
Yeah, but I mean, they get the reset, but are they really going to make it into the next zone shift? Because that baby went straight south. I mean, some of the water is in zone. That little sliver on the far south side, I'm not sure if anyone in chat was able to see it. That's still in play. So all these teams that are kind of, playing the edge and centering, you're going to have to start making the mad dash in, because I don't think there's that much terrain for these teams to be fighting over for.
Yeah, not at all. Excuse, Ace of Spades, Mazexis, we might see them clash over here on the southeast. You got Bope, SBG up in the north, all rotating. Titan Gaming taking a really strong position here, kind of bullying out the Extreme Slayers. I saw two of their players were looking to scout that compound. Looks like Titan winning that one, but here comes Ace of Spades, another team. Really good game number 1 when it comes to just getting that confidence here tonight.
Yeah, and I think eliminations are just a huge factor, especially with the new point system. You feel good if you're dropping, 6, 7 points, because that's more than one squad wipe. You're winning more than just one engagement. But the engagement right now that's going to be happening is Excuse, I believe, with Ace just below them. While Mazexis, I don't even know what's going on. Driving by him?
Mazexis are just beeping the horn, waving, saying, hey, you guys have a great time. We're going to go in the zone. Yeah, you just keep doing you. So Chronix now popping out the building with the UMP. Taking out a member of Ace of Spades. Can Ace of Spades continue to survive with the crossfire? Oh. Matt in the back lines right there. Looks like Ace of Spades are going to be eliminated here. Very challenging couple circles, though, here, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's just a matter of taking those engagements earlier on. You have to be a team that's able to play both center and edge style play, because when you're getting hard shifts, even if you're center, that can be changed in a matter of seconds when the zone shift happens. And you need to kind of get that sort of aggression switch turned on and saying, hey, we need to start going for these fights. Even if we're losing 1 or 2 players, if it gets us into the zone, it gives us a fighting chance for later in the game.
Talking about the aggression in the elimination feed right there, I believe Mazexis just took out the remainder of passion fruits for the compound down there in the south. So huge push from Mazexis to be able to get a couple elimination points and a solid spot here. Now Mazexis just hoping that the circles continue to shift down in the south. But great from Extreme Slayers. Oh my goodness, the circle is trolling us hard here this game. I love it, but the player, imagine being Mazexis committing so much resources to get that spot, only for it to yoink up here in the north. But Bray from Extreme Slayers putting in work over here, taking out the last member of Bope Esports.
Yeah,
Enigma, the zone. Tell me, the zone. Tell me, what are your thoughts, man?
Listen, I mean, I would just be punching the air. Like, you make the rotate, you get 2 free points, you'd lose the player on the trade. You're like, hey, we could maybe see the next part of zone. Yeah, no. You're going all the way across the map. And for Mazexis, I mean, thankfully for them, they're a team that recognizes, hey, we can't sit around and wait. And these other teams like Extreme Slayers, they're taking engagements. Every team's starting to recognize that, hey, we need to start clearing out some of these people. We need to start giving ourselves a spot in zone and not playing, neighbors or whatever kind of fanciness you want to get on with. You need to be having your spot in zone.
Great call out right there. And I believe a couple of these teams taking that advice up here in the north. SBG not looking to be neighbors with anybody. See them trying to flush out Strangers BD, who are currently trying to avoid the sandwich action right now, because you got SBG over here on the west side, and then I believe out there on the east, YKG, the full squad active as well. So we'll have to keep tabs on Strangers BD to see how they continue to survive, because Extreme Slayers, talking about teams putting in work for eliminations here so far. Looks like they're trying to flush out Excuse. Looks like Chronix catching out Hayuya right there, and Bray looking to mow him down. Retaliation shots. Chronix getting some nice licks in here over here.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is nice, but you need to start getting the knocks, because the zone shift is happening right now. It's going to start closing, and with Ayuya being down, you almost might need to leave him. I think that's actually what they're doing. So losing a player for not even picking up an elimination point is not too good. And I mean, a team that was dominant in the qualifiers, Titan Gaming being the team to gatekeep you, is not a pretty sight to see.
Not pretty sight, and Foop somewhat separated right now. So if Crow gets crashed on by Extreme Slayers and Baton, it's going to be like a 3v2 situation. But let's go pop over here to the north. Strangers BD. They only lost Voltex here. 2 eliminations. Now they're trying to rain down the fire on the YKG. There's a lot of fights happening right now, Enigma.
Yeah, on the north side, I mean, this is going to be the battleground for the most part. Strangers BD, they do have 2 eliminations to their name, but that was a team that was stuck in Los Leones. I'm surprised they made it so far into this zone right now, but the zone shift does close a bit more. It centers up a bit for most teams. It's not going to be some troll hard shift like we had seen in the previous 3 or 4 zones. But a lot of these teams now, they're starting to take casualties. The only team with 4 up actually is here with YKG. 2 eliminations to their name, having a pretty good spot in zone, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Chico pretty much by themselves, just holding it out back here. Might be able to get the 1v3. Chico keeping tabs on Strangers BD. Has 1 Molotov, has 1 grenade, and has the angle. Oh no, Strangers BD, they're looking to pile up in this vehicle.
Clown car.
Okay, they're going to send it that way at least, not towards Chico. But Chico is still letting it rip here. Got the explosion.
1v3. I'm counting it. 1v3. I'm giving it to him.
Worth.
Yeah. But now, you know, in your YKG, I believe they do have a spot right on the edge in zone, but excuse Titan Gaming, gonna have to be playing neighbors with you, and hopefully you're not gonna take too many casualties from them. But the zone shift, I mean, it's happening now, Dave. If you're looking at which team, what's your favorite spot in the zone right now to be?
YKG. Listen, they got the numbers advantage. Easy answer, but they also have a couple vehicles. I saw they got the bus in play. We saw how crucial the bus can be utilized as make your own cover as the zones continue to close up here. And I love these foothills that they're playing right now, too.
Yeah, while that was going on, though, Dave, Excuse was eliminated to Blue Zone. 7 points total for their name. And you know, that was a squad that I was kind of surprised they lived for so long. They did have a lot of engagements. We're a duo for the last 2 or 3 zones, but able to make it out themselves. But Mizex is now kind of the team that everyone's eyeing, having to play this edge field. I don't even know if you'd even call it a field. I guess a tree and a rock maybe on the south side. Not looking too good for Mizex's.
Another Tuesday night for me. And 1738, dead center, by the way. We were talking about the insurance policy early on.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be rooting for homie over there. Dead center. So Dauntless, Salty, last one alive. No health going out to the blue. Maybe intentional. You know, you don't want to feed the points. Dauntless going to be going out right there. We got 5 teams to go. A duo left for Butterfly Effect. Oh, and a solo. I take that back. Illusion going to be tossing some smoke saying, hey, Dark, I'm good, man. Come over here. But will Mizexis allow the revive here? Nate in the front line. We've seen Nasty Nate in the past with the grenades. Heat seeking missile. Nate putting in some work over here.
Yeah, I mean, he's opting for the M4, but look at this. I mean, it's not just this fight with them on the ridge just above him. There's also YKG you got to worry about. There's a Lotus solo that was spotted, but I don't believe he took any shots, so YKG might not even know that 1738's there, but...
Oh, Nate with the pre-fire trying to avoid the slugs from Illusion's DBS. Drop shot now. Beautiful Molotov right there to try to flush him out, but Nate is getting pieced up. Not only trying to take the fight right in front of him, but also SPG getting involved.
Yeah, I mean, that was my pick for the game. You know, SPG coming in hot, so to speak. Now, I do believe they do have the zone behind them, forcing these engagements on the edge. But, I mean, it's still anyone's game in my eyes, Dave.
Oh, running out of bullets right there. At the end, the reload, the DBS battle. And that's going to open this up for YKG. Still a trio alive here. They're able to push up just a little more within grenade range.
3v2. 2 Goliaths in the lobby. I believe it was 3rd and 4th place finishes in the qualifiers, so definitely around the same skill level, but they have nades of their own. It's not just YKG.
Oh, standing up. Okay. SBG, 9 eliminations here. Fate looking to make a play. Chico locked in here. No grenades, no Molotovs either.
Gonna have to make the magic happen now, and it looks like Chico's gonna be the one tested here. SBG making the push.
Chico hears the footsteps, already locked in on this position. The pre-fire from the squad mates hitting the hilltop right here. Gonna be keeping SBG back down below. It all comes down to this here, Enigma.
Yeah, but I'm hearing a Groza earlier on. YKG has the prominent position holding the center of it. SPG has to make the mad dash up. They have one smoke, but getting caught in the side. 1v3 situation, make it none. YKG, Dave, winner, winner, chicken dinner. I was feeling the SPG play, but YKG just playing it textbook, not getting a little too overzealous, crazy with it, coming out on top.
Still, great game for SPG. 9 eliminations, almost 2k damage done, but YKG staying alive to the very end, playing this one nice and slow. 9 eliminations themselves with 2.2k damage done. So a lot of damage for the top 2 teams here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, damage is a real part of saying, hey, you know, we weren't just gifted it. We had to take those engagements. And I want Taylor's opinion on it. When you see teams with those high sorts of damage numbers, do you feel like they were given it, or did they really have to come in and show out in the lobby to get those sorts of placements and eliminations?
I gotta show out, baby. You know, it was a center plane path. Everybody pretty much had free reign to go wherever they pleased to. Now, what happened after that? Well, it was anybody's guess, okay? And that's typically how BRs go. PUBG Mobile, no exception. I want to start off, though, right off the rip. And first off, there were 3 early contestants, 3 early massive battles. That was Lotus versus Dauntless. Zombie Boys joined into the mix a little bit after that. I'll talk about that later. SPG versus Black Mamba. But the big one was the C4 butterfly effect. Dave, this fight lasted, you said 6-7 minutes. I said several minutes, but I mean, honestly, nearly 10. It seemed like an eternity, probably one of the longest initials we have seen in Titan series.
Yeah, and honestly, kind of just going back to C4, this is their 2nd game in a row where they're forcing themselves to just lock horns with another team really early on and have to fight it out, right? And this is Miramar. There is so much terrain, so many areas to loot. I'm almost curious, like, how well C4 will do if they're able to have a relaxing start, you know, to kind of get things going here, get things flowing here. And I'm hoping that's what we'll see from C4 in game number 3.
I don't know, though. Is C4 relaxing? That just doesn't seem like it fits within their narrative, Enigma.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a big key part of their narrative is going to be what the map rotation is going to be like tonight. We're talking about 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and a Sandhawk. And if there's sort of performance like this where they take an early game engagement and either lose it or get third party, if it was on Sandhawk, it'd be great because it's only one time you're playing the map tonight. We're talking about Erangel and Miramar. That's 5 out of the 6 matches. And ending up like that, you know, bottom 4 teams essentially eliminated in the first zone or 2. It's not a good look at the start of the night.
Dave, Dauntless had so far to travel, then they had to travel once again, and Dauntless had such a great start, they ran into Zombie Boys and totally eliminated them, and honestly, their finish wasn't too bad either, but talk to me about their run and the struggles they had to endure.
Yeah, listen, Zombie Boys, I see what you're doing here, all right? Back-to-back 4 games for Zombie Boys, but honestly, the circles here, this match, oh my goodness, it was going hard south, hard north, and then centering on up for like 4 times in a row. So props to any squad that was able to really navigate the terrain, and for example, YKG, able to survive. You know, surviving was so important in this match just because you never knew where the zone would take us next.
That's right, YKG taking game number 2. And game number 1 wasn't too bad either, right? Number 3 in placement, 5 eliminations. They are highly consistent. They're playing very, very well. Another team that is playing very well is Lotus. Lotus has been highly consistent. 2nd place in game number 1. Not the most eliminations, but 4th place in game number 2. 6 eliminations, so a team to be watching out for. SPG, though, you went with them off the rip, Enigma, and I gotta say, they were so close to getting a victory. That 2nd game at least helps them out a little bit. You went with SPG. You gotta be happy with their performance. 9 eliminations.
Listen, okay, I wanted it to be first. I wanted to put my cap on and, you know, rub my crystal ball for the Wizard play, but, you know, 2nd place is good enough in my eyes. And 2 teams I'd actually like to shout out, not just 1, but 2, would be Mazexis and Excuse. They were teams that were making those mad dashes to the south when it was hard shifting just for it to pull back north. They dropped a few eliminations to their name. We could see it there. I mean, Mazexis in 5th and Excuse in 7th. The elimination points are there. Unfortunately, just that 5th, 6th zone range is still only going to get you that 1 or 2 placement points for the night.
Can't believe that. YKG 19 points, so impressive. I feel like they've been one of the biggest narratives in Titan series, whether it be Premier Finals or qualifiers. They finally get through where it matters most in game number 2. Probably going to be going up that leaderboard, Dave. You go down the list like, Enigma obviously just spoke about Mazex's, but Titan Gaming, another, I would like to say lackluster compared to what we're used to game coming out from them.
Yeah, you know what? Titan Gaming, I think they're being punished on their splits here tonight. I know we only got 2 games deep, but every time I look at the map, or when the map pops up, they're not grouped up. In the early game, I get it, you're looking for that loop, but we're starting to look at like the mid game, they're still playing separated, and even towards the late game, they're not playing as grouped up as I would like them to see. And I don't know if that's because they're feeling really confident because they wiped the floor of the lobby last time around, but I think when it comes to the remainder of tonight, I want to see them play as a unit a little more here.
YKG through consistency overtakes Mazexis, who was leading the charge after game number 1. Now YKG in first place. The drop off pretty severe from Mazexis to SBG. One team though that I want to point out is going to be number 8. That's Dauntless at 12 points. We look at 9 through 16, and then you go down the list. You got Strangers BD, Black Mamba, Zombie Boys there at the bottom. Why do I point out those 4 teams, Enigma? Those are the 4 teams for the race for PMSL qualifiers. Dauntless pretty much dominating all 3, Strangers, Black Mamba, and Zombie Boys.
Yeah, I mean, Dauntless as a squad has at least proven that they're able to take some sort of engagements. We got to remember as well, these other teams that are in the lobbies are going to be your competition in those PMSL qualifiers. So hopefully we can see Dauntless kind of take it up a notch a bit more and start aiming for that 3, 4, 5th place range, and even top 3. It's only the 2 games played so far in the night, but the other squads, they're going to need to start turning up and turning up fast with only 4 games remaining.
Yeah, my concern for Dauntless, or not for Dauntless, but more specifically Zombie Boys, is they were a team that ran into Dauntless. I mentioned off the initial, we had, 3 distinct battles, and one of those I thought was going to be, at least I thought, Lotus, versus Dauntless. Lotus, though, ended up actually staying put. Dauntless ended up leaving to get a better position on the zone at hand because those zones were absolutely crazy, but they did double back a little bit. When they doubled back, they ran into Zombie Boys. It was a very clean, concise, and clear fight for Dauntless. Zombie Boys just didn't put up the fight that we're used to, and they do like to be aggressive. Unfortunately, that moment, it didn't work out. Well, that's 2 games down. Our leaderboard is starting to shape up quite nicely. Again, chat, let us know, who do you think is going to win by the end of the night? Titan Gaming Love for sure coming in, but they're not looking too strong. Game 2 done. Game number 3 is going to be Sandhawk. When we come back, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
takes too long, but he hits the free fire on 2 players.
Oh my gosh, Ayala! Don't do it to him, Ayala! Don't do it to him! Happens, the magic happens! Mythic! Oh, from Naden gets the first.
Reload.
What an opening salvo!
Ooh,
Oh!
the beam, it's a 1v1.
Say peekaboo! 1 down, 3 to go. Ooh, this is gonna be zombie boys. They need a speech. They got 1. They're looking at 2.
Oh, this look good. Actually,
Oh.
look real good, baby.
And welcome back, everybody, to Season 4 Premier Finals. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. 2 maps down. And we're about to hop into our third map. Kind of the odd map in, right? The only time we're going to see Sandhawk tonight, yet it could very well change the momentum for several teams, much like it did in Challengers Finals. Let's bring in our other talent. This time around, it's going to be Power Bang joining us back into the mix. Enigma once again, back-to-back maps. PB, you're back. You just watched that map number 2. A lot of commentary taking place on the back end. What stood out to you?
Man, it's hard being off air sometimes. There was so much I wanted to say, and I got to give a massive shout out. I predicted them before the game. It was Butterfly Effect. I thought they were sunk early on, right? They got into that hour-and-a-half long fight with C4 Esports right in the center of the map, and man, I thought they were done. They were down to 3 members, seemingly pretty low on ammo, split. C4 had the upper edge. They get the dub in that fight after a long, hard-fought battle. But then it was on to the rotation, right? They made their way south. They had to battle for position, and the zones kept hard shifting back and forth. And they finally secured a spot, and I believe it came down to Dark at the end with that DBS, won a little head-to-head battle. They got up to 6 elim points and made a top 3 after that crazy start. So again, massive shout-out to Butterfly Effect on that one. They really caught my eye there.
Butterfly Effect looking great. I feel like this tournament, this broadcast has kind of followed the same flow of Challenger Finals just a couple of days ago, where we were so focused on the 4 teams that dropped down from the Premier Division and not really focused so much on the Challenger teams. But as the broadcast progressed, the Challenger team started to stand out more and more and more. Strangers BD, Lotus, right, who really started to excel and take off. And I think the same thing here. Butterfly Effect wasn't necessarily the biggest conversation, but now they're starting to become one. Mazexis was definitely a conversation, but more so about how bad they have been playing. But now they're the biggest talking point as they're in second place, YKG in first. Enigma, we have the stats before us. Mazexis leading in eliminations, but YKG, what have they done right to still lead on the leaderboard?
Well, I mean, the main part is just their qualifier sort of placements. They did have those extra bonus points, which I believe shot them up those 2 or 3 points ahead of Mazexis. But the stats, I mean, we can see here right now, Mazexis has the higher damage, have a bit more survival time. They're both making it into that late game when it comes to those wins and stuff like that. But the placements, all that sort of stuff, they each have 1 win. It's going to come down to which of these teams is able to keep that consistency going forward, whether it's placement or the elimination points.
Well, there it is, Mazexis versus YKG, a storyline that I'm sure is going to develop over the next 4 games. PB, you're back on the desk. We're hopping into map 3, Sandhawk. As I coined it at the beginning, it is the odd map out, the only time we're going to see this map tonight, potentially a momentum shifter. You followed the narrative during the Challenger Finals that, that odd map app was very well going to be, the standout map for somebody out there. Are you going to go for a wild card pick here and pick somebody we haven't seen yet?
I keep trying to do that, right? I want to give love to all of the teams participating. And last time I went with Butterfly Effect, right? They had that epic fight. They made top 3. So, again, massive shout-outs to them. I kind of was thinking YKG, though. I kind of mentioned it, and then they ended up winning. So now I'm like, oh, crap, I missed the boat. But let's go with YKG this time to run it back. They're playing really well today. We saw in that head-to-head graphic with Mazexis. They're making it to the end game. They've averaged second place so far today. So let's go with YKG here to take it on Sandhawk.
YKG, I think that's a fair pick. They're already in first. They want to continue to dominate the competition. Enigma, what about you?
Oh, it's my pick. Well, we're going a bit of a wild card here. We're going to go with Passion Fruit for Sandhawk.
Ooh. Passion Fruit. Okay, I like that. Passion Fruit. They're getting some love, a little bit of love tonight. Now they're getting all the love. Enigma, you went SBG, second place. Passion Fruit, potentially first place. It's always scary when you predict those wild cards. I never know what we're going to get. For me, I'm really going to go out there, and I'm going to go Bope Esports. They won Sandhawk during week number 3. They're going now back onto their home turf. I think Bope is looking to finally climb up those leaderboards. Currently 15th, just above Zombie Boys. I think Bope, this is where they start to become serious competitors. All right, well, here it is. Map number 3, our halfway point. Will this be a momentum shifter, or will the usual suspects, YKG, Mazexis, SBG, continue to dominate? Without further ado, let's hop into map number 3, Sandhawk, Enigma, Powerbait. Take it away.
Love to see it. Got the plane path coming in from the west here. Going to be going up towards Tatmok. And then, again, one of the popular drop spots here, Tatmok Paradise Resort. Obviously, boot camp right there in range. I want to see who rotates south here. With no in-hyper in the lobby right now, that Sami, Camp Charlie spread there that they normally go for, it's wide open. So I want to see which teams fill the gap here. But man, oh man, I like the pick, Enigma, of Passion Fruit. I really think it could be a random team that takes this one. It's not going to be one that finishes on the top of the leaderboards, albeit I did predict YKG here. So I like the shout of Passion Fruit.
Yeah, I mean, it's Sandhawk. Something's got to be random on this map. I mean, the 2 previous maps, the zones were pretty, up and down, south or north, whatever you'd want to call it. So for these teams, when you're coming off that backbone of, these zones tonight are kind of just not in our favor, you got to load into Sandhawk. I mean, you're kind of just still in that weird, icky mindset of, is our placement going to be good here? Are we going to leave it up to chance? Or are we going to try to take it in our own hands? But a team that has been taking these early engagements, it's actually not 2 teams, but 3 teams here in boot camp right now.
This is tough, man. C4 Esports, 3 games in a row now, has chosen to really scrap it out early. While the map's on the screen, though, I did mention that spot on the bottom of the map. It's YKG that's filled that void. So they're going to get that split drop down there, loot up, and start to rotate in. Again, with no in-hyper there, that is wide open terrain. But it has come down to boot camp. Black Mamba taken down on the exit. C4 picking up the elim there, and it does look like Bope is into it with Passion Fruit as well. Sixless eliminated, and Passion Fruit, your pick, not off to a hot start here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be blaming Taylor for that one. I mean, the Bope pick, we're going to be having a few words on the next break or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But, unfortunately, I hate to want to say it, but I think Black Mamba kind of just forgot that C4 dropped her as well. It wasn't just I believe Butterfly Effect in the center at the Lobster building. So kind of maybe a bit of a miscommunication or something like that going on with them being in zone. They do have a bit of time to play with, but these 3 teams, I mean, you're never wanting to get gridlocked in a city, especially on Sandhawk.
It's a tough one. It's really such a high-risk, high-reward play jumping into boot camp. Obviously, it's almost always going to be pretty advantageous position and a decent path to rotate out of the city, but it's always contested by usually another team, and in this case, we've got 2 extra teams there, so whoever comes out of boot camp is going to have a hard-fought battle there. So again, lots of teams scrapping it out early on. Black Mamba down to just 1 team member left, and of note here, Mazexis getting into it early as well here. They have lost a member, and they lost it to YKG. So YKG going head-to-head with the number 2 team, and number 1 getting the better of that first engagement.
Yeah, and Excuse is kind of keeping them in this sort of Pineland City drop spot while YKG is just up on that hillside. It actually looks like they're rotating off now, allowing Mazexis kind of rotate around, but you never really know when they leave. It's TPP, they have vehicles. Unless you hear that vehicle or see it directly move off, you're going to have to assume that there's a 3rd team looking down on you now. And unfortunately, I'm seeing on the map as well, Strangers BD, who lands west of boot camp across the river, coming in now for their piece of the cake in terms of points and eliminations in this boot camp fight. A lot of fighting going on early game, which I'm really surprised about, being that we had 12 returning Premier teams here from the qualifiers. It wasn't like Challengers PB where we're having, all these new teams thrown together. 12, if not 14 of these teams had
14
already,
with the 2 that came up,
played against each other.
Yeah, I feel like if anything, you've got Strangers BD, trying to figure things out along with the other, qualifier that's coming in from the Challenger League in Lotus. And right now, C4 again into it with Butterfly Effect. This time, getting a bit of revenge, but Jin goes down on the backside here. Scooby Snacks taking down another member, and it's Pain going down. Oh, man. Butterfly Effect for the second game in a row eliminate C4 early. They've got to feel good about that. 5 points in the elim column right now for Butterfly Effect, but only 2 members left alive. They're going to have to do the best they can to place high with just 2 members.
Yeah, and I mean, C4, they won the early game engagement. Again, 4 eliminations, just not being able to put the pieces together. And Butterfly Effect showing a bit of BM, which I like to see. Just, proving, hey, this drop spot is ours.
Absolutely. Really impressive stuff here, though, from Butterfly Effect. They do lose Illusion, paying quick on the, the counter there. But really impressive stuff, though, from Butterfly Effect. Some of the teams that have continued to be kind of middle-of-the-road teams, Butterfly Effect among them, Mezexis among them, they've really come to play tonight. Not only that, they've come out aggressive, which is really what needs to happen. They've got to kind of accumulate those elim points because, again, with esports only having 10 points for the chicken dinner in first place and second place only with 6 points, I mean, elims are so heavily weighted these days. So to see Mezexis, to see Butterfly Effect get off really early on with these elim points is absolutely massive. So again, shouts to them. And now we've got Excuse kind of looking down the barrel there in Pinon. Early on, kind of camping this out, we saw YKG crash and ultimately pick up an elim off of Mezexis and then immediately retreat. But now we've got Kai here chilling from Excuse, and we may see another fight break out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these Mezexis players are kind of just playing like little rats in the buildings and stuff like that. Not really trying to make too much noise, get a freebie on the squad of Excuse, because I believe it actually wasn't Mezexis giving a player over. They actually loaded in with only 3 players on the Sandhawk match. So I'm interested to see if they're able to win this sort of engagement. But, oh, man, Chronix having a read on Nate, getting the first knock. Mezexis now down to just 2 players. But Excuse, I think, kind of have an idea where Zuko's at.
You are right. They, for whatever reason, I saw 3 on the list, and they only came in with 3, and now they got 2. So, again, one of Mezexis' players getting eliminated just now. That was Nate, and that was Chronix taking him down. So, it looks like Excuse. They realized that, oh, wow.
Peekaboo.
Okay.
Oh.
They both took some major damage, but Zuko getting eliminated. Hey, you know what? You can't have a great game every time out. Mezexis, I'm sure they'll take their first 2 games every single time. If they had known in advance that's how it was going to go, but game 3 not going the way they would like it to.
Yeah, and you just kind of swung the door right open for the other teams. YKG, of course, being the team just above you, which they only were 2 or 3 points ahead, now having the possibility of making that gap even wider. And there's obviously the 3rd, 4th place teams. But this isn't the only fight that's fighting up here in the north at Cal. I believe it's not 2 or not 3, but 4 teams, it looks like, still kind of holding each other's hands in the blue zone.
Yeah, that's a tough place to be right now. Cal is often, contested, but not this heavily, especially once the zone has collapsed. I mean, the next circle will be moving in here in just a minute, and they still haven't figured out how they're going to rotate out of here. Will they have to finish the fight? It seems like that's the case, but Lotus playing gatekeeper, and they do get the knock on Rivas here. Zombie Boy's in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy left alive. There's 2 Lotus players close by. They have the shotgun v shotgun action, but the S12K, in my eyes, is not going to be doing as much work as the DBS. Now he comes for the swing, misses the first shot, lands the second. Unfortunately, only getting the 1. Lotus able to keep 2 players alive right at the same time as Bope opted to actually rotate back away. So great timing from Lotus. They're here with 6 eliminations to their name. Hopefully able to make it in the next zone shift. With Bope, the team that was kind of playing that spoiler outside, losing 2 players to their name with only 2 eliminations.
I got to say, we got to keep our eyes on Lotus. They're a bit of a dark horse, obviously coming up from the Challenger division, but they were shouted out at the top of the show as a team to watch tonight. 6 elims already in this game 3. That is going to put them tied for 3rd place right now overall. So they are definitely smelling victory right now. But again, it's all about how much damage can these players continue to do. Gara leading the charge here with just 2 players remaining and obviously a really late rotation in right now. They're going to absorb some more blue zone damage here. But finally, YKG on the rotation in, and they will be running into Excuse here shortly in all likelihood.
Yeah, and I mean, the interesting thing is whenever there's these sort of multi-team fights out of zone, it opens up dramatically the rotation paths that these teams have. I mean, when we looked at the map just a moment ago, Passion Fruit, they're a whole north side of them completely open. Both now just starting to get into the zone, but YKG on that far south side having to rotate in with a lot of these teams that were able to rotate around Painan. That fight going on with Mizexus not really taking as long as I thought it would. But most of these teams, you know, when there's these early game engagements, PB, I want your opinion on it. What do you do with those parts of the zone that are kind of up for grabs?
Yeah, it's really tough. I feel like the early game engagements, you really have to judge, like, okay, am I losing somebody early? Is there something where you just kind of back out and, head to the circle? But again, you want to lock down those solid positions. But like Cow up in the north like that, out in the blue zone, certainly a risk to try to fight that. You could see Bope, just bow out after losing a couple of people. They're like, listen, let's get to the circle. But really no team there making it out unscathed. You see Bope with a couple of points to their name. Lotus picks up 6, and obviously the Zombie Boys going out. Zombie Boys really need to get it going, so they had to kind of take that fight. They are only sitting at 1 point right now overall, last place on the leaderboard, so it's do or die time for them next game. If they don't get it going now, I don't see much hope for them kind of as the game goes on. But again, early on, couple teams choosing to take those fights and fight them to the finish. Mizexus among them, and now we're seeing Lotus kind of joining that group as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just that top 3 finish as well. It's all about if you're able to get into that PMSL slot, because Zombie Boys is one of those teams that is up for grabs and possibly getting that. It's not just these teams at the top. They already have secured their way into the PMSL qualifiers. There's these other teams that need to prove themselves, but we're going to have to put a note on that because it looks like YKG is now forcing the fight with Kai on Excuse.
Man, Fate really drug that out for quite a long time, and Excuse needed to get a knock on him. For some reason, they were not able to. YKG pretty slow on the support, but they do follow up with a grenade onto Kai to pick up an even trade here. Excuse down to just 3 members, and one of YKG's eliminated. Fate able to back off, heal up, and now Chronix assumes the position here right next to Kai. And it looks like Fate is coming back for more, and he picks up the shotgun blast Elim.
Yeah, and I mean, Fate, huge 1v1 there. He prevents the reset going off on the rock. The last 2 members of Excuse are farther back on the hill, allowing yourself to kind of regroup and make that extra push. But Matt now, there was still a Mizexus player alive, PB, backstabbing both of Excuse. So now Excuse, they were kind of in a decent spot for the fight, going out with just 3 elimination points, and Mizexus still being alive.
I love it. Quan made it out of that fight earlier from Mizexus. He was the only one to escape Painan. He's able to pick up some points, so you love to see it. YKG, not happy, and they're like, you know what? We're going to go get this guy, and their vehicles have been one of their best weapons. They've gotten multiple runovers today, and they're looking for more here. Quan sitting in the blue zone. This 4th circle starting to set in, and he's going to be trying to get to zone, but YKG has the angles, and I don't see him making it out of this alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a matter of time. We're hearing some nades kind of drop next to him. Fade's got the angle. The zone's not going to do too much damage to you. So Mizexus, as a trio, they do pick up 2 elimination points, 0 placements going out in 13th. But, if you're kind of sitting there, like maybe if we had 4, we could have played it differently. Just kind of a hard spot, in my opinion, for the Mizexus squad.
Really is. We take a quick peek at the battle tracker on the right now. Or let's check a replay, too. We'll do that. Check out the fight here at Kai. Oh. He takes down the front runner from YKG, gets Chico. The quick flush here, but the grenade saves the day for YKG. They're able to run it back, and the vehicles watches they roll through here. It's quite funny. They actually get a bunch of runovers. YKG wins the fight, walks away with 3 points. But anyway, checking the battle tracker once again. Butterfly Effect and Lotus sitting at 5 and 6 elims. So again, big points, but very short-handed right now. So I'm going to be watching them to see if either of those teams can get any more points as this game goes on.
Well, looks like Kubi just got 1 knockdown. Actually, they're both going to be eliminated from downtown from the Dauntless players. So nice elimination points picked up from Salty. But looking on the right side, a lot of these teams, they took these early engagements, whether they won the fight or not. So many of them down to just solos, a lot of trios. Passion Fruit being one of those teams, I thought they were in a prime position. No one on this eastern side. Not sure what happened, but Dauntless, kind of playing spoiler for the squad, leaving it down to just Juancho to make some points happen here.
Absolutely. It's a great shout. Dauntless already with 3 elims on the board right now. Remember, they're competing with 3 other teams to qualify for the PMSL qualifiers in 2024. Black Mamba, the other team, they're down to just 1 member left and no elims. The other 2 are Strangers BD that does have a full squad, but no elims just yet. And Zombie Boys is the 4th team who has been eliminated with 1 elim. So again, Klaus and the Dauntless crew continuing to put distance between the other squads competing for that PMSL qualifier spot. And now we'll turn our attention to Extreme Slayers versus Titan Gaming. Titan Gaming with all kinds of angles looking down on these guys.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't even look like a fight. Titan Gaming with 3. Crow knows exactly where the 4th player is. Titan Gaming actually having no knocks to their name on the squad. Of course, right as I say that, Baton getting a bit of a third party, I believe, by SBG coming in from the north side. So might be an opportune point for SBG to kind of get themselves points on the board after this fight. But, you know, if you're Titan Gaming, you're in this spot where you just want to fight, but losing a player instantly, do you think that's a bit of a mistake on the squad? Or maybe it's him trying to salvage a play? I'm not sure what the play was there for the last Titan Gaming member.
It's tough. You know, it looked like he was kind of covering the rear and got caught by another squad perhaps. But Titan had a clean push. Otherwise, they made quick work of Extreme Slayers. And Extreme Slayers has been challenging for the upper half of that leaderboard. Again, looking at those top 3 spots. But they're out with 0 points right now, which is a big deal. And Titan Gaming, again, with 4 elims, they haven't had the best day, but they're doing enough to stay in the conversation, which means that a strong performance, 1 chicken dinner, something is going to have them right there. And as we take a peek here, it's YKG crashing onto Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades trying to hold them off, but I gotta take a quick note at Strangers BD is sitting on the sidelines right now. They're one of 2 squads right now with a full team. So Strangers, I'm looking at them to third party this or potentially get in on the action. We'll see if they actually do that or if they're just trying to hang on, trying to secure their spots at PMSL.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the time it's going to come down to if the squad's comfortable in taking these third-party actions. And they're the team on this western side, kind of in that swamp below YKG's fight and stuff like that. We could see it just on the map in the top right corner. But if I'm Ace of Spades, you got to really be careful. If you don't know that this is YKG, the fight itself, you might be biting off more than you can chew because it is 2 players of YKG. This is the squad that is top fragging, but if you don't take the time now, the zone's going to be eating away at you. Now it's just down to 24K in the building.
Absolutely. I thought he was going to crawl into that fire right there. YKG has fate doubted. I was like, oh no, this is tough. Good shots here though. 24K responds and he connects again, but it's not enough to finish the job. Ace of Spades eliminates YKG just outside of rank points in 9th place.
Yeah, I mean, if that 1-shot connection was a knock, we did see at the beginning it was a team frag nade onto Kiddo. So definitely a possibility for 24K to pull a 1v3 out of a hat. Unfortunately, not the case, getting the player down to just 1 HP. But a lot of these players, you know, these teams opted for these early engagements. A lot of this zone is pretty much free still, PB. Everyone's kind of holding hands on the edge of zone here, or just kind of gatekeeping each other to pop a blue, waiting for everyone to die the blue zone.
Here comes the crash. SBG finally coming in from the north, trying to secure their position in this circle. Strangers BD, this is their opportunity, right? They have to get some momentum going. They have to score some points. Again, one of 6 squads remaining, and the one of 2 with a full squad right now, the other being SBG. But this is Strangers' opportunity to capitalize with all of the other competitors that they're up against. They're out of the lobby right now. So this is their chance to catch up and put some distance between them. Bope eliminated now in 6th place. We're down to our top 5.
Yeah, I mean, one of those 5 teams is Passion Fruit. They still have a chance, you know, my pick of getting the win out on Sandhawk. It's definitely not likely, in my opinion, but, you know, still a chance. It is Juancho being the player left alive on the east side, but the zone shift happens, PB. It goes south. Titan Gaming is going to have to make a move with SPG overwatching them.
That's going to be a tough move for Titan Gaming to rotate in, especially with just 2 players left and a full squad, like literally looking down on them. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. We'll see if that's the case or not. I'm really eager to take a peek at the Strangers BD push into Ace of Spades right now, because Ace of Spades, the only team in the zone, and they're holding the entire thing. They've got a great triangle developed right now. And we'll see if they're able to hold off these teams that are all trying to rotate in. Titan Gaming getting the business into that one. Snow taking them down from up the hill. They're going to leave him to bleed out. And we'll see if they're able to get a revive off or not. And Ace of Spades unable to defend, it looks like. Their first member has been taken down.
Yeah, I mean, Kiddo does get a return knock, I believe, on one of the more Western players. But Ace of Spades, this is a squad that's proven a lot of us wrong for the most part, kind of showing up and dropping a few eliminations each match. Now here's the opportunity for them to finish in that top 3 placement. They can clean up this fight quick with Strangers BD. But for this squad, you know, they're a 3-man. You're needing to get the reset. I almost think that they just kind of reset and wait for the next zone shift to happen. You let Strangers BD live on this Western side.
Yeah, I think that's the call. That's a smart play there for sure. And, you know, honestly, we talked a little bit about this being SPG, or not SPG, but Strangers' opportunity. It's SPG's opportunity as well. They're sitting in 3rd place overall right now. They've already racked up 7 elims. They're sitting in the top 4. And we got a full squad left. So we are zooming around. They get the run over. And now for the finish onto Revenge. They get it. Strangers BD just with 1 player left. It's Flash God.
Yeah, and I mean, he's 1 HP. I don't even know if he has meds. Maybe he doesn't want to give a sound cue off, but 9 seconds left on the zone. You're going to have to move at some point. Oh, he doesn't get knocked instantly. Flash God goes for the shots, but does get eliminated out. SBG getting the elimination point. Unfortunately, Strangers BD only having 1 elimination in that 4th place going out. And now our eyes are all turned on to Ace here. Ace of Spades trio. They went for that reset. Now forced to find a spot in the next zone.
You know, getting number 4 is huge for them. It's not massive points, but it's some points, and that's enough to close the gap perhaps a little bit onto Dauntless. But now we turn our attention to the top 2. It's Ace of Spades versus SPG in a 3v3. Kiddo with the nades. They're coming in. Will it land?
Ooh.
It does. He takes down Robs, and now we've got a 3v2 situation.
Yeah, but big teammate Nate. I mean, I think it's a 1v1 now, PB. It's just Arya against Kiddo. DBS v DBS action here, maybe. Both of them 1 HP, and I don't know who won it. I think it was
Ace of Spades.
Wow. Winners.
Holy cow. Ace of Spades taking home the winner chicken dinner. Taylor Reflections Noble on the desk. Gotta be happy with this one. He's been pumping the Ace of Spades squad from the beginning. These guys are absolutely crushing it, so really nice job to them. They've got to be sniffing the top 3 now, Ace of Spades. They've got to be right in it. But again, we saw big performance from SPG there with a lot of elims and a 2nd place finish. They were already sitting in 3rd, so that may be enough to jump over Mazexis. Will it be enough to jump over YKG, though? As YKG did go out in 9th place there. Got a few elims, so again, we'll have to stay tuned. I would love to call Taylor back to the desk here and see... Dude, what are you thinking of Ace of Spades? Are you some kind of genius over there? I don't think anybody was looking at them, but you pumped them hard, and I called your bluff. And
yeah,
your bluff has worked.
Yeah, you and Dave called my bluff, right? You know, it's not that you guys didn't believe in Ace of Spades. Just given their past performance, it's hard to believe that they can, you know, perform well today. Most likely middle of the pack as they typically have been. But Ace of Spades, again, it's all about that week number 3 performance. They showed that they looked really strong. Now, what does surprise me is this was on Sandhawk, a map where Ace of Spades did not perform that well on after the final week, so week number 3 of the qualifiers. So for them to not come through and win, where I thought their strongest was going to be Erangel as well as Miramar, speaks volumes about what they could potentially do on the back half of the games as we go into Erangel, Miramar, and then back into Erangel to finish off. Great stuff, though, overall, but let's touch on what wasn't so great Enigma. C4, Mazexis, YKG, earlier exits than they wanted or lower points than they wanted, which kind of hurts them, right? Given the fact that C4, returning champion Mazexis, was in 2nd place. YKG was in 1st, and SPG looking like the new frontrunner to take 1st from them.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, my eyes are mostly going to be on that Mazexis squad. You loaded in as a 3-man. You kind of should be expecting, if you're ever going to fight someone off drop, you're probably going to be losing that 9 out of 10 times. And we did see, you know, 2 of the players did get finished out immediately. Juan was able to kind of snake in and get himself a few points. Nothing really to ride home about. But C4, I mean, that's another squad. You said it perfectly. Kind of went out too early. They keep winning these engagements in my eyes, but it's not just one squad. There's always another squad that comes in and just backstabs them and just ruins their day.
It does, and that's gotta hurt them. You know, now backstab or not, I think it's been a reoccurring theme throughout even the qualifier weeks. You can maybe even take a look at challengers, PB, where C4 would get challenged off the rip. They're the top dogs. Everybody is gunning for them.
Yeah.
It seems like they are, and C4 has not made it out of those, man. They're choosing to fight early. I think they've got to, maybe take a beat, find some loot and get some momentum, going. I feel like they're going out in the first 5 to 10 minutes of every game, if not sooner. And, man, that can't be what they like right now. Every other squad is gotten to play for a little bit longer, get more comfortable, and, that's not what C4 is hoping for. I will say, at this point, they've got to be sitting, near the bottom of the tables, right? Like single digits, perhaps. And, that's got to be do or die time now as we move into the second half of tonight's games.
Well, Ace of Spades getting a nice victory. 9 eliminations should hopefully push them up the leaderboard a little bit more. Going into the game number 3, they were in 10th place. They only had secured 8 points, but plenty of points going to be going their way, 19 to be exact. Won't take them to first, but definitely starts that narrative that Lotus had in the Challenger Finals, where game number 3, they were, kind of looking middle of the pack. After game 3, they started to look like a serious threat. Now, SBG, though, Enigma, you went with them as your prediction. In game number 2, they fell just a bit short in second place. And then in game number 3, again, where do they find themselves? Second place. This is another roster that should be jumping up the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad I've eyed from the get-go, I guess you could say, of these sort of qualifiers for Premier and stuff like that. They didn't really have those many crazy wins and stuff like that, but as a squad, they've been able to show up with a lot of eliminations in spots where I don't see too many people doing the same thing. Only teams that really come to mind that could really match SBG would be Titan Gaming and maybe YKG. These other squads, I think it's more just a broke clock is right twice a day or something. Like Ace of Spades, I'm calling you out on this one, okay? Even though they finished first, I think it's just if you guess the same team long enough, it's bound to happen at some point.
Well, there's the match results for game number 3. Now let's take a look at our overall standings after 3 games total, 1 through 8. PB, this is what we're looking at.
Oh, baby, we've got ourselves a tie. YKG has been caught by SBG, and I will say, how important was that final fight between SBG and Ace of Spades? The chicken dinner there, it ends up being a tiebreaker for both teams. SBG is losing the tiebreaker now to YKG because YKG has the earlier chicken dinner, and Ace of Spades has vaulted over Titan Gaming because they do have the chicken dinner in their back pocket. So again, Mazex is holding on for dear life at third place, but SPG, does anybody know what SPG stands for? Like in my head, I'm thinking super bendy guys or something like that. Like what is SPG? Somebody tell me in the chat. But YKG, really, really dominant so far, sitting on top of the tables. They're searching for that second chicken dinner though.
Searching for it hard, aren't they, man? YKG, they want to stay up there, but like you said, they've been challenged. SPG, though, looking to really take over everything and surprise everyone. A team that we didn't necessarily cover, but they're going to make us punish, or they're going to make us pay for it. Now, 9 through 16, we take a look at Dauntless Enigma, who has 17 points, but going down the list just a little bit lower, you got Strangers, Black Mamba, and Zombie Boys all in order. Dauntless still holds the lead and is still the closest to the PMSL spot. However, Strangers is making a decent run to potentially catch up.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking only a 9-point difference. I understand that we've played half the matches tonight, 3 of them being completed. But for these squads, it's still do or die time. You need to show up. It's not like you're in that top 3 range while everyone's on this lower half. All 4 of these teams gunning for that PMSL slot, unfortunately, find themselves kind of elbow to elbow with each other. And, you know, in my eyes, I'm still not really too comfortable with the style of play from these teams coming into these last 3 matches.
So let's talk about the last 3 matches, PB, because it's going to be coming quick. And one team that I want to hone in on that I've kind of been trying to build this narrative and built the narrative themselves during the Challengers Finals was Team Lotus. Now, Lotus doesn't necessarily have the best of, placings, but they're in 6th place. They've still made it top 8, which is impressive given the fact they were in Challengers just a little bit ago. But what has impressed me today about Lotus has been their placings. They seem pretty consistent in placing within that top 8 position. Where are they lacking that is holding them back from breaking into top 3?
Honestly, they've been not shy about taking fights, and unfortunately, they're just losing too many people early on, right? Like, they're getting those elim points and putting them in the column, which is great, but they're not able to challenge for the chicken dinner later on in the game. They've been okay. They've been making it up the table a little bit, and the one thing that's interesting when we talk about Lotus is that they are just outside of the top 3 points-wise, right? They're sitting in 6th place overall. They've got 24 points, but if they were to, be at 27, they might be in 4th place, So they're right there. They don't have much further to go, but if you look at like the likes of Ace of Spades and SPG having big games as well, that kind of jumped them over. So all of the top of the leaderboard right now, very condensed. Anyone can still show out and have a great game. And even at the bottom of the tables as well, when you're looking at the race for PMSL, you've got Dauntless and Strangers and all that. Those teams are only 9 points apart. So somebody just needs to do good instead of doing not so good, and they're going to be in, right? Like, so we'll see what happens kind of moving forward.
That's the difference, right? Hey, do a good job. Don't do a bad job. And, well, you'll do a good job overall if that's the case. I like that, PB. Enigma.
Just don't die.
Is competitive. Just simply don't die and hit your shots, okay? It's really that easy. Why can't kickers just, kick properly? Yeah. I don't know, that's a discussion for another time, okay, Ninja? Either way, though, Titan Gaming, number 5, all right? Enigma coming into today. That's all we can pretty much talk about outside of C4 looking to reclaim their throne. Titan Gaming has been very quiet. Why is that?
I think it's more so just that sort of bonus point, karma or something like that. And, they're having good points and damage and stuff like that. But if you're looking at stats like YKG or SPG, they're showing up on some matches. These matches where, you're getting 4th or 5th place, you're getting a few elimination points. That's nice. That should be the standard. But you also need to be able to show up like how PB said earlier with the full squad and be able to perform for that chicken dinner.
We talked a little bit earlier, reflections on Titan, and you had mentioned they're kind of split, and I think Dave pointed that out. Yeah. That was an interesting stat there, that they don't have any revives today. So when they're getting knocked, they're losing that player, essentially. And so that's a really big thing that they've got to correct, is grouping up. And when somebody gets knocked, they've got to find a way to pick those guys back up instead of being in the 2v4s towards the end of the game where we saw them up against SPG last time, just getting rained down on from above. If they're 4v4 there, it's a different story, I think, because they do have the gun skill to win those fights.
And I think the same applies for every team that gets knocked. You want to get that finish as quickly as possible. But I have noticed that when a C4 member gets dropped or a Titan member gets dropped, that finish comes quickly. They understand who they're going against. They respect the power that they've represented in the past. So Titan, C4, it's very hard to get those revives because, again, when you're the top dogs, any team that goes against you and they know that they drop you, they want to finish you quickly because they want to be like, hey, respect, we dropped you. Hey, you need to be watching out for us in the future. So Titan Gaming, just going to be hard for them. Bottom line, they were the top dogs coming in, much like C4, and today they've been punished over and over and over again. But 3 more games to go. Enigma, let's go to you, man, because honestly, I'm loving your predictions, dude. Passion Fruit was rock solid, I think, after game number 3. SPG's been incredible. Are you going to throw out another random wild card, or are you going to go with the 2 that's been working so far?
I don't know about wild card pick, but we're going to go with Titan Gaming on this 4th match. They've been kind of quiet.
Given their performance
they've
now.
been kind of quiet. We all know they've been a little lackluster. Maybe it's the bonus points, but I'm hoping they're kind of able to break that sort of bonus point curse that's been in the Titan series.
All right, Titan Gaming. I think it's a bit of a wild card now. PB, what about you, real quick?
I'm gonna say Lotus is gonna fix their early game trades, and they're gonna take this chicken dinner home and make it interesting at the top of the tables.
That's a fun pick. For me, I'm going Mazexis. They started off with 14 eliminations on Erangel along with the victory. They're going back to their homeland, and they're looking to once again be at the top, or at least hold on to what they got. Erangel, map number 4. Can't wait to get it started, so let's get it started. It's going to be Hot Jukes and Dave. Boys, take it away.
Let's go, baby. Here we go. Back to good old Erangel. What's up, Dave? How are you feeling as we get ready for the second half here in the Premier Division?
Hey, I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. I don't know about some of these teams, though. I'm talking PUBG Mobile Super League qualifier spot. Imagine being able to snag that with only 17 points. Dauntless right now, right? So, Zombie Boys, Strangers BD, Black Mamba, we need you to do something. It's time to start doing it here, Hot Jukes.
I mean, they're doing a whole lot of nothing right now, I'll tell you that. Look at that, 15th place, 16th place. Zombie Boys, bro. That's your squad, Dave. That's your squad. Only 2 points. What are they doing?
Not getting points, Hot Jukes. That's what I'm saying. It's time to do something. Now's the game. One chicken dinner, that will catapult them up the leaderboard. When it comes to fighting those teams for the PUBG Mobile Super League qualifier spot. That's all it takes. But we're winding down the night. We don't have many games left, so it's do or die time right now, baby.
All right, well, let's see if they can get it done right here and then. I mean, right now, the point spread isn't too bad, right? They can still do it if they just win one good game. Yeah, one good game is all it takes. It's going to be tough, though, because, I mean, these teams at the top of the tables definitely put in that work. Good to see YKG finally start stepping it up. It's been about time, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, YKG definitely starting to be one of those teams that are going to be at the headlines, you know, a headline team. Once again, like we saw in the past, and I know we chatted about it in the pre-show, kind of Joey swapping the IGL role. I think it's so important. It's an important storyline when looking at YKG in particular, because now Joey's just free to just pop off here, and you got Faye in the back lines making the call, and Joey has been doing a solid job here this season in the Titan series.
Hey, that's what it's all about. I think, you know, when it comes to like different roles and stuff like that, I think it's all about just optimizing your biggest strengths, right? And if Joey, I mean, we know this guy can frag out. We've seen it so many times before. He has the experience, so just give him room to breathe, right? Let him run. Let him run. And I'm excited to see that change has been made, because, I mean, something was definitely missing after what we saw their big performance before in PMPL. So now I'm so glad that we get to get a good, solid peek of them here in the Titan series, because, man, there's some chatter on the line here too, Dave.
Ooh, baby. Yes, there is. And talking about letting them run, Ace of Spades running away right now. This is North Georgia pool, by the way. It's going to be Ace of Spades and YKG. Who would have guessed that these two teams would be locking horns? 24K, though, in a potential 1v2 situation. Molotov in hand. Letting it cook. Getting ready to toss that one out.
Ooh, okay.
Ace of Spades have been doing a solid job here tonight. Reflections pointing that out in the pre-show, and I was like, what are you talking about? But no, they've been performing as well here this evening.
Okay. All right. I like to see that. You know, I like to see them putting some of that work. One other team that I want to see that's not had the best start, Passion Fruit. Passion Fruit's one of those teams I got my eyes on, so I want to see them start putting in some of that work here soon. But meanwhile, look at that Ace of Spades, YKG right next to each other. You got 24K just up there on the stairs, just holding it. Hold it for now. First knock though has been done, and it's on to Chico. It's gonna be a interesting one. Oh, and Chico's gonna get thirsted here most likely. Oh, he's hurt.
24K had like yeah, 24K didn't really have a good weapon. I think like a Car 98 too right there. So very awkward fight that YKG find themselves in. It's going to be up to Fate right here. Let's see what they can accomplish with the DBS, because 24K instantly flushed out right there. Chico is going to be bleeding out as well. But I do believe squad mates are trying to pile up here. They'll pick up Chico once again.
Let's see what's going to happen here. So it looks like YKG is going to commit to this fight.
You got to.
Maybe Fates is trying to take off, but he's just kind of stuck in a really bad spot. I think at this point, you kind of just take the money and run here if you're YKG. You have plenty of time to be able to get away from this, but they're committing.
Let's see what they can do here. Remember, YKG currently tied for that first place spot here with SBG, 41 points. So if they get taken out early here, they're definitely going to be losing that to either SBG or Mazexis. Maybe even Ace of Spades if they continue their run here this evening. Ace of Spades currently in 4th place overall in the leaderboard. So this fight, though, definitely a huge come up for SBG, though. Even though YKG are still alive, they lost a member here early on.
Yeah, they did.
Your Hot Jukes.
I wonder what they're thinking right now, because, you know, they did lose a member early. Ace of Spades is in 4th place. They know who it is, right? Especially after losing that player. So I wonder if they're just saying, hey, you know what? It's Ace of Spades. I think we could still take them 3v4. Let's just kind of annoy them here a little bit. It's interesting. Yeah. It's an interesting concept for sure.
Well, not only that, they're in North Georgia pool. You know, like, what a spot. And we saw circle number 1 is on the opposite side of this map. So obviously, circle 1 is not going to hurt too much, but it's always in the back of your mind, you know, like how much time do you actually have to invest in this fight here? And it looks like, well, YKG are just going to be planting their flag here.
They could be here for quite a long time. So they're not really stressing when it comes to that, at least position-wise. But I just think they're just trying to get some revenge here. And this is kind of like the great part about being so high up on the leaderboards, right? You have the ability to just kind of hang back, say, we could take a fight if we want to. We could afford it. So it's not necessarily a terrible play. I think that if they were like in, 5th, 6th place, I think we would have seen them gone by now for sure. But since where they're sitting right now is pretty nice and safe, I think they're just going to hang out, try to see if they can make a play.
All these players just kind of waiting to see if their opponents make a mistake here.
They're not gonna. It's
Any
interesting.
little angle.
Yeah,
Utility's low on both
this.
ends too. Like no Molotovs, no grenades. Just gonna come down to raw gun skill and who sees who first here.
There you go. Just a lot of hurry up and wait. That's what we're seeing right now. And all right. You can see YKG trying to play as quiet as possible. Just looking, like you said, for Ace to make a mistake. I'm surprised we're not seeing Ace take a little bit more aggression here, considering they're 4v3. If they just play it tight, nice and tight, they should be able to get catch them off guard. But look at that, both butterfly effect, real close to each other over here near Potato Hill.
Yeah, I think Dark was looking at Scout and didn't know Jericho was over here, and Jericho popping up as Dark looks to pull away here. But Dark hitting some shots with the M4. So, yeah, we'll keep tabs on that fight. Everybody in the chat, by the way, YKG versus Ace of Spades. That's a huge fight, but it looks like both teams just kind of waiting to see who makes the first move happen. Meanwhile, Butterfly Effect out here making actual moves here, Hot Jukes.
Not a bad place to be in this circle. I mean, it's still only stage 1, right? So you can just see they're just trying to, maybe catch somebody slipping, get a couple points on the board. Looks like Extreme Slayers are going to catch Bope out. Two players of Bope. That's going to hurt. And we're back.
Here we go.
Here we go. Here comes Ace.
Moves. Looks like one of the players from YKG already on their knees, bleeding out. Fate Chico still going to be active and alive here. Ace of Spades, this player looking to wrap around here. Yeah, nice little shot off on Fate with the DBS. Is aware of Chico's position as well. So YKG somewhat separated right now, the duo that's still alive.
That's a terrible spot for Fate. Yeah, it's a terrible spot to be in. Not much you can do there, but Chico gets a nice knock. Okay, that's one. A couple of free fires there, not able to catch anybody yet. Oh, I thought that was a headshot for sure. Chico getting chunked down though. Stuck with only one bandage left.
Got him.
Gets another.
Hello.
He eats a shot too, and they're in the blue zone. This is stage 1, so they can't afford to eat some blue, but I don't think either of them have any heals at all. So they really kind of gotta get this fight done sooner rather than later.
Kiddo on the rooftop. I'm looking for Kiddo to make a move,
reload.
man, because right now Fate inside the first story building looking to flush out. Yep, getting the flush right there. Kiddo still kind of just waiting up there. And it comes down to like experience, you can kind of tell who has the more experience here. Chico with the pre-fire through the windows, like been in this situation before.
Oh my God!
Fate with the lean peak DVS, how the tables have turned right now. And look who's the last one alive, Kiddo.
It's gonna hurt Ace a lot more than it's gonna hurt YKG, because YKG's on top with 41 points. Ace in 4th with 27. Not a good situation for them, and the timing was tough as well. Because, yeah, the zone is on the side, but, I mean, I'm surprised that they didn't hurry this fight up a little bit quicker or just leave. But, man, I got a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, well, let's see who makes the first mistake here because, yeah, YKG have a duo, but Kiddo has that DBS, right? So you don't want to walk into that one.
Wow.
Chico baiting out those shots right there. Peeking with
Trying to
the
get that
angle. Looks like
going.
Kiddo's looking to make a move happen here. So a quick tap and run away.
Yeah, well, YKG aren't going nowhere. They're going to wait until he is completely thirsted. So, here we go. Chico baiting out those shots with that DBS. They need to go at the same time, but the DBS is so dangerous. That's why you see YKG hesitating so much.
Especially in the stairs, too. So it's either going to be YKG taking out Kiddo or the blue zone. Kiddo does have some meds to work with. Chico and Fate working together right there to wipe out Ace of Spades here. 4 eliminations. Another long, early game drawn out fight here. YKG coming out on top.
There they go. Ace of Spades out of there. So, man, tough start. That's for sure. I know that some people on the desk were hoping Ace of Spades could pop off here, but that is how we're gonna get going. Meanwhile, let's look at the great rotation, the great migration from all these other teams. Mazexis trying to find a spot over here, maybe even possibly heading towards Mansion.
Yeah, it looks like Mazexis were actually sending towards Passion Fruit. Might have spotted a vehicle quickly, busting a right-hand turn just in time. But up here, the Passion Fruit position on the hilltop. They'll be taking shots downrange on Lotus Esports, one of the teams that qualified through the Challenger qualifiers, actually. They're doing okay here tonight. Could be doing a little better. Currently in 6th place overall.
That's really good.
Yeah, really good.
Especially with all the teams that are right below them. So, I mean, a heck of a start here. I mean, we did see definitely them do pretty well in that challenge finals. So, hoping to get a repeat here. I mean, heck, where they're at on the leaderboards, one good game, we'll see them top 3 pretty quickly here.
Let me ask you this, Hot Jukes.
Go ahead.
Little lull moment. C4, would you have guessed 12th place right now?
Yes, 100%.
Tell me the truth, though. 12th
I
place?
guessed it 3 weeks ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
C4 sucks. Look.
It's
I
gonna
like
be
to
a challenge.
I like to challenge C4, okay? Because the more trash I talk about C4, the better they do.
The
You know what I'm
stronger they
saying?
get.
That's right. That's right. So C4, you guys suck. There's no possible way you're gonna come back and get first place. Okay, you hear me? It's impossible.
That's what you said this week during Challenger Finals, and then they ended up in 1st place. So I like where you're going with this, and I think it's a cool storyline to follow because they are struggling here tonight, but they are a team that's known to ramp it up as the night progresses, and these are our champions here. When we look at the Titan series, they've won multiple times here during the finals, so it's definitely a team to beat and a team to watch. And I know a lot of people are kind of expecting Titan Gaming to kind of be up there at the top as well. Yeah, they're in 5th place, but they're still not dominating, right? Which we saw during the actual Premier League. So we got a couple squads here who a lot of people had high expectations for, but other teams are just doing better than them here tonight.
It'd be like that, especially with a one-day tournament. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never know how the cookie's gonna crumble, if I say so myself. You know, so you got to make sure that you're able to shake it off. I think that's the most important thing, right? Because this could be just a bad day for you, right? So how do you accept that? All right, we just had a horrible first half, and I'm talking about UC4, and the way you accept it is by pushing onto butterfly effect. This is a ridiculous push right here, but it looks like they may have realized that there was a player out of position. That nade from Kubi misses the mark, and somehow C4 survives this. They're gonna blow up that buggy.
C4 is still alive. Bonnie in the back lines, though. I want to see Bonnie kind of group up, but I know they're going to be holding this angle, pretty much allowing C4 to have this whole side of the compounds to work with when they do look to push up here. There comes Jen, AKM, bolting on in through the window, cooking a grenade. Let's see, can we toss it? Can we land it onto Kubi and Dark here? Try to open up this
Molly
push.
up top. Yeah, nice one there. So they do have zombie boys across the side here. Oh, actually, it's Excuse too on the other end. Oh, yeah. Okay, they got to really be careful. Kubi did eat that Molotov, but he ate it pretty well, so he's not really stressing anything out right now. But honestly, if you're C4, you have to cease fire. Like, you really have to cease fire here because you're going to get third-partied. And the zone heads south, too. That makes things that much more difficult.
These zones have been something else here. I mean, that's a storyline in its own right here tonight during the finals. Looks like Bonnie did pull up to the teammates in the smokes. Oh, there we go. Bonnie with a nice grenade onto Dark, looking for the follow-up. Kubi trying to get the revive, but Kubi catching a lot of damage right there. About 2 HP, actually, after the Bonnie grenades.
Well, here they go. DBS is out, and here goes the push on the butterfly effect, and they finish them off. So, I mean, this is where I think C4 really is at their best, right? When they're really just kind of heading into crazy fights or super early game. I think a lot of top teams would avoid this altogether, especially knowing that a zone shift is coming. But C4 is just like, nah, we're going to push you. We're going to catch you off guard and take you out. And that's what they did. They did lose one, so that's kind of tough. Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, this is where they get most of their points from.
Yeah, let's see what C4 can continue to do here. They are going to have to relocate and send it in this general area that we are currently looking at. Lotus just trying to thread the needle between Extreme Slayers and Excuse here. And I also believe Passion Fruit's got a couple licks on their rotate as well. So Lotus Esports just straight up sending it right now on into Milta.
And they made it there.
So close.
Kai. Yeah, Kai getting shot. Oh, and God! Chronic said, no, my friend.
Not my Kai.
Not my Kai. Oh, he out of there. So he's going to go ahead and throw that smoke down, pick up his loot as a good teammate would. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
Real quick. And get a hold down at that building right there next to the warehouse. Meanwhile, yeah, Lotus is really set up here in Milta. Still a lot of teams. They're going to have to go ahead and start making this rotation down south pretty quick.
Yeah, love the spot. actually surprised Lotus were able to make this push because they were just sending it through multiple teams here, all shooting at their vehicles. So hopefully the zones continue to favor them and they can rack up some points here. Maybe some elimination points. Titan Gaming up there in the wood mill as well on the high ground. So they got free reign, in my opinion, in the north for the time being. Nobody really near them right now. Mazex is eliminated on the rotation.
Okay.
Guess they got 4 eliminations. Well, Mazexis, they've been doing solid here tonight, Hot Jukes.
Hey, getting some points on the board, right? I think that's what matters. They're in top 3. That's not going to push them into first by any means, but still, right? They got at least 4, so not a necessarily terrible game. Still 2 more to go. Anything could happen. You know, the teams that really need it, though, looking at, you know, C4, of course, the Zombie Boys stuck with only 1 point and 1 player left. That's going to be really hard. What about Black Mamba? 3 eliminations? 3 players up? They can make a run for it, that's for sure. Dauntless has still got all 4, though, so that's going to be pretty dangerous for them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Black Mamba, a team to look at when it comes to the PUBG Mobile Super League qualifier spot between them and Dauntless, kind of going back and forth. But I'm also looking at the overall leaderboard here. SPG, 6 eliminations with YKG being down 2 members. This could be SPG's map to get that first place spot here and really get in the running for that cash money here tonight.
Hey, let's see if they can do it. This is not an easy circle, that's for sure. They're still all the way north over by Prison, and this next zone shift is going to really determine who's going to get that big advantage. Where is it going to head to? Is it going to go down into Milta? I wouldn't mind seeing a Milta finish, but it could go anywhere, and it goes all the way down south here. So that hard shift site's completely open. I want to see C4 wrap all the way around that circle, all the way around, hit those buildings all the way down south, and you'll be set up. Don't drive straight down the middle. That's going to be pretty dangerous. Looks like that's what they're doing, though.
Yeah, Jin always that frontline player going for the scouting here. They're going to be driving through the zone, so we'll keep tabs on that because YKG, the duo, also going to be out there on that west side as well. So we got Titan Gaming right now, SPG in the north looking to find a position to call home. Lotus Esports, remember, they sent it into Milta. They're going to be chilling for the time being here. A lot of teams, actually, YKG, the duo, pushing a little closer to Milta. Interesting enough.
Meanwhile, yeah, we're seeing players get shot up all over the place. Poppy Feast does go down. Titan, oh my gosh, the shots from Trick. Getting it done there real quick. Nice knock. Meanwhile, the rest of Titan just kind of giving up, just saying, hey, let's just send it in all 4 corners of the map, see if we can get anything going. And not able to do so. It's a dangerous one.
Pop the tires, Trick. Pop the tires. You know you want to.
Okay, they're going to get this res, but then, like, are they just going to blind send on in?
Maybe group up with Foops, man, who just barely made it here alive. But, ooh, Trick actually pulling out there. Go for that thirst, but Foops, man, getting caught by Bray. And that's kind of been the story here for Titan Gaming. They've been playing spread apart, where if one of them gets knocked, they're not going to get revived here. And that's kind of been their issue here this night.
Yeah, you can see right there that drive over is just
here comes Crow in the monster
absolutely
truck.
Ridiculous. No way he makes it out.
Oh,
no way.
My goodness. Crow is just zooming. Oh,
and
there you go. Yeah. Crow, what was that play, man? The pressure might be getting to Titan Gaming here this evening.
That was a terrible rotation. I mean, I think any team with any sense should realize, like, hey, you know what? Trying to blind set mid is just not going to work. It worked in season 2. It's not going to work over here now. You know,
and the monster truck, the biggest vehicle, by the way. It's not like it has a low profile, low to the earth. You know, if you go past a little tiny hill, you might be invisible almost, you know, out of the sight lines. No. The monster truck out of all.
They could have wrapped all the way on the other side, right? All the way on the other side of the map. Try to enter Milta through this angle right here. Could have definitely been advantageous for them, but instead just tried to run it up down the middle and got straight beam. So yeah, bad rotation, punished pretty quickly. Happy to see it punished here in the Titan series because, you know, I don't want to see teams getting away with stuff like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, without a doubt. So Titan Gaming now down to just a solo 0 elimination points here. We'll see what happens. Next circle does shift, and it looks like we're heading to the town of Miltha, baby. It's going to be huge for Lotus. Dead center. Strangers BD, I believe they have a solo out there in the north, and same could be said with the Zombie Boys. So a lot of solos with some potential here when it comes to getting some points for replacement points, number 1, and maybe even some spoiler shots, you know, get a little elimination here or there.
Okay, well, C4 finally made it to the spot here a little bit later than I would have liked to see it. Let's see how they're going to make this rotation on in, because now they have to deal with another hard shift, and they did lose 1 player in the process. So 5 eliminations is going to help out a little bit, but they're still really low on the leaderboard. So let's see how they're able to turn it around.
Yeah.
We talked about Strangers BD though. Oof. Yeah, this is a bad spot to be in.
Definitely not ideal here. A little vehicle to work with. So 2 teams right now are really popping off this game. Extreme Slayer 7 eliminations, still the whole squad up, and SBG 8 eliminations with the entirety of the team up. Looks like SBG are actually going to be rolling over. Baton might take that player out. Last one alive from Titan Gaming. But interesting enough, the 2 teams that are full, the full 4-man unit, they're next to each other up here in the north here.
Yeah, they are. They sure are. They're going to have to find a way to get on in here pretty quickly with this next circle. Uh-oh, Baton. Trying to, oh, you saw a little gas can blow up there too. He's in trouble. No way he survived this. Is that an 8? Yep. Oh, what? How did he eat that?
Oh, did some damage on too.
A little free fire action, and that's all it takes.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, there they go. Titan Gaming out.
Done and dusted. Tough position for sure. There was that rotation, you know. Meanwhile, you know, now that they got this secured, they're going to start heading on over, possibly towards YKG. Perfect timing, too, with these shots. Let's see what happens, though. Dauntless. Klaus trying to catch him out the car. Not able to do so. Dauntless are in a really, really good position for this game.
Popping the tires out there in the middle of the road. SBG, one of their teammates, going to be looking for some help, some cover fire. But Extreme Slayers, while SPG were taking the fight to Baton, Extreme Slayers just straight up sent it on top of Excuse. And we can see now they're done. So they got picked apart big time right there.
Yes, they did. Joe taking out like crazy. SBG have 10 eliminations, though. Oh, my goodness. Where did those come from? So they were just mowing down folks here and there. They only have 2 up left, but that is how you get a start. Meanwhile, Lotus been kind of quiet on this other side of the map. They're just been big chilling, 3 up, making it happen. I think Dauntless is definitely the team to beat here in this situation.
No, without a doubt. We got 5 solos right now on the battlefield, and Dauntless trying to secure themselves the PUBG Mobile Super League qualifier spot. So this is a great game for Dauntless to really overtake Strangers BD, Zombie Boys, and Black Mamba to continue to solidify themselves with getting that golden ticket, Hot Jukes.
Oh, and a golden nade from Chronix right into the beak of Lotus. And that's Ezra, the player with 2 eliminations there. Revenge from Strangers BD. Said, no, Dauntless is doing too good. I can't go out. He goes out. Meanwhile, Black Mamba still on the other side alive. Dauntless are just licking their chops right now because that Super League ticket is looking mighty good.
Yeah. One night, obviously they had to qualify here and fight tooth and nail to even get a spot in this lobby. But they can see it. They can see it ahead of them here, Hot Jukes. Going to that next level, you know, leveling up their professional careers here in PUBG Mobile.
Arya. Got that smoke. Ready to go. Throws it out a little late. Runs wide out in the open. How's he alive? Survives. Nobody was looking in that direction. Meanwhile, Lotus rocking a 3-man split here. Just trying to play it real sneaky.
Oh,
jump shot. Goodbye.
Of
Dude,
course.
Bob said no, sir.
Bob doing Bob things out here. Respect the Bob. Putting the nail in the coffin right there. Dauntless still looking strong here. Only 5 eliminations so far, but they're going to be right here on the west side of the circle. It's pretty much Dauntless versus the world here. Lotus, they've been tagging everybody. You know, they've been taking the intel, marking where the opponents are, but not really being proactive like Dauntless here.
Good to see, you know, C4 still have this player up here, putting up some points at least. So he's gonna get that. Can he hit him this 1v1? This will be huge. They could definitely use every placement point they can get. FPP. Free fire it. Oh. Zombie Boys win this. Oh, fake nade. Oh, not falling for it. He has the right hand priority, so he should win this. Zombie Boys should win this fight. Don't give it up. Don't give it up.
Oh, I want to see who wins this.
Too scared.
Suspense right now.
Right hand priority. Come on. Let's see if they're gonna do it.
Orsic.
He's gonna give it up.
SK12
Oh, never mind.
suppressed. Bonnie. DBS here. Ooh, I like the play, though, trying to get him from the window. Here we go. Both players just letting the slugs rip, missing each other.
No way!
Missing a couple of slugs, and Orsic swapping to the M4 right there.
That is gotta hurt. And then take it out immediately.
17-38. Like, yeah, I don't know what's happening over there, fellows, but thanks for the point. What an interesting little 1v1 engagement.
Klaus just popping him right in the back of the dome there. Let's see what the rest of Dauntless is doing. Oh, Klaus is it's just got the bird's eye view here. This is a Dauntless win all day long. Lotus doesn't stand a chance.
Especially with your Bob Barker, though.
Yeah, he gonna need a lot more than that against Klaus.
Here comes Klaus,
and I'm running across
the road. My dude's got 2 grenades ready to go, cooking it, knows exactly where Lotus are. Bunkering down. MG3 Klaus right there for 1. Now it's down to just a solo from Lotus Esports. But we got Bob with the UMP looking to seal the deal. Taking out the pan!
The pan! Oh my God!
Punished right there. But at the end of the day, Dauntless coming out on top.
Oh my gosh! Almost winning with the pan. The confidence with a Super League ticket on the line. Zero fear. It's all Dauntless, baby. That's how you do it right there. Let's go.
That had to have been the most Bob thing, though, that I've ever seen.
That's true.
You know, when it comes to Bob, that's a Bob play. Taking out the pan to try to get the winner chicken dinner. And you said it. They're competing for the slot, right? The PUBG Mobile Super League slot as well. The confidence, man. You love to see it. And I think Powerbank picked Dauntless here today, but let's bring in reflections. I mean, we don't normally see that. The end game pan play.
You don't, man, but hey, it's the Titan Series Challenger Finals. You got to put it all on the line, baby. Or Premier Finals, excuse me. If you're not willing to break out the pan, you're not willing to take on the man. Okay, that's just it. That's just it at the end of the day. So, and by the way, had him one shot, which is pretty spectacular to say the least. And I will say, Dauntless, GG's, congratulations. They were already leading over Strangers, Zombie Boys, Black Mamba to solidify a spot in the PMSL Spring Qualifiers, and this game might very well have just locked that in. There's only 2 games remaining, and for Zombie Boys, Black Mamba, Strangers, let's face it, they just haven't had good performances all night long. This was the best chance for Zombie Boys to finally catch up. And then Dauntless did what they did. 9 eliminations plus the winner chicken dinner for 19 points. They were already leading over 10. So incredible job, incredible performance. You love to see it. But as I always do, let's take it back down to reality, Hot Chooks. Okay. We had some early exits from Exexus, Ace of Spades, Mazexus being the biggest one. They were holding on to first place, but they were tied with SBG. I fear that lead has now left.
Yeah, it's totally possible. You know, I don't think they're too worried about it considering where they're at on the leaderboards here. So, I mean, there's still 2 more matches. They could definitely bounce back. So, I think that we saw a lot of teams, you know, even, you know, YKG just say, hey, we're at the top, but let's just take this fight a little longer than we should. So, hopefully we can see them just snap back to reality, like you mentioned, in the next 2 games.
Extreme Slayers, though, they came into game number 4 in 8th place, right? Yeah. And although they do have a little bit of a you know, early exit, I guess you could call it, Dave.
Yeah.
They still managed to pick up, what, a total of 9 eliminations around there anyway. So, incredible job coming out from Extreme Slayers. But hey, overall, what else could we be seeing moving forward, man? Because at the end of the day, you know, at the end of the day, Dauntless still takes it, which puts them, honestly, how far can this team continue to go?
As far as possible, right? Because they don't want to leave it to chance when it comes to match number 6 for Strangers BD to have a pop-off game. They don't want to leave it to chance for Black Mamba or even Zombie Boys, you know? Listen, it's still possible, in my opinion. 2 more games to go. Any of those 3 teams beneath Dauntless could have an insane performance. We've seen in the past, so I'm not going to discount it quite yet. So when it comes to Dauntless, just continue to show up here in these last 2 matches, play how you've been playing, and stamp your spots for the PUBG Mobile Super League qualifier spot. And with plays like this, I mean, who could doubt them at this point? Dauntless with the pan. Not only was it Bob, but all the players took out the pan right there for the win.
Dude, I felt like I was watching some bullying happen. It's like, you know what, 3v1, it's like pans out, gonna demoralize you. Okay, you thought you did a good job up to this point, Lotus. We understand you want to clutch this up. You want to, you know, move forward, but we're gonna sit you back down in your place because we're Dauntless and we're not going anywhere. And the reason why is because Powerbank believed in us literally as first pick for predictions, okay? That right there is the true trophy that they're trying to earn at the end of the day. We look at our match report, Hot Jukes, you know, YKG getting in there just a little bit, but obviously we know they had a earlier exit than they wanted. SBG, though, taking the cake, right? This was such a tremendous game from them.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's right here, especially considering that they were in second place. So to be able to put up points like that, they should be pretty well set up for the rest of the match. As you take a look here at the match results, it's just so crazy to see. So crazy to see some of these teams that were real struggling put some big points on the board. And Bob hitting that pan shot twice. He should have got that knock. You know what I'm saying? He should have finished it.
He should have, but unfortunately he didn't. Maybe we'll get him next time. Let's take a look at our overall, Doug, and really start to, you know, or Dave, to really start to see what's going on. SBG leading 52.
Am I Doug now?
Don't do that, Dave.
Clocking in.
Dave,
hey,
let's move forward.
Doug's a good name.
Sorry for that. Doug's a good name, and Doug's a good guy, man. You know, doing his thing over there as a talent. But Mustache Dave, I'd rather have you here in the moment. SBG leaves 52 over YKG to 48. Still close, but the drop-off, right, from second to third is, again, pretty severe.
Yeah, SBG showing up here, robs that last game, like 4 eliminations, 500 damage himself. And I mean, SBG as a whole, this team is just clicking on all cylinders here tonight, and they're looking good. You know, they're looking really good. So looking to see what they can do in the next 2 maps. And talking about looking to see, I don't know, fellas. You know me. I'm Doug, the conductor of the C4 Esports hype train. I'm always on it. I'm a believer. But with 2 more games to go, like C4, if we're looking at being the back-to-back Titan Series champion, it's starting to look like a stretch here, fellas. Not gonna lie.
Well, I tell you what, Hot Jukes, I'm going to let you go on that one. First, I want to point out Dauntless, by the way, in 4th place, and again, the front runner to earn that PMSL slot. Meanwhile, Strangers, Black Mamba, Zombie Boys, like all sitting at 9 points. Not only do they have to perform better than they have performed all night long in the last 2 games, Dauntless also has to drop the ball severely, and I just don't know if that's going to happen, but anything is possible. Now, Hot Jukes, C4, right? You know, it's Mustache Doug. Okay, so Dave pointed it out right.
Mustache Doug, what's going on around here?
Let's
go,
dude.
It's because Zombie Boys aren't popping off. Now I get demoted to a
That's
Doug.
exactly it. If they were doing well, you'd still be Dave. All right, now you're degraded to Doug, man. Hot Juke C4. Let's talk about it though, man. Back-to-back champions. Dave set it up right. Can they go back-to-back now in the last 2 maps and somehow just claim a meteoric rise to get first?
No, sir. Not gonna happen, dude. It's over. It's all over. C4 is done. Doesn't stand a chance. Dauntless put the nail in the coffin for the Super League ticket. That is how you get it done right there. And I'll say it again, because C4, you know what? I doubted you and you had the comeback, but it's impossible this time, right? There's no chance that you're gonna win this one. 0 chance.
All right, so real quick, no chance.
Yeah, no chance.
What are we putting up for stake then? Come on.
I will eat a steak live on the show. Why not,
hey.
huh?
Wow, what a risk you are taking, Hot Jukes. All right, Dave, Mustache Dave.
Yeah.
All right. What are your final words before you get out of here? It's been a wonderful night from you.
I think, first of all, I don't like how happy Hot Jukes is with C4 being down there at the bottom of the leaderboards. Not sure what that's about. Not sure what they did to you, Hot Jukes. And just because of that, I am going to be cheering for C4. I'm their last hope.
Wow.
All right, listen. First place, they need, 18 points per game. If there's a team that could do it, it's C4 Esports. I'm a believer. All right.
All right. I'm a believer too, but again, it's like who's losing at that point? Because Hot Jukes isn't. He gets to eat a steak if C4 is appointed, as opposed to dumping like a gallon of water or shaving off an eyebrow, which I still think should be at risk. But hey, Dave, great working with you tonight. Hot Jukes, you're going to be back, but hey, we're going to be taking a quick break, and when we do come back, we're going to be hopping into our final 2 games to decide it all. Not only the PMSL slot, but also who will take first place, and By the way, Dauntless might be able to get both of them. When we come back, map number 5, Miramar, coming your way.
Why it takes too long, but he hits the free fire on two players!
Oh my gosh, Ayala! Don't do it to him, Ayala! Don't do it to him! Happens, the magic happens! Mythic! Oh! Oh, from Naden gets the first.
Reload.
What an opening salvo!
Ooh,
Oh!
the beam, it's a 1v1!
Say peekaboo! 1 down, 3 to go. Ooh, this is gonna be zombie boys. They need a speech. They got 1. They're looking at 2.
Oh, this is look good. Actually,
Oh.
it's a 3 of good, baby.
Welcome back, everybody, to Season 4 Premier Finals, the final 2 games about to be underway. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Powerbank once again, along with Hot Jukes. Final 2 games. We've seen the leaderboard change up quite a bit, more specifically first place now, looking a bit different from before. Powerbank, when you left, it was owned by Mazexis. Now it's SBG. We're going into game number 5. What's your prediction, and who do you think is going to be up on top?
Man, SPG has really made a run of it, right? They've had a couple of great games in a row. Can they keep it up, though? That's my question, right? We're going to Miramar, I believe, next, and we are headed into the last 2 games. So, again, I got to go with YKG. They got the monkey off their back. They got that chicken dinner to kind of kick that momentum going, and they're a good Miramar team. So, again, I like YKG. In this one, they had a strong performance earlier on the map. So we'll see how it goes. But again, it's put up or shut up time for everybody who's trying to make moves. We saw those 3 teams in 14th, 15th, and 16th trying to qualify.
Yep.
9 points, right, between all of them. And so, they've got to make ground on 36 points for Dauntless. So again, this is do or die. They've got to get dubs, and then looking at C4, they've got to come with basically 2, 10 elim chicken dinners in a row at the minimum if they want to qualify. So it's danger zone.
For a lot of teams, right? Even the teams that are in contention for first place, YKG wanting to potentially reclaim that throne. We'll see if they can do it over SBG. Hot Jukes, who you going for?
I'm going with Dauntless, baby. You know what? I think the PB prediction buff is still in effect, even though he did change it. You know what I'm saying? I still think the first one is stronger. And honestly, that's why I love the Titan series, because I didn't even know about Dauntless. I didn't know about Klaus before the Titan series, right? And we see how well this team has performed. That's why I love this place. And I think out of all the teams right now, I think they're the most deserving to be in the Super League. I can't wait to see them on that stage. So I want to see them continue in these last 2 games. And hey, take the whole thing while you're at it. Because C4's not doing it. They're not doing it.
Hey, brother, C4's in 11th place going into game number 5, all right? They need, back-to-back 18-plus games if they even want a shot at first place, and that's if SBG, YKG, Mazexis, Dauntless, Lotus, they don't even have a good game. I like the call-out, boys. I really do. What's scary about Miramar, YKG got first place last time we were here. SBG got second, and those are the 2 battling, I should say, for the current first-place position. Who's going to take it? Well, for me, I think I've got to go with SBG. I think they're going to stay up on top. They're feeling good. They're playing good. They don't want to lose first, especially to YKG or Dauntless. Throw Mazexis in the mix. So here we are. Game number 5. It's important. Let's get into it. Hot Jukes, Powerbank, take it away.
Hot Jukes, who's going to win? Who's going to win?
Oh, I don't know, man. This is a close one. It's going to be so close because it's so crazy that we saw the Challenger finals, right, be right there towards the end, right? It was just one good game is what made happen. And we saw one team just out of position in the last game by itself. So I am so excited to see the Premier Finals end up kind of in a similar fashion right here, especially, if we see like Ace or Extreme Slayers, Titan, even Butterfly Effect, get a good game in right here. It's anybody can win this.
It's close, man. It really is. It can come down to these final 2 games for sure. There's no one team that is running away with things right now. And, there are some teams that really haven't taken advantage of their bonus points. Really, I'm looking at Titan Gaming in danger of slipping off the first page of rankings right now. They're clinging to 8th place overall, and that is not where they want to be, especially coming in with the gift of 10 points to start the day. I don't know, man. We'll see. It might be too little too late from the likes of Titan Gaming, but I love the fact that YKG picked up a chicken dinner today. They haven't done that all season long, so things already starting to change in their favor.
100%. Yeah. When it comes to Titan Gaming, I think it's going to really come down to see if Baton and Crow can really clutch up here. I think they need to really step up, make some big plays for their team, because that last game had me really concerned. Just watching that kind of ridiculous rotation in the end, like just to an absolute demolition derby, you know what I'm saying? So
yep,
I think this is the best place for them here, because this is where it's all about being clutch, right? You have one day, you got to be able to take advantage of it. You got to be able to settle those nerves down. So I think this is a great test for Titan, and I think we're going to see them just get better and better as time goes on, but they want this one bad, right? They got to clutch up here now.
They got to for sure. If we take a peek at the map, we see the northern zone right now. Woo. The plane path was super southern coming in from east to west, and all of those teams in the southern part of the map. Literally, it's going to be a race to the north right now, and I'm looking at YKG in particular. They're the southernmost team, and they have everything to lose right now. Being in second place on the outside looking in, they have to work through every other team, so I'm going to be keeping an eye on their rotation specifically as this game kind of develops. And Zombie Boys into it early with Strangers BD. Both teams need this. They need the points. Great opportunity for each to build momentum early on.
Oh, yeah. You can see Zombie Boys getting popped a little bit here. So we are going to see that hot drop. But that's on to Strangers BD. Zombie Boys, I like the fact that they're doing a hot drop situation because they realize what's at stake here. They need to put up crazy points if they even want a chance. But, man, they are just getting picked apart here. That's a nice knock and return, though. They do have some space to breathe, so Zombie Boys might be able to get a full reset here.
There we go. Into the top is the Molotovs. I love how these pro players do this. They, like, corral people. Push them to a certain point and then use the guns to finish them off. See, he can't go upstairs right now. He's pre-firing the stairwell, which I like. Airsick's had his fair share of action today. The last time this man was on camera, though, it was not the prettiest of highlights reels. He's trying to redeem himself. We'll see if he's able to get this done.
Oh, yeah. Let's see if he can do it right here. Oh, come on, the Witty. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, he gets shot up in return. I wanted to see the Winchester so bad. But, man, Strangers BD. Here they go, Flash God. Coming up quick here with that smoke. Oh, actually, that's a stun grenade. Trying to blind him up here. Does he do it? Blinds himself. And goes in. Hey, he is the Flash God, baby. Let's go.
The name fitting right now. He gets the knock in. Oh, no, Zombie Boys, after an interesting performance here, lives to tell the tale. Rivas and Aorsic both will survive after unfortunately being knocked. Just like that, Strangers BD is out of it, and they will be eliminated. They will not qualify for PMSL qualifiers. Unfortunately, an ace of spades. That's a big early elimination because they were sitting in sixth place, and they're not going to pick up a single point right now. So that's tough for their hopes to get into the top three.
Oh, boy, that is such a tough spot right there. And to see Strangers BD go out that early is just ridiculous there. So, you know what? What are you going to do, right? You got to be able to lick your wounds, and maybe they can make a nice little impression there towards the end in the last game. We'll see. But meanwhile, in Pecado, Sin City, Butterfly Effect going up against Passion Fruit right here. And I think we're starting to see some shenanigans here because I'm hearing some crossbow action, some knives out. What's going on here?
I'm hearing the, from the crossbow, Juancho getting into it. Juancho's been clutch today, man. He got Passion Fruit solo into the top three a bit earlier today with his teammates getting eliminated early, and it's his chance to get into the early action once again. You can see Kubi here with the combat knife getting ready to do his work as well. Butterfly Effect, also no stranger to the early action. And this is interesting. The double melee here. He's got the pan now ready to throw. They are between a rock and a hard place, it looks like, early on in this one. Not a whole lot of ammo.
Dude, that knife pre-fire was insane. Now he's trying to get pre-fire with the pan. Meanwhile, HH24, he's got that UMP ready to go. Kubi's got the over and under shotgun. That's definitely a solid one, but you got to hit that first shot. It's so important. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, yeah, Butterfly Effect. This is a three-way fight. Three-way fight right here. Passion Fruit dead center. They are the meat in the C4 sandwich. And they're looking mighty fine. Meanwhile, you can see Sixless holding it down with that pump shotgun. We're going to see this fight last a long time. No one's going to make a move.
Nah, C4 again on Miramar, getting into the early action on Picado. And there is the over-under you're talking about. Double barrel dropping bodies just like that. Kubi! Woo-wee! He's coming hot with the double barrel and getting the limbs. So nice work to Butterfly Effect early in this one. But they ain't done. C4's in. They're coming.
Bond knows he needs to pre-fire the window. Got him. Here comes that double under. Oh, he hasn't reloaded. He hasn't had a chance. And down goes Butterfly Effect. Jumps out the window and goes down. So they are eliminated. C4 getting the last laugh there.
That's tough, man. Butterfly Effect, they did all right there. They picked up 5 elims, but again, they were trying to stay in it. They're sitting in 9th place overall. But unfortunately for them, they will be out early in this one, and they will still be sitting in at least 8th or 9th kind of moving forward. Depends on how some of the other players finish up this game, or the other teams rather. So yeah, it's going to need a big performance to get into the top 3 here. Some of the teams that were kind of middle of the road, Jukes, I thought that might have a shot. You know, it's starting to slip away a little bit as C4, they know they need massive points, so they're not shying away from the fights here. They have literally done what they've done the entire time, and in this case, it actually works out in their favor. So, again, props to them for, you know, keeping the pedal to the metal, foot on the gas, 5 points early for C4, and that's exactly what they need in order to get back into this.
I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous at all. You're nervous, right? I mean, look, C4, 5 eliminations to start things off. No sweat, no sweat. Oh,
you might have to eat a steak, Jukes. I mean, that sounds horrible.
It sounds pretty rough. Sounds pretty rough, you know. Hey, but you know what? Somebody's got to do it, baby. You know what I'm saying? So I'll get the pan ready to go. Heat it up. Nah, never mind. I'm leaving that in the drawer because 5 points is good. They're going to need a whole lot more to do so. I will say, if C4 wants to stand a chance, though, they're going to have to really step on the gas here and try to find these fights, because we have already seen four teams get eliminated early on. So I think we're seeing some squads just kind of take kind of crazy fights. And then when that happens, those eliminations that you desperately need are going to be gone. So C4's got to start hunting people.
Absolutely, and we see the circle just about to readjust here. Where is it going to go? Will it center up on Picado? No, it doesn't. They'll have to move. I like that for C4 because they're going to catch somebody in rotation here. Maybe Titan Gaming. It could be SBG. Mazexis is right behind them. We'll have to wait and see who they catch up to. But again, everyone moving north. The plane path was south, Jukes. Everyone's got to be on the move here.
Oh, yeah. They got to do it really quickly. And I do like the fact that C4 does have potential to get into engagement here. I think they need to take it because I think what they struggle with the most is the timing of their fights. I think they do take these early game fights pretty well, and they can definitely handle it. But if you just do it at the wrong time, you're going to get third partied. And that's what we saw exactly happen in the last game. So hopefully they can just kind of find a squad maybe here, maybe even Lotus, and try to take that fight early on, because they need, I mean, we're talking like a 15 elimination, 20 elimination chicken dinner here.
Absolutely, it's got to be big, that's for sure. The timing has been critical so far. Usually they're the first team into the fight. If only they could be the second, you know, maybe get a few third parties in and be the last team standing. That's kind of everything right now. We see Bope here on the rotation, driving that van through the hillsides. I always get a kick out of watching vehicles on Miramar. We saw it earlier today. I believe it was with Mazexis on the rotation using those hot rods trying to get through. And it's just like people getting stuck left and right, banging up these vehicles. You know, not the best off-roading I've ever seen on this map, that's for sure.
That's for sure. I'll tell you what, though, I think these teams are really excited the fact that this is in the north, because the south side of Miramar, oh my gosh, is that a bumpy one. So the rotation should be pretty smooth. Here we see Black Mamba. Oh, I think, yeah, Unknown did steal 1 point, but he's all by himself. So Black Mamba not in the best position here. As the zone continues to go north. Do you think it'll do it one more time, BB?
No, man, it's Oasis up there. It never goes there. I've never seen a Oasis final circle, you know, but I'd love to. Let's put that out there. Maybe we can will it into existence. Maybe like a Zarky final zone or something like that. But
the dream.
No, man, it's probably not going to happen. I think we come down to water treatment just a little bit to the west of it for the final circle. That's my call.
That's a good bet. That's a good bet right there. Trick parking this beautiful monster truck here. Oh man. Ready.
He's taking great care, you know, to stick this in there just so.
I mean, if that thing had a beep alarm system, you know, backing up, that thing was going off like crazy because he parked that thing right on the wall.
Absolutely. Little backup camera, you know, little sensor.
Take it to the bank.
Look at SPG on the high ground up there. I don't know if they were spotted out. Oh, but C4 on the drive-by connecting with Pope. And they have the advantage right now, but they trade back. Payne is down. Hyro with the return shots. C4 will have to hold on their advance for the moment. They've got a good 2-2 split going on here, and they know that they've only got 3 players to take out. No one nearby, so I'm looking for C4 to finish this fight.
Same here. I like to see the fact that they're taking it, right? They're taking it so fast. So quick on the revive. Both, though. Oh, my gosh. Hyro with that knock, with that nade onto Bond's going to make things that much more difficult. Meanwhile, Nightcrocs Oh, did he? And he finished them too. So C4, you have to commit. You have to take this fight. They catch one. Oh, Hyro over commits and gets thirsted.
That nade was so close to Bonnie. Bonnie able to survive. Jin down once again. I feel like Jin spent a lot of time on the ground today, and unfortunate for him, the team really needs him to come through. C4 down to 2 members. They have to win this fight if they want any chance of finishing in the money.
100%, and losing one already is going to be really tough. Here they go to pick up Jin. Nice shots there from Bonnie. Bonnie just needs to keep shooting. He needs to keep shooting, so that way his team can get picked up here. But instead, trying to find some angles. That's going to give Bope a little bit of confidence. You can see Supra trying to find somebody, and he catches them. I was telling you, Bonnie had to shoot there, and because he was being so patient, man, his team's going to be in big trouble here.
Absolutely. Jin trying to get away. Super's going to see him, but goes for Bonnie here. Now pushing. Bonnie, the last hope right now. He's got to go 1v3, it looks like, against Bope. Unable to do so. C4 out of here. They pick up 6 points, but Hotjukes, I think it's curtains for C4.
It's over. It's over for sure. I will say, though, like, I love teams that change strategies according to the leaderboards. I can't tell you how much it pisses me off to see a team that is so down and out just play the game the way they normally would, you know? Because at this point, if you're C4, that's exactly what you should have done, right? Just take fight. You have to if you want a chance at doing the impossible. So, yeah, I do kind of joke around about C4 a lot, but, you know, I respect them tremendously for doing that.
100%, man. I couldn't agree more. It perturbs me to no end when you see a team that, you know, they've got a little bit of talent on the roster and they're down by 20 points, you know, 30 points, whatever, and they've got to put 2 great games together, and you see them, like, snaking, you know, edging their way in. It's like, come on, guys. So props to C4 for taking the fights. You know, they had a couple go in their favor there at the outset. Unfortunately, even though they got the opening knock off of Bope, they weren't able to finish the job. Bope getting the upper hand, probably eliminating C4. I don't know if it's mathematic just yet, but the odds are very, very long.
100%. I give more props to teams that go out doing that than win second place with like 2 eliminations that need 30 points. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm glad to see that happen. Meanwhile, other teams notice that, hey, yeah, C4 is down and out. We for sure are going to overtake them. So we're going to have a new champion here for the Premier Finals. And I wonder who that's going to be, because you see Mazexis still all 4 up here.
Yeah, this is a big fight right here. We've got Mazexis going up against Extreme Slayers with SBG looking down the hill. I don't think SBG has revealed their position just yet, but the teams have to know that there will be somebody up there in that high ground position. There always is with Northern Circles like this. SBG is, yeah, they are starting to rain down some shots. Bray clearly aware that they are there. Extreme Slayers knowing they don't want to get caught out in the open here. They had Trick get popped and then immediately eliminated by Mazexis, and so Mazexis gaining a bit of momentum here, and Hayuya and the boys trying to clear out and make their way safely into this next little zone. They've got a bit of a compound, but I always hate fighting in these warehouses where the entire side is wide open and you can't get sightlines on anything because you have to walk out in the open like you see him doing right now, doing that gorilla peeking.
Yeah, they're so weak from the backside. They're so easy to crash on. You get one knock and then, you know, you just have the team completely crash onto the building and push in. So not the easiest building to hold, that's for sure. But you know what? Sometimes you got to just do the best of what you got. Mazexis are trying to hold a central position here, but I am interested in some teams' rotations. You know, one team in particular is YKG. They're all the way up in the north here as we look at this replay.
You know, I really like the fact that YKG, I told you we'd be watching their rotations early on in this game. They were the southernmost team at the start of this game, and with the northern zone, southern plane path, it was really how are they going to rotate to get into a position to, you know, hold down their circle and actually fight and be alive at the end. SBG, no elims so far this game. Same for YKG. Both are going to end up in great positions right now. I'd say SBG has the stronger position right now in that high ground center circle, but YKG looking to establish themselves in the northern part here.
Oh yeah, beautiful rotation. I love to see teams do that wrap to the hardship side. And YKG had the heads up to realize that they know it's free and they're going to get it for free. So one team that is in another really good spot is Dauntless. They're going to take that mountainside. They're going to have a lot of vision, and they can pretty much rotate wherever they want depending on where this next circle decides to pop. So I wouldn't mind seeing another northern shift. That'd be fun. You know, the zombie boys really want that one.
I want to see that Oasis circle. There's still a little bit of that Oasis in there. Not
bit.
much, but some. Maybe we could get a little bit of love here for the Circle Gods. We got one popping up in the next 15 seconds, so we'll see where it's going to go. SPG, you love to see they're already getting into the vehicles, starting to think about, will they have to move? We don't know. We'll see where the circle goes. They've got a dominant position, at least for the next 3 seconds. And here we have the moment of truth. Where's it going to go? It goes north, and it centers up on Dauntless. Dauntless owning the high ground and being in the center of the circle along with Extreme Slayers, but Dauntless has got to love this. They're actually challenging for a spot in the money, and this will secure them a spot in the PMSL qualifiers.
Yes, it will. And, you know, Zombie Boys were a team that were competing against them, but with where they're at on the leaderboards right now, I don't think it really matters. They would need a ridiculous game. Like, look at and not to mention, you got Dauntless, the team that they're going up against with Klaus. Look at the vision this guy has right now. He is so set up.
Really is. You could say that Zombie Boys are really the only team to have a shot right now at catching Dauntless. Dauntless hasn't put up any points this game. Zombie Boys has got 4 to their name. The only other 2 teams that have a shot to qualify for PMSL qualifiers, again, were Black Mamba, who's eliminated, and Strangers BD, also eliminated again. Those teams are out of it at this point, and really it's Dauntless's game to lose. So we'll see where they end up. I'm excited to kind of see how this wraps, but Zombie Boys, they got a chance here. We'll see.
Oh, let's see. It's crazy to see Strangers BD, Black Mamba, and Zombie Boys literally tied for last with 9 points. That's tough, you know, but
it is tough.
You know what? I will say, you know, when you're in a position like this, I think the Titan series is the best place to have a pop-off performance, even if you're an individual player, right? Because you never know what happens. You know, you make a nice little standout play, and you might get picked up by another squad. So I think if you're one of these members on these bottom teams right now, go off. Just go out and just try to get as many eliminations as you possibly can. The numbers don't lie.
Juke's trying to break up teams right now.
Break them up, baby.
I can relate, though, back in the day when I was playing other games, you know, at a high level, that I got picked up by a top-level team just because I was on my my team, you know, doing things back in the day. I feel like Uncle Rico right now.
Sheesh.
But, yeah, good times. It can happen for sure. Orsic, though, and the Zombie Boys getting it going against YKG. Are you kidding me right now? They really need this, but Fate on the off angle holding it down. YKG trying to get out of here, though. They haven't picked up an Elim yet, all the way down to 2 members, and it's about to be third-party time from the top of this ridge.
Kind of a tough split for YKG. I think they should have prioritized zone a little bit quicker and just try to do it all together. Oh, my gosh. Driving right into the belly of Excuse. Chronix waiting for that one, popping him out real quick.
Orsic here on camera again. He is going to redeem himself this time. He's had a tough go, but every time we focus here today, I'm rooting for him, though. We've got Crazy here looking off towards the Excuses way. They are on the rotate right now. YKG has made it to higher ground, a bit safer. And you see Klaus perched up on the hill there for Dauntless. He's got a great view of everything going on. The hard part about them being up in that position, though, is it's difficult to get finishes up there if you've got that high ground. And it's not that they need them, but they are also in a position right now, Jukes. It's not just about PMSL. They can get into the money. They were in 4th place coming into this game. So Dauntless is really got to try to get into the action, get a bit busier, and I feel like that'll serve them well.
Oh, yeah, it will. Let's see what they decide to do, though. It's going to be tough leaving that high ground position. Oh, Bob does catch Baton out. You can see Klaus with the laydown strat, trying to get behind that vehicle just in case, because he is a little bit exposed to Titan. And look at this circle shifting all the way on over to the west side. And Dauntless and Titan are sitting pretty here.
They are. SPG is at the foot of the hill right now, right underneath Dauntless. So expect them to, you know, they will have a heavy set of eyeballs coming their way with all these teams rotating in. But the hard shift onto him. Nate eating a grenade here. And just like that, Quan, it's down to just him.
Trying to get that first
at
aid
the
off.
doorway.
Not going to do it. Yep.
Okay, now Valak Can he get it done? He picks up the, oh my goodness. Are they still in? Okay, they lost one. I thought they had all 3 of their members that were still knocked but alive. Valak is going to be able to save the day, at least for the moment, for Mazexis. That is massive for them, Jukes, because again, they're sitting real near the top of the leaderboards right now. Coming into this game, Mazexis is sitting in 3rd place, but still quite a few points behind YKG and SPG.
Meanwhile, you got Bob on the high ground with the hawk's eye view, trying to get these shots on Nagara from way downtown. You were so right there, man. Mazexis, Valak clutching it up with that last final shot with practically 2 HP. Gonna try to get rezzed up and get moving because he's gonna have to do it pretty quickly. We're starting to see teams go down to this play circle. We might have a finish all the way on the top of this mountain. Are you kidding me?
We might. We might indeed. You know, I will say Dauntless still in it with a full team right now. They've got to get 1 member revived, but that can be done. Dauntless still in it with a full team. We have Mazexis here also with 3 players alive and some elims. Those were your 3rd and 4th teams, and they're pressuring. At the top of the tables, we had YKG, who's down to 1 player. They have no elims. Then on the top, we have SBG, also down to 1 player. They have picked up a couple of points, but this is the time for Dauntless and Mazexis to catch up, close some ground, and make it a free-for-all, winner-takes-all in the last final game.
Who's gonna get that big money, baby? Let's see, because right now you got that final member, Robs from SBG, dead center of this circle, down in that valley. So he's relatively safe. He's definitely gonna get some placement points for sure. Nate going down to Mazexis is gonna hurt. Let's see what Bob could do, though, on the side of Titan. You can see he's got his eyes locked in this position. Man, Baton, I'm telling you, these guys want it real bad. Titan
what?
already with... Oh, what a blessing. Give it to him. Give it to him.
I've heard it being zone blast, but that was a supply drop that was just super blessed. It just dropped right in front of him. I don't even know if he saw it coming. But like, here, have some great, loot, some level 3 gear that's all fresh that you can throw on. Titans starting to make a push as well. They're one of 3 teams with a full squad remaining, 6 points already to their name. They really need to pop off here if they want a chance at getting back into the money. 5 spots to go just to hit number 3. But Titan putting a dent in the leaderboards right now. We'll see if they can continue this on.
Let's see if they can do it, man. Oh, boy. But you can see Ophelia popping up some smokes right there, just trying to buy some time. None of these teams... okay, Robs does have a vehicle, but you really need like a buggy to be able to try to, climb up some hills. Lotus is eliminated. Still 8 teams remaining. 4 people with 4-man. So, it's so crazy, PB, that if you go out right here and now, you're going out in 8th place.
Tough, man. 8th place, only taking 1 point, and that will be Zombie Boys. They finished with 6 overall. It's not going to get them close enough to Dauntless, so Dauntless looking like they will secure the bid to the PMSL qualifiers. Congrats to them. And they're still in it, fighting. Full squad, 5 elim points, high ground, center zone. Loving Dauntless right now. I've been a fan of them for a long time, since Season 1 of the Titan series, and they've been a team that's continued to grow. We see Titan Gaming getting into it now with Excuse. The nades on point here from Titan.
Oh my goodness, and you're right. I mean, this is a team that I first noticed here in the Titan series, and look how well they're doing, right? Against some of the top teams here in North America. And meanwhile, you got Titan. Crow getting knocked. Klaus gets finished here. Oh, but Dauntless up top with some very, very clutch shots. Everybody's just going at it. Non-stop action, and Titan gets eliminated.
Wow. That was a lot in a very short amount of time. Teams are eliminated left and right. We're going to see Excuse down to 1 player, Mazexis to 1 player, Bope to 2. Dauntless still has 3, but I don't know if anybody can get to him. They can. Okay, so he is back in the fight. Dauntless with the high ground. 3 players on their side still. Unfortunately, Klaus was eliminated in the highest of high ground. Titan getting that one before they went out of the game. And Dauntless is their game to lose right now. We'll continue to watch the circle. It's going to move again here in 20 seconds. I'm very curious to see how this favors these teams. At the end here, Jukes, with these high ground finishes, the smallest zone shifts can really make all the difference. You have people leaping off cliff sides at the last second trying to get those midair, shotgun shots. It gets absolutely nuts.
I'm surprised to see Bob not peek that a little hard. I mean, you can see him just playing this very, very carefully right now. They want to secure this good old back-to-back chicken dinner right here. Matt throws a nice nade to annoy him a bit. Oh, that blue zone is chunky, though. Finds a little crevice, so that is where he's going to go down. So that is going to be Excuse Matt out of there. Meanwhile, You just got, look at this, Dauntless with 3 players up, 9 eliminations. What a game from this squad.
This is huge, man, because again, they were only 2 points out of 3rd place. Like, Mazexis was the team they were chasing, and they have passed Mazexis this game. So, massive from Dauntless, but again, they're also chasing YKG and SPG. Neither of those 2 teams are in it to defend themselves right now, so Dauntless has got a huge opportunity to push for the top of the leaderboards. There's still a few players left that they can get some points from.
Told you, PB. The PB blessing, the first one. That's
You
what it's
love
all
it.
about. That's what it's all about. Still in effect here as Matt's going to go down to the blue zone. Going to try to out-survive. See if he can get at least a couple more placement points there. Quick on that first aid. He's going to get it off for now. Only 3 left. Can Bope hang on? Let's see.
We'll see. He's going to try to loot here real quick. See if he can get an emergency first aid. I don't know if he has time.
No, I don't think he does either. He's going to have to do it so fast.
Tough.
I wonder if you send somebody out to try to get that elimination. You're Dauntless. Nightcroc's going down, and oh, okay, Ophelia's still alive for the time being. So it is going to be Bope with a 2nd place finish.
Nightcroc's out, and it looks like Excuse about to take their damage. There we go, and it's all about Dauntless for this one. Jukes Dauntless will pick up the winner chicken dinner. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
They went the wrong way.
Hopefully Salty doesn't jump out there as well. This is This is not great. We've sacrificed 2 members to the blue zone. All of a sudden, Bope's got to be thinking, wait a minute, I might be able to win this.
This is interesting here because now it's a 1v1. Salty just got to make sure he stays in the middle here. You should definitely win this, but that was highly concerning. I understand why they wanted to do it, but I mean, I think they should have done it a little bit earlier.
Last game, Jukes, with the pans. And here we are. I mean, come on. Wow. Really? Just let's send a couple people into the blue zone here. We don't need them. Salty's got this on the top of the ridge. I mean, I think we're good, but think about the pressure that Salty's feeling right now with the uncertainty of where this circle is going to go. Like, he's got to feel like, we got this, right? But, like, I wouldn't want that kind of pressure. What if a nade comes flying up the hill?
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't even be close to those edges right now. I do not want to slip for any reason at all. These little mountain hills are way too sketchy. So if you're Salty, even getting that close is just making me real nervous. You can see that animation coming down, and yeah, after that, he's like, you know what? I am not going to do this anymore.
Ophelia's got the full boost working in their favor, and Salty's just about to run out. Interesting shout there. We'll see if that actually plays a factor.
BB,
almost even on meds there. Salty just has 1 less.
Question: do you think Ophelia should just go into the blue zone and chunk himself down a little bit so he can get a first aid off faster?
Yes.
I wonder why he's not doing that. He's got 5.
I would take 1 tick of damage and then move back in.
Yep. So that way he can get that. So he can get a little bit of a head start on that first aid because that could be the difference. Because Salty cannot.
I don't know if you can out heal this zone, but if you time it to where you can get a head start before it starts chunking you, you might be able to get off 2 heals and have the zone reach Salty because he can't really start until that he's in the zone.
Yep. Does
this
he spot him?
Interesting.
Oh, he's got a smoke, so Salty can't do that. He's shooting. So he's not going to do that strategy at all. Here comes the blue zone. He's going to creep up into the corner here. Oh, actually, no. It hasn't moved yet. So it's 2 seconds left on the clock. Here it goes. And we're off. Ophelia?
All right, Ophelia takes damage first and not trying to heal it. So.
Oh.
Yeah, no, they are.
You got it. He got it. Okay, so he can do it.
No.
It's tight.
This is close.
Nope.
No, can't out heal it. Just like that, Dauntless finishes on top. Picking the winner chicken dinner. Are you serious, Jukes? They're making a game of this. I think Dauntless may be challenging SPG for the top of the tables. I'm very curious to see where the standings come at the end of this one. My goodness, absolutely crazy. Dauntless, though, securing the high ground early. Klaus just posted up, got that cliffside, ultimately died, but that's fine. His team was able to survive. Jukes, they made it a little bit tense towards the end, sending 2 of their players out to die in the blue zone. I don't know if I agree with that strat. Maybe one of them, sure, but 2? I don't know. What were you thinking there?
Yeah, I mean, I think when they heard those shots from that one player from Excuse, I think they should have just ran out and tried to get that elimination, because why not? You know, I think they knew they were going to win the game. But still, yeah, they just kind of sent somebody out there at the last second to try and catch somebody. They end up getting the win, but it was very uncomfortable. That's for sure.
Absolutely. Well, why don't we bring reflections back to the desk? We've got ourselves a game 6 to look forward to, and all the marbles are on the line. So it all comes down to this. Tay, what'd you think?
Yeah, dude, first off, great end zone to finally watch a hill off, right? I've kind of been waiting for one of those. I didn't know if those were going to be a possibility in PUBG Mobile, but clearly they are, and it was exciting, just like any hill off you would expect to be. But reality of game number 5 is there was a lot of teams that dropped the ball, and one that picked up that ball was Dauntless with a tremendous performance, a great ending. Quite honestly, in contention for first place. Don't think they're in first just yet. They might be. We'll see. I'm not a mathematician. It's going to be close, but Mazexis did not do as well as they probably wanted to. Titan Gaming did pretty decently well, but they were already so far down. YKG, 0 points. And then, of course, you had SBG, who did play 6, but only 2 eliminations. Okay, so at this point, Dauntless is making a tremendous comeback. They go back-to-back. Hot Jukes, that's pretty much everything you could ask for from this roster.
You know what? I'm going to ask for more, baby. Let's go for the turkey. You know what I'm saying? 3 in a row. Let's do it. So I'd be excited to see Dauntless finish like that, because, I mean, this is a team that we've literally seen from the beginning, right? The beginning of Titan series. I remember the first day we saw Klaus get some crazy shots, some crazy plays, and we're like, man, dude, this guy has got potential, and look where he's at now. So really, really proud of how this team's performed so far.
Yeah, very proud indeed, man. Dauntless is a team that was pumped up in the beginning by PB. You know, we kind of been saying it, dude, like that buff. It took a while to get there, but it's finally here, and I gotta say, dude, congratulations to Dauntless for doing as well as they're doing. In-game, though, I mean, I know we're not even to that point in replays, PB, but, like, how do you go about rocking an in-game like we saw? Because even Enigma was typing in the chat like he's never seen that before. Normally that end zone will finish to the left, right, or just on one of the sides of the mountain. No, we were right on top of it.
Absolutely. We've seen these zones kind of more in the southern part of the map on some of those cliff sides in Miramar, but we don't see this one in the north very often here. And Dauntless able to get this position very, very early. They sat in that spot for about 5 circles, and it paid off. The zone kept coming to them. We saw the hard shift about 2 circles before the end of the game, and it was like, oh, whew, you know at this point you're going to be at least one of the top 2 teams. And so that was something that Dauntless really, really needed, obviously, sitting just outside of the top 3. With that performance and the elims they were able to pick up, I'm sure that they are vaulting up and challenging towards the top of those leaderboards.
And as far as they go, man, obviously first place in contention. You know, I look down and I think it's fair to say at this point, Hot Chooks, for Strangers BD, who was one of the teams in contention for potentially making it into, or at least getting that PMSL, you know, qualifier spot. It's kind of a wrap, you'd have to say. They get last place with 0 points. I look at some more teams. Black Mamba, another team, right? I think that's kind of out of it. Number 11th, plus they end up getting only 1 point for an elimination. Zombie Boys still doing fairly well. They continue to do decently well, but still placing 8th, going into 5 eliminations. Hot Chooks, it seems like it's pretty much a wraps, but you gotta say a big GG from Dauntless, who are clearly doing incredible.
Oh yeah, I mean, Dauntless definitely a cut above the rest here, but I'm a big believer in the saying that pressure makes diamonds, right? So for these teams,
that's right.
You know, Strangers, you know, Black Mamba, Zombie Boys, yeah, they're at the bottom of the leaderboards now. It's a lesson, you know, I said you gotta learn at some point. So hopefully we can see them, you know, really just say, hey, we got to work on that clutch, baby. We got to be able to do good in one-day tournaments. So hopefully they do that homework. And, you know, hey, you know what? It's not over. Show out on the last game. Go off.
That's it. Show out on the last game. Try to go big. And by the way, Hot Chooks, I just want to say right before we go to a break, I did appreciate you saying you loved C4 going all out, because that's how you do it. When you know you are so close, right? Or when you know it's like you got to do just a massive showing to come back, and you see that effort, you got to appreciate that C4. Shout out to you for doing so. Well, that's game number 5. One more game to go. We go back to Erangel where we started to end it all. Who's going to take it? Dauntless, YKG. Let us know in chat. Get loud for your favorite team. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the final map coming your way.
Why it takes too long, but he hits the free fire on 2 players!
Oh my gosh, Ayala! Don't do it to him, Ayala! Don't do it to him! Happens, the magic happens! Mythic! Oh! Oh, from Naden gets the first.
Reload.
What an opening salvo!
Ooh,
Oh!
the beam, it's a 1v1!
Say peekaboo! 1 down, 3 to go. Ooh, this is gonna be zombie boys. They need a speech. They got 1. They're looking at 2.
Oh, this is look good. Actually,
Oh.
looks real good, baby.
And welcome back, everybody, to Season 4 Premier Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes Enigma, joining us back on the desk for the final 6 game. It's going to be fun. We go back to Aaron Gale, and this is for quite literally all the marbles. Enigma, you were on a little bit of a break. You're now back into the mix. After that game number 5, it looks like, the top lead, at least top 3, is shaked up quite a bit, and it looks like Dauntless is looking to win the whole thing.
In and out of it for the most part. But in my eyes, they've been able to prove themselves as not only a competitor for that qualifier slot, but also for the teams that they're going to compete against each other in that PMSL qualifier.
Yeah, so what does that mean, right? Because Hot Chooks, you watch like the elite of the elite. Enigma, you do as well, right? But, Hot Chooks, like seeing a team such as Dauntless have the composure, have the ability to do as well as they have, especially in the back end of the maps, like not only do they have a chance to win tonight over some incredible rosters, but also qualify for PMSL spring qualifiers. Like, what does that mean for not only Dauntless, but also for them against the top stacked competition they might be facing against?
So stoked. This is next level. Titan Series is in the joke, right? You're talking about, you got money on the line here, right? So teams are going their absolute hardest. So for the fact that we see Dauntless have so much success, I will say, right, I don't want them to get a little too overconfident. They did get blessed with that last circle, right? But at the same time, right, you got to be able to feel like you can do it, right? So the fact that they're able to have so much success here is going to set them up so well in PMSL.
I mean, it has to. Back-to-back games, again, composure's there. They do get blessed, but every team at a certain point gets blessed.
Yes.
The young man of Enigma, he said, look, a broken clock is at least right, 2 times a day. And he's absolutely right. Unless you're manually winding it, then it can get a little bit crazy from that point forward. But then is it broken? Things I think about, shower thoughts. It gets pretty wild up in my brain. But you have to consider, though, Dauntless has just been doing so well, and I got to say, I'm so impressed. There was a certain point where I could just feel... It's weird. Like, you've been doing this for a long time. It's like you could just feel when a certain team is just, there's something special. They're about to do something special. And I think it was after that game 3, game 4, I was like, Dauntless might be actually coming back here. And it had nothing to do with any of the other rosters, just the energy Dauntless was putting out there. But Enigma, you do have SBG, who been in contention. They've been fighting. The large storyline throughout the day was SBG versus Mazexis. Both of those teams kind of slowing down a bit, but at one point you backed up SBG. Do you still feel confident? Would you back them up going into Game 6?
Well, I'd back them up, but for the most part, the squad hasn't really gotten a win on the night. They had second, fifth, basically all 3 of those games almost reaching double-digit elimination points for each of them. So it's a squad that has been able to put the pieces together for the most part, but not really finishing maybe that 1% that a squad like Dauntless has started to put together. So in my eyes, it's still anyone's game in terms of that top 3. Obviously, there's a prize payout for all 3 of those slots tonight, but
That's
the
right,
main thing is going to be who's going to finish in first place.
That is, and that's a good point, Enigma. We haven't even really talked about the prize pool. It's $2,000 on the line, Hot Jukes, right? $1,200 for first, then it goes down from there. That's pretty good chunk of change and a pretty big drop off from first to second. And another thing too, Enigma also brought up, Hot Jukes, like, SBG, they're looking good, but they also haven't really got a win today. But it's not all about the wins, is it? Look at YKG, second place, just behind that of Titan Gaming during the regular season qualifiers. They did all that without a single victory.
It's all about consistency, baby, right? Putting up some points no matter what the situation is. And like you just talked about earlier, right? Dauntless did get blessed, but you get blessed every now and then. The times you don't, you still got to get some points on the board. And that's why we saw YKG do it, right? The big thing is that when it comes to situations like this, you can do scrims all day long. You can do all that kind of stuff. But when it comes down to it, the big show where money's on the line, can you perform, right? We've seen Dauntless do it. We know these other top teams can do it. I want to see these top teams emulate what C4 did in that last game, right? Especially those teams that are going to have a little bit of a gap point-wise. Go out, do whatever it takes to win this game. Put that $1,200 in your pocket.
That's a great point, Hot Jukes. You brought that up during your commentary in Game 5. I kind of complimented you on that point going to break. Enigma, you as a competitor, I got to ask you, how hard is it, though? Because we as commentators, and I commonly say that, too, across multiple esports, it's like, you find yourself in 6th place, you're outside the money, you're outside of that qualifying spot. What does it hurt going into Game 6? Lay it all on the line. Get reckless, get aggressive. But when you do that, you potentially run the risk of losing out, even worse than you already are. But then again, you're still not making the money. So you as a competitor, Enigma, like, how hard is it to then put that aside and say, you know what? Let's go for it all. Let's go for a top 3. Let's go and try to make the money. But if we don't, are we going to be happy breaking out and potentially going from 8th place to 12th place? Will that hurt our ego? How hard is it to put that aside for a chance to go for the money?
I think it's just multitudes of worlds. I mean, you could tell from the experienced players, it was evident with the Erangel in that 4th match when it came to that fight between YKG and I believe it was Ace of Spades. I mean, it was a 2v4 situation, and Ace ended up just getting pieced apart in the apartment. So these other teams that are in that middle of the pack, I'd like to see them apply that sort of mental fortitude, that build, that strength of, we need to go out there and do our thing. And I'm actually stressing a lot more for the Dauntless team, because this is a squad that, maybe hasn't been in this position of, hey, we need to perform in this last game. This is do or die for us right now in the terms of getting that top 3 spot, because we already know that, they're making the PMSL slot. I don't think anyone has a doubt with that. So shout out to them. But that 1st place is still on the line. You should be gunning for that. And in my position, I'd be looking more so at my teammates and kind of looking at that pillar, that staple, maybe that more experienced player to kind of lean on to guide you into the, the future that you don't really know what to expect.
So who would that experienced player be, Hot Jukes?
I think it's got to be your big boy Klaus, right? I think that's the clutch member for the squad. You know what? I like the fact what you just said, Enigma. It just made me think about it. When it comes to them getting this PMSL qualifying spot, I want them to use this situation is think, hey, we need to get 1st place in order to get it. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so sick of seeing teams that are like, all we got to do is beat these other squads. Hey, we get, 12th place, we'll make it. That's good enough. No, right? You want to put yourself in the mindset to constantly hunt down that 1st place position. So Dauntless, they're in that running, right? They have it here. So I don't want them to just say, hey, we did enough, right? Let's just go ahead and hang back.
Right.
Nah, go for number 1.
Yeah.
That's a great point. That's a great point. And that brings me to, and I'm not going to call out any specific teams, and I think it's fair enough. Like, teams will know who I'm talking about, but there are certain teams that do compete in Titan Series and regular season, and there are teams who compete across the multitude of esports who definitely have that weaker mindset that Hot Juice just pointed out. Teams that think, well, I've done good enough, so that's where I'm going to stop and that's where I'm going to end. But the problem with that is then your skill ceiling, it kind of limits itself, and you reach that skill ceiling a lot quicker. And once you reach that, it's hard to break through that without the mentality of, I just want to be better. I want to get 1st place. I want to continue to drive forward. And if you don't have that drive, well, you're really not going to go too far. You'll just be middle of the pack, potentially even lower. Maybe you'll hold on to, your premier spot. Maybe you'll hold on to your PMSL slot. Maybe you'll hold on to your Pro League spot, but you'll never really be a champion. And it's like, are you satisfied with that? And that's a question only you as a competitor, only the competitors or teams can truly answer. It's like regular season. I've seen plenty of teams throughout multiple of esports, do really bad. I mean, during regular season, Enigma, but then come like a championship Sunday or come time, a major, or come down to premier finals, this is where they show up. But it's like, you could have been so much better during that major, during that final, during that premier final, if you would have continued to drive each and every single map the 3 weeks of qualifiers.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is just some sort of stagnant mindset these players have. And I understand, when you're playing with the same roster for long enough, maybe you start kind of just leveling each other out, not really knowing, like, you can't really vision your team going to the next level. And the hardest part is, I think, for a lot of these new teams, it's hard to find players with the same mindset of reaching for that next step, not just being comfortable being on that first or second step. You want to be reaching for the next thing, whether it's PMSL for Dauntless, whether it's for whatever tournament it would be after that with the new format coming up in the next year, let's say PMGC or PMWI for that matter. You're wanting to aim for that next stage after you reach the next one. So a lot of these teams need to get in the mindset of, hey, we need to be improving. There's never a point where we should be stopping and saying, this is good enough for me.
Yeah, that's right. Because like I said, you'll never reach the next level. You'll never reach the next level. Before we do go to a break, though, Hot Chooks, I got to ask you, as far as the team goes, is there a team that in your entirety, not even Titan series, but just PUBG experience, PUBG Mobile experience, that fits that narrative that we've been driving home for the past couple of minutes?
Honestly, I haven't seen one in North America in a long time. I'm gonna be honest, right? I really have not. I do these interviews with these teams, these players right before the big tournament start, and I'll never forget. I mean, just in this last one, right? I remember hearing that, like, hey, how you guys doing? What are you expecting you guys are gonna get? I hear, you know what? Alpha 7 already qualified. These other teams already qualified. So all we gotta do is get like 4th place, and we're gonna make it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And those guys don't make it. They never do. I've now seen one of those teams with that mindset or telling me that even go there. If you look at the top squads in the world, I'll tell you, I meet them, I talk to them, I eat lunch with these guys, right? The top teams in the world that get 2nd place, hundreds of thousands of dollars, pissed. The most frustrated team in the world. How is that possible, right? 2nd place, I would be screaming. I'd be like, oh my gosh, we're good. We're set, boys. Let's go to the mall, whatever you want to do. No. These teams take it so hard, because they wanted to win so bad. So that's the mindset that I want to see happen here. And so when I see a team like Dauntless, right, start clutching it up a little bit, it gets me excited.
That's right, and it's going to get me even more excited if they come in hard for game number 6. We'll see if they can do so. We're going to take our final break. When we come back, game number 6, Erangel, the final map for Season 4 Premier Finals, will be coming your way. welcome back, everybody, to Season 4 Premier Finals, the game number 6. Hopefully it'll be underway very shortly, but until then, we still have some more storylines and really gravity to set, right? Because there is a lot on the line going into that game number 6. Now, unofficially, from what I'm hearing, Dauntless currently is in first place. SBG just behind them. Things are getting interesting for game number 6, especially between those two. But as far as other rosters go, YKG, Mazexis, always a chance to come back up and potentially make some magic happen. My only concern, though, Hotchukes, Mazexis hasn't really had the best of games over the past 2, right? So now it's like they got to step it up and kind of recover that short-term memory, letting those bad games go and starting fresh for the final game.
100%. I think Mazexis just needs to avoid the hot drops. I think that's the one thing that they're really struggling with, right? They're taking these fights so early on. They're losing players, and they're having a hard time being able to finish. So I think Mazexis need to, at all costs, right? Just, hey, stay away from everybody, loot up, play towards that late game. Maybe try to catch a third party here and there in that second fight, because I'm seeing way too many early engagements. But it's the last game, right? So I think we're going to see a lot of teams just fully send it. So it's going to be chaos for sure.
You know, what's interesting, though, Mazexis did start off the day, Enigma, with 14 eliminations, a winner chicken dinner, 24 total points going their way, which I believe was enough to go ahead and start off in first place, which is pretty spectacular, to say the least. So there is always a chance that they can come out on top and win this. Dauntless, though, still has to have that strong game. We set the storyline up there. Enigma, though, for your prediction, who you go with for game number 6 and ultimately to take it all?
Listen, I'm seeing the ops people in the back tell us who's kind of in contention for that top 3, but they're not really noting Titan Gaming, okay? I know they're 15, 16 unofficial points back from first place, and this is a squad, they've been quiet all night, okay? They've had a few pop-off moments maybe, but we're talking about a pop-off game here tonight, and a squad that's needing those 20-plus point games, they're one of the few in the lobby that could do it right now.
All right, fair enough. I hear you out. Hot Jukes, for you, though, it's hard to go against what Enigma goes with, man. But either you got to go with them or against them. It's risky going against. What are you going for?
I mean, got to go Dauntless, I think, all the way, right? Dauntless, too strong right now. I think they're just going to continue on with it, put some good points on the board. I mean, they have all that confidence. The one thing I do not want to see from Dauntless, and I'll say this with the biggest exclamation point, don't change your strategy. Right? Don't just automatically go and just say, hey, we're going to play ultra passive and just try to put points on the board. Not in this situation. Play the game that got you here.
Little history lesson. Let me go back to map number 1 because I got to see where Dauntless finished off. So Dauntless in map 1 ended up finishing in 10th place with 3 eliminations. However, going to map number 4, we went back to Erangel and they ended up finishing in 8th place with 4 eliminations, right? So clearly, I mean, Erangel tonight has not been too hot for themselves, which is pretty scary to say the least for Dauntless for not wanting to. So I mean, Hot Chicks, that actually let's dive a little bit deeper in that, right? Because not change up anything, but Erangel hasn't been going for them all night.
Yeah, it hasn't been going for them all night, but at the same time, right, they're starting to play much more cohesive as a unit here.
Sure.
They're putting in those points. We saw them even busting out the pan towards the end, you know what I'm saying? So they got that confidence. I will say, though, if they lose by 1 point, I will die laughing because Bob went for the pan shot. He hit him twice, but if I recall, that player went out to the blue zone. Wasn't finished. Right. So that's 1 point that they ended up losing. So I think that's a nice little just like, oh, what could possibly happen? Because if that does, that'd be ridiculous.
It could very well be ridiculous, man. That is a good point. You know, it always hurts like that, Enigma. I feel like there are competitors that, and by the way, I haven't forgot, I'm giving my prediction eventually, but Enigma, there are those competitors that they do goof around a little bit, right, when things are going well, and then they just happen to lose by a point. And sometimes I've seen them lose by even lower than that when there's point multipliers, right, for victories and stuff. Lose by like 0.2 points, right, and some not even qualify for the biggest stages in the world. That's pretty scary to say the least, right?
Yeah, and I mean, there were formats back in the day for PMPL where you used to have those sorts of super weekends and stuff like that, where every win you get an extra amount of dollars. I know Jukes remembers those days very vividly. Yeah. So, I mean, there were times where players, you would be gunning for that first place. You'd be gunning for those wins, get a bit of extra cash. Now the formats obviously change and stuff like that, but a lot of these teams are needing to start putting the effort now before PMSL qualifiers comes around, so that they're able to kind of be in top ship-shape form, because we're looking at teams like Passion Fruit, Extreme Slayers even, that are kind of just right under the ball in my eyes. They're kind of just dropping it, letting anyone else take it up for grabs. And these are squads that I expect have some sort of consistency or a standard of play to their sort of game. And unfortunately, right now, we're not really seeing it.
Extreme Slayers, huh? That's a good name to bring up. I feel like there are times where they're just slaying out. They're doing so incredibly well, and there are times where they're not. But I do like that Extreme Slayers continuously and consistently does compete, not only Premier Finals, but also in Titan Series in general at the highest level. They're one of those teams that is middle of the pack, but a team that I feel like can really play an impact into who truly gets first, second, or third place, because they're just good. You don't want to fight them. If you can try to avoid them without question, man. But extra money for wins, that actually sounds pretty fun. I like that idea.
That was crazy.
It was stressful, to say that.
It was wild.
Oh,
It was
you were playing
stressful,
it, weren't
to say
you,
the least.
Enigma?
Yep, I played it a good bit, but it was definitely stressful. And I remember, too, I think it was the very first PMPL, you talk about these squads, kind of going to the last game, they had a bit of messing around and stuff like that. Maybe they're a point or two short. We were in a position where we are, I believe, tied for 5th, going to 3rd place. And I think it's a 3-way split between me, Tempo Storm, or the Wildcard squad. Wildcard, Tempo Storm, and I believe Team Queso in the very first PMPL. And we had another NA team drop on us, trying to contest us for it. We had wiped them, I believe it was the Lazarus squad. Ended up barely making it to zone with 0 meds. And a lot of these squads, it comes down to, can you really have that clutch factor? And thankfully for us, we were able to clutch it up, get a bit extra prize pool for that. But that could be the difference between you getting more bonus points going into finals play, you making a LAN event even. I mean, it all comes down to you being comfortable in those sorts of situations. And unfortunately, a lot of these players now, they're not really, those namesake players like myself and maybe Sixless and stuff like that have played for multiple years. These are people kind of coming in new, coming in young, and they're great players. It's just a matter of, do they have that mental fortitude going into the future game?
Mental fortitude, that is a big component, not only as a competitor in traditional sports, but esports as well. And I love that you said Team K, so that just brings back good memories, to say the least. Hot Jukes, let's set the storyline up, though, in terms of 1st and 2nd place, because we've got Dauntless, we've got SBG tied, but not really tied. What's going on with their situation?
So if they're tied, right, Dauntless and SBG, Dauntless has won 2 chicken dinners, okay? So that means that they will win the tiebreaker in the scenario. So that 1 point that I talked about a little earlier could definitely come into play. My question is this for you, Taylor, right? If you're Dauntless and you're SBG, you're going into this tied. It's the last game, right? We know that we're going to see some craziness, okay?
Right.
Do you think that they have a big target on their back for some of these squads that are like needing some serious points?
Yes. Yes, I definitely do. You could take a look back in history. C4 is a great example of that. And I look at the final week number 3 of the Titan Series, or for this season 4 Premier qualifiers. C4 was on the precipice of breaking out of the bottom 4 to qualify for the Premier Finals, which they ultimately do through, Premier Challenger, or it should be Challengers Finals. But C4 had a target on their back, and it was definitely hunted down for sure. And then there was some extra love shown right after they took down C4. So, look, if you're in 1st, 2nd place, there is always a target on your back. And that's something you just got to deal with. Now, C4 is a bit of a different beast because of the trash talk plus winning back-to-back, Titan Series Premier Finals. So, it's a bit different. Do I think Dauntless or SBG particularly have a target on their back? I think they do. But I don't think it's as severe as someone like C4 was, not only in the Challenger Finals, but also in the final week of the qualifiers. Enigma, do you have the same mindset there? Do you think the target's there? Do you think, whatever, maybe it's not?
Listen, I mean, hopefully you didn't make enemies with the wrong people, there's a lot of squads in here where they could just gridlock you. You drop somewhere random, like Ferry Pier or something, they just camp the car spawn and you got to start swimming to make your first rotation or something, like anything's possible for these squads. But I don't think those 2 squads at the top, SBG and Dauntless have made that sort of, target on their back per se, any more than what those top teams would already have on their back. So I'm interested to see, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they talk trash or something in a YouTube video, Instagram post, whatever the case may be, maybe shooting boxes or something earlier on. I believe Butterfly affected that earlier. So maybe they've got some beef with them, but I mean, it's still anyone's game in my eyes.
I think more so, Hot Chooks, like that question, like, it's like, do they have a target on the back? Maybe so, but I think the question really, for me anyways, is like, how well is Dauntless going to do on a map that they haven't performed well on? They've been doing incredibly well. Sandhawk was great, right? And then you go into Miramar, sure, but Erangel has just been so weak from them. And you can make the argument SPG as well, because SPG started off the day, pretty far down the leaderboard, but they've managed to come back in pretty sensational fashion as far as I'm concerned. And the last time that they played Erangel, they ended up going all the way up to second place with 11 eliminations. It was a very, very powerful finish from them. And who knows, maybe even off the back, because Enigma ended up predicting them, right? So there's always the possibility, right, that buff comes into play. But it's so funny. We've set the storyline up with Dauntless and SPG. And again, there's YKG and there's Mazexis, who could 100% come out and just disrupt the entire storyline that we've set between those two rosters. There's 4 in contention. There's 4 that, potentially have a target on their back. And there's 4 that truly want to beat each other. And we'll find out who that's going to be. It's final map. And I think it comes down to what both, not only you, Hot Chooks, but also you, Enigma, said. It's about having that ironclad mentality, that mentality of, this is the final map. This is where we need to prove that we are undisputably the best team for Season 4, Titan Series, Premier Finals. And not only that, right, we're going to be the most dominant team in Dauntless's case going into PMSL, which is going to give them, I think, even more confidence, because they might be competing across the board against some of these similar rosters. Now, for me, it didn't give my prediction, and now it is time to get. Hey, look, I know we drug it out, man. We drug it out. It's time to give my prediction, and
drum roll.
I'm going Mazexis. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm going
Okay.
Mazexis. They started off the day strong. I've gone with them for every Erangel. We set up the storyline beautifully, as far as I'm concerned, between Dauntless and SPG. But Mazexis is about to come in and ruin everything and overtake first place and say that storyline never really mattered. We were always 100% a part of it. So Mazexis is my team. And I want to say, Hot Chooks, and you can weigh in on this, how miraculous would it be for Mazexis to win today after being relegated, looking like the weakest team in the Premier qualifiers, and then Challenger Finals looking decently strong, second place, but then to win today, I mean, you talk about a 180.
Oh, that would be so sick. I mean, I love the Mazexis squad, right? This roster I've been following for a long time, through all their shifts and orgs, everything. I believe in this team for sure. Now, if my math is correct, they have a 9-point difference from Dauntless and SPG. So that's not a lot of points, right? At the same time, it's also a lot of points, right? Because you got to worry about Dauntless and SPG, right, putting up anything on the board. So I think if you're Mazexis, I'm all about like screwing with IGLs and their mentality here, because you really have to think. If you're the IGL of Mazexis, you got to think, what should we do? Should we hunt them down? Right? Should we just play our game? I don't know. We'll see.
We'll definitely find out. Well, Hot Jukes Enigma, we've set the storylines up. You should all be filled in by now. Let us know. Who do you think's going to take it? It's the final game. There are no more games after this Game 6 Erangel, which means this is the final chance to get those points to possibly be the champion for Season 4 Premier Finals. Who will it be? Keep the conversation going in chat. Without further ado, let's head into it. The final game of Season 4 Premier Finals. Hot Jukes Enigma, take it away.
Let's go, baby. Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections. You said it best, man. This audience is filled up and ready to go here for this final one. Enigma, we set up the storylines. We know what's at stake. So I kind of want to continue with that, what I was just talking about a little bit earlier, right? A team like Mazexis, they need 9 points. Yeah. You got a team like Titan, which needs 16 points, right? Yeah. If you're talking about mixing up strategies, if you're the IGL of Titan, what are you telling them to do right now?
I mean, you lay it all out there. You can't be leaving any sort of doubt in your mind, maybe regrets and not doing something. And this is the map that everyone knows. It's Erangel, it's the tried and true. Everyone knows every nook and cranny, every sort of play that everyone's going to make 3 zones ahead if it was to shift that way. So a lot of these teams are going to come down to if they can hit that sort of execution button in their head and be like, hey, this is the moment we need to be him for the night.
Okay.
And you know,
All
the
right.
last game, Mazexis, you said it best. I think 9 points is not a lot, but it's a lot. It's all a matter of if the other teams above them are, you know, able to get elimination points or not. Maybe you hawk the kill feed, kind of stay around the edge. Maybe if, you know, if some teams opt to stay on the edge or not of the first 2 zones, maybe even look for a third party, because we're seeing a lot of the teams that choose to take those early game engagements, C4 being the main one, really kind of just suffering and really showing that their matches, especially on Erangel, really kind of just faltering on the average points they're getting. So hopefully with a team like Dauntless, I think you and Taylor said it best of just, you know, their average points aren't really too hot on here. Hopefully they're able to come into it and not, you know, fumble the bag, so to speak.
For sure, for sure. A nice little Western circle here to start things off. CC4 hot off the drop already. So this is what I was talking about, right? We're going to see some crazy early engagements. I think we're going to see some teams drop like flies here at the start. You can see Dauntless, look at that, in the back of the buggy with the revolver.
Geez.
Man, dude.
Shout out to the
boy.
outfit. Shout out to the
Dude,
outfit. The snowman
right.
headpiece. I mean, I used
I
to
like to
rock
see
the
that.
Yeti, but, you know, some people, I've seen corn outfits. I've seen those bedazzled, you know, suits that people wear, but we're going to have to put a note on the outfits because it looks like there's more fighting going on in Pachinki. It looks like 3 teams here. Black Mamba, unfortunately, being a 3-man, kind of caught in the fire between Lotus and I believe it's Passion Fruit.
Yeah, so this is a pretty relevant fight, at least in the middle of the map here, because both of these teams don't stand a chance when it comes to leaderboards, right? So I kind of want to go back to what I was talking about earlier, right? When it comes to Titan, 16-point differential, okay? I want you to elaborate a little bit more if you were to give an exact strategy, right? I know we know they have to go all out, but I think with 16 points, you have to shut down Dauntless and SPG, right? At a certain point, you can't just let them go do their own thing, right?
And I mean, this is a squad that, you know, Dave made a note of it. He talked about the spread a lot. They're kind of getting picked off one by one. You got to be fanning yourself out, even though it hasn't been working, and looking for either Dauntless and SPG, or you got to be looking for those low bottom feeder teams and taking those engagements early on, maybe zone 1 or 2, and trying to get 6 or 8 elimination points, possibly before zone 3. Because, I mean, the win's only 10 points. You're needing more than just that. And oh, wait a second. Wait, this is big news. It's Mazexis and SPG.
And they got to finish. And they got 2. They're hunting them down. They have to. They know. This is what I was talking about, right? If you are a team like Mazexis, any of these squads, you have to hunt down these top 2 teams. They know where the rest of SPG is. They're full sending this, committing this, and taking them out right here, right now. Massive, massive play for Mazexis. Here they go.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 of them on the building. Looks like the 4th player is just grouping, and the SPG players actually had 1 and 1 in each building, but Nate kind of getting a little too aggressive, getting caught out by the player off in the other building. So Mazexis unfortunately losing 1. Every point matters for SPG at this point, but I mean, you got to win this fight. It's a matter if you can hit the shots, and he hits the DBS shots. 1. He got the third, but 1v2.
This is one of those hard fights right here, because I think if you're Mazexis, you realize we have to push this. We have to do this fast because we do not want to get third-partied early on. But losing 2 players really sillily like that, they are not synced up at all. Possibly panicking here. So, here comes the jump out. Oh, and Valen gets bodied.
Oh, and
SPG. 3, that's enough. Mazexis is screwed.
Yeah, no, I mean.
Oh my gosh, Mazexis, not like this.
Oh, and he's doing a little dance on the body. I mean, it's 2v4 situation, and then everything just crumbles. I mean, what do you even say after that? I mean, you had the opportunity of finishing first. Like, you had the eliminations on one of the 2 squads. You needed a fumble and then just get absolutely rolled. And Rob's, I mean, star player in that fight, first off, but really just hate to see.
Dude, why did Taylor have to predict him, man? It's toxic. The curse, the reflections curse. You hate to see it. Mazexis going down early like that. Honestly, that's tough. That one hurts, especially in the situation that you were in. You had the early finish. I know you're trying to push this quicker rather than later, but just mistake after mistake, and Mazexis just getting bodied.
Yeah, and I mean, Nate, like, he kind of ran in first while Zuko was pulling up in the buggy, and then just runs through the doorway, doesn't even get knocked to the guy in his building. Robs actually shoots him through a window, so getting it, but wait a second. Titans kind of got 5 eliminations, Jukes.
C4 gone.
And you know,
Titan does.
They're 4 up as well.
Uh-oh.
I'm liking what I'm seeing here.
This is pretty brutal. Oops does get rezzed in this situation. So he's looking really nice. 5 for Titan is going to put them in a really good spot because they needed 16. SBG did put up 3, so that's going to add to that, right?
Yeah.
Even though actually they put up 4. Oh my gosh, that's right. They took the whole squad out.
Oh!
So, nice there from Juancho. Juancho, best player in A.
Oh, a little bit of a teammate.
As you can see why.
Yep. Divine, second best. Reminding Juancho that.
100%, dude. I'll tell you what. This is brutal because if you're Titan, you just saw SBG get 4 points on the board. You have to go even crazier now, right? Because a 10-point chicken dinner is going to get scary. And you got to also realize that Dauntless is still alive. We talked about those shenanigans in the early game, Enigma, and look at that. Look how many teams are already out.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 there on the right side. The battle tracker says it best. Extreme Slayers, even, I mean, a lot of these mid-pack teams kind of losing players early on. Black Mamba especially down to 2. And I mean, you kind of just sit here and wonder, you know, what was the decision making coming in? And it's not like you played this map only twice. So this is the 3rd time we're playing Erangel in the night. Seeing hot drops contest, not teams. Now, obviously, the fight with Mezexis and SBG, 100% planned. There's no doubt in my mind that Mezexis came in with an idea, a mindset of what they're doing. But these other squads that are taking these sort of early engagements off drop can't really put 2 and 2 together for this one.
Oh boy, what is going to happen here? Because I'm looking at the leaderboards. I'm looking at now we see Ace and Bob getting into it. This is what I was talking about, right? If you're one of those teams in that mid pack, like Titan, that needs to put up points, even Lotus, you got to start pushing people because teams are going out too quickly here. We're going to see all these squads in Pachinki get knocked out as well. Here comes Passion Fruit on the push to Black Mamba. Echo with a pump shotgun. Gets instantly shot up by Juancho. Oh, that's the jump shot right there. That's one of my favorite ones to do in this kind of building. You just jump over that ledge, jump on down. You can see the pre-fire. One was waiting for it.
Yeah, I think the second shot out of the DBS, though, was a little bit too quick. Didn't actually get the thirst onto Age. So Passion Fruit kind of just taking their time and resetting. And, I mean, we're talking 4 players on Passion Fruit. This theoretically should be a wipe onto the Black Mamba squad, allowing them to kind of rotate out of here. But, I mean, anything's possible. He's got the DBS, the best gun to do it. And he's on the stairs.
Honestly, you come in with 3 players, you know, that's how I feel about you.
Oh!
So, and that's what you deserve, right? See y'all later, Black Mamba. I hate teams that just give up. No matter what, this is the best place for you as an NA player to put in work. Why would you give up early? That's what I say. Yeah. But hey, you know what? To each their own. Meanwhile, Titan gets knocked.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh, boy.
That was Strangers BD, I think, getting a knock. This is the early engagement with C4 here, Jukes. So it looks like Titan actually had an idea of what C4 was doing. Bonnie just getting completely caught out. And look at that. I mean, it's 3 players hawking them on a wall while the 4th one's just cooking a nade perfectly. So you like seeing that sort of stuff. But Titan, they're kind of spread. I'm not liking the fact that Foops was the one to be knocked again. Crow actually being eliminated as well. Thankfully, Endorphin was able to get a bit of a return knock. But Titan Gaming, I mean, the revive statistics are kind of showing tried and true from what PB was noting. The first 3 games, I think it was, they had 0 revives.
Oh boy, well, let's see what happens here because Titan are hurt. They did lose a player, and if teams were really paying attention to the tracker, they should realize that Titan could be in this situation. So if you're a team like Lotus, right, where you're out on the leaderboards, Lotus had 36 points here, right, just below Titan. If you're Lotus, you need to hunt down Titan Gaming right here and now. You need to leave that building and take them out.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about, you know, just getting your name out there and that sort of stuff. Titan Gaming, obviously being the most recent of the org picks up in the NA region. And, you know, the qualifiers, they showed great, but unfortunately tonight for finals, I'm not sure if it was nerves or maybe just a bad day, whatever the case may be, really not performing. And, you know, this match, it looks solid. They've had a lot of matches kind of like this, whether it's early eliminations or positioning. They get it, but then the after part is kind of just too fumbled together, mumbo jumbo even. And, I mean, we can see it here. 2 down or 1 down now on Titan. Baton being the one that's kind of the main staple of the squad. Now it's down to just 1.
Oh, boy. Let's see what happens here. Is Titan Gaming is eliminated. Brutal. That's 5 eliminations, though. That's a good amount of points. But that is it. That is it for them. So they're not going to be our champions here. Dauntless still up, playing it passive, and just honestly, if you're a fan of Dauntless, I mean, your wrists have to be hurting right now from just doing cartwheels so much. Because I mean, all these top teams, I've just gotten shredded.
And you know, the scary thing is SBG, they're still alive. It's not like the placement points are coming into effect just yet, but we are down to just 9 teams remaining in the lobby.
Oof.
A lot of early game engagement. So Dauntless having 0 points, you're theoretically 4 points back from SBG. And if it ends up like the other matches, like Sandhawk and stuff like that, we've been seeing a lot of solo plays come back and come into this top 3, top 4 position, securing themselves placement points. So if you're Dauntless, I'm kind of almost too scared to move, but also the fact that you can't let Dauntless live. You got to kind of figure out where they're at, if not prevent any sort of snake play from going on in these future zones.
I will tell you, that's something that they really have to concern themselves with, especially seeing so many players drop out so early. There's only 28 players remaining and we're in zone 2. Jeez. This is what I was talking about. Every single time the last game happens, those teams that are just like have that loser mentality and are like, hey, you know what? There's nothing we can do. Let's just get out and go home early, right? This is what happens. So you have to account for that, especially if you're, you know, a team that actually has potential here in this region. So when it comes to these particular squads, you know, SBG with 4 eliminations, technically that's enough to do it right now. So Dauntless has to consider that and start putting in some eliminations. But there's also that other big threat, Enigma. And you know who I'm talking about?
Well, yeah, I do, but they're sitting with 0 elims right now, so still a chance they might not do anything.
They're still in it. They're still in it. They are chilling right now all across the shoreline here.
Ooh.
So they're not in a bad spot when it comes to just trying to get some information. But, you know, I think they're just kind of waiting near the water, just kind of waiting to see what is going to happen here. But this next zone shift, especially with so many players out, they're going to have so much room to just move, right?
Yeah.
And I think, YKG are going to be in a good spot to just frag out on their minds.
Yeah, and that's one of those squads where if they're given that free space, you know, they kind of know what they're doing with it. They spread out. They usually leave one person on the edge or hold a lot of the center positioning themselves. And if you allow the squad to kind of get that sort of zone blitz, obviously the zone's still shrinking now. We got another 20 seconds on it. The zone shift happens and it centers up towards them. They're a squad where they could basically be 2v4 people as they drive in. And a lot of these teams, we can see it on the right side, down to 3 players. We do have a few 4-man squads, including Zombie Boys and stuff like that. But the Zombie Boys, you know, a lot of these squads haven't been looking too hot tonight. Them against YKG, I can't really picture them coming out on top in that.
Well, let's see what happens here as we see YKG starting to spot Lotus Esports. Lotus Esports have 4, and they're one of those teams that needs to have a ridiculous game if they want to try and take this tournament. They definitely can, and they can go all the way from 6 on up. Popping out the buggy.
Don't like seeing that.
Buggy smoking now. That's not good.
The monster truck smoking too. He's gonna get blown up.
Gosh, almost got him.
Oh,
he did get him.
Fate got him. Downtown.
Are they gonna push this? Are they gonna push this?
Kind of on the west side, the zone.
And
and Fate's going. They're executing on it. The Sharks are
executing.
out.
LOL.
Yep, execute Fate. They don't pay me enough for this.
No, they do not. They do not. Fate especially does it. Meanwhile, Fate with the nade. Throwing it on down to Guerra. Getting almost shot right on the side there. But here comes the runovers. And YKG. What did I tell you? YKG with this much room to breathe. They're just gonna have to start having fun. Lotus. I think that is going to be the end of it here. Yeah, no way they're making it out alive. Never mind. That was crazy.
Hey, I mean, a bit of reality check, you know. Hey, you can't be doing anything like that to me, but, you know, it's only the knock. It's not like he's getting eliminated or something like that. It's not like he's getting thirsted, but, you know, for these squads, we can see on the right side, we're now getting into the placement point range, Jukes. Talking about 8 teams being alive.
That's crazy.
And
it's
it's sad for me to think about because it's only stage 3. Like, I'd like that to be stage 5 at least, even with all the early game engagements, but, you know, unfortunately, it's just the way it is right now.
Yeah, we're gonna have a podcast right now because it's gonna be quiet for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is gonna be interesting here. So YKG with 3, you know they're doing the math in their head, right? So with SBG getting those 4, YKG are definitely in the running here, but they need to put up a lot more. So let's see what they decide to do. They got those 3 early finishes, which is huge. But man, there's so much room to breathe here. They can just kind of chill, but hopefully they don't for too long. Because honestly, this is the worst time to take a fight. Zone 3, Zone 4. I always tell teams, like, why are you fighting at this? Because your chances of getting third partied are just through the roof.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but at the same time, you need eliminations. And with so many players just, poof out of existence here in the last game, you kind of don't have a choice.
Yeah, and I think Dauntless and Zombie Boys have the same idea. Unfortunately, not one we're too much of fans of, I guess you could say. Kind of just playing more passive and sitting around waiting for the zone shift to happen. And I don't know if Clint has the options of doing it or not, but if we could get the zone shift to the water or something, kind of make some of it unplayable, make these teams start to engage each other, get it going. Because the next few zones, they're going to be it's going to be dead for the most part. Unless YKG, the only squad in here that I think is going to be able to do it, gets an opening knock, they'll go for the execute on the squad wipe. So only time will tell now. But, I guess, Jigs, the next question is, what's your favorite color?
Oh, guess what? I think it's going to be blue, baby.
Oh.
Dauntless. Looking pretty good over here near the crates. So, they're ready to go get in the vehicles. Man, I love to see this team because these guys are playing full sweat right here. They want that $1,200. Let's see where the zone goes. Is he going to go towards Everest?
I'm feeling it.
Everest?
It's going Everest.
Let's go,
Parties.
baby. Oh, never. It's a hospital finish. Interesting. Very interesting.
And it's Zombie Boys holding the whole hospital side. They're also holding, I think, that 1 stack down below. Orsic might be getting caught out a bit here, but you can also see YKG. They cleared out that western south side for the most part. Gonna have a free rotate in. Ace of Spades, though, might be a team that comes in behind them, forcing a fight. We do see, I believe it's the solo of SBG slamming in towards the center of zone. And that's a player you really need to be keeping an eye out for if you're Dauntless. I'm expecting them to at least know it's either a duo or maybe they think they're squad wiped. But
yeah,
the Shack, he's in. It's playable right now.
It's definitely playable. So I want to see how they play it out here. I don't want, this is one of those games that could give teams some false confidence. You know what I'm saying? This is not a normal game, right? You got so many teams out already here. So I think you have to understand that. So you cannot play this game the way you played before, Yeah. And if you win this game, you can't walk away from it saying like, oh, all we got to do is play like that and we'll win every game. No. This is a whole different monster here. So I think teams need to realize, since there's only so many players, there are a ridiculous amount of free spots still available in these zones. So I think teams should be a little bit more aggressive when it comes to pushing towards positions.
Yeah, it's only 8 teams left alive. Butterfly Effect, unfortunately, down to 3. We've got Zombie Boys, YKG, Ace of Spades, ST, and Dauntless, all with 4 players up. But 2 solos left alive, like Extreme Slayers and SVG, kind of just relaxing, doing their own thing, I guess. And for the most part, why even peek this? We've talked about it plenty of times, Chicks. Just kind of just wasting armor.
Yeah, wasting armor. Just having fun at this point. Zombie Boys just pop. Trying to take some pop shots for no reason at all. And Illusion. Oh, gets a nice little headshot.
Okay.
A double headshot. That's pretty good, But hey, where's my helmet? Oh, it's gone.
The 3 vest, too, don't
With
do it
3
to me.
people in the game. Jeez.
Well, I remember what people used to do back in the days. They would actually take off the helmet. If they heard a sniper or a DMR, they would take it off to save it, especially if it's a 3 helmet. Players cannot stress enough, especially competitive players. A 3 helm is worth its weight in gold because we're talking about other players that, are hitting headshots 40, 50, 60% of the time when it comes to spraying players. And, if you don't have a helmet, you're basically 1, if not 2 bullets away from getting knocked. So stuff like that. 3 helm. 3 vest is not as important. Maybe it is now with the DBS meta shift coming in play. But, there's a lot of things that players need to really keep in mind that I feel maybe was lost with new players coming in of, saving ammo, saving smokes, utility, whether it's armor, any of that stuff for the late game where you're going to need it the most.
You're so right, man. I think definitely some very unique, solid strats have just kind of been lost to time here, And now everyone's just like, hey, you know what? Just laser spray DBS, easy, you know? And that definitely mixes things up. Meanwhile, let's see what happens here as the zone does start to get closer and closer. Butterfly Effect are in a good position, but like I said, 3 players up, it's over for them. So I'm going to still keep an eye on the big storylines here. And that's who's going to win this whole thing. YKG has 3 with all the players up. And Dauntless still yet to make a move here, playing it very, very safe.
Yeah, and I mean, Dauntless is, they don't know it, but they are just north of Rob's, the solo of SBG to their south. And I mean, we obviously have these 2 teams on the eastern side. I believe it's Ace of Spades and SE kind of needing to make the rotation in, but I'm seeing on the map right now, I'm not sure if we can swap to. It looks like YKG starting to make an execute on a Zombie Boys squad. The team that was holding Hospital kind of getting caught out from the YKG split, I think.
Oh boy, let's see what happens here as Dark hopping on in. Here they go. Strangers BD looking to have some fun in the mix. And the Zombie Boys playing it very, very passive right now in Hospital. Just trying to have some fun, you know what I'm saying? Trying to put some points on the board. Uh-oh, a little bit of a...
Wait a second.
Yeah. Oh, Volt, second thoughts. Said, I'm going to take these shots now. On to Dauntless. Oh! Dauntless cannot lose. They're getting ran over. Dauntless.
Oh,
Klaus getting shot up. This is looking so disastrous for Dauntless.
I think it's just one. I don't know if they have anyone else up here. Bob!
Bob! Oh, no.
Oh, wait, it's a solo, I think.
Run, Bob,
Did
run.
he stop? No, I think he
Run,
kept
Bob,
going.
run.
Wait, is he going to get the reset here, Jukes?
Bob all day, man. That is Bob.
Clutch Bob.
If I've ever seen it. He's got to watch out for Robert, though. That's a different Bob. Robert is as well a Bob, but he's got to be careful.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's getting shot. And then now here comes Robs.
Oh,
Robs
no.
goes down from SPG. It's a battle of the Bobs.
2 out of 3. I mean, he had 2 out of 3 of them. Now, the 4th player is 1 HP as well, but Strangers BD, they go out with 5 points there, but Dauntless has 2 eliminations. So, I mean, the placement points are really going to start becoming a factor because you don't know what placement you're ending if you're Dauntless. If you go out right now, you might not have enough points to stay in that first place spot while YKG is still in the lobby.
Oh boy, here, man. Dauntless got so lucky in that situation. They're going to be able to get a bit of a reset off. Klaus has to win this shot against Robert. Here comes an aid. He's got the gun.
Oh!
He goes down. Brutally done. Oh, but Bob again, man. Bob clutching it up here. But now they're getting shot up and beat up by Ace of Spades. And that could be the end of Dauntless here. It's top 4. YKG have 7? This is so close.
Yeah, and I mean, they're kind of just in their own little world on the west side. It's just a battle of who's able to win here. Ace of Spades, I believe 3 players here raining down on the Dauntless duo. And the zone, it's shifted away. It's nowhere near each of them. YKG and I believe it's Butterfly Effect kind of reaping the rewards in the nade. I mean, what do you even say? 4th place, 3 eliminations. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough against SBG's points, and I'm not sure if it's going to be enough against the YKG Slaughterfest that's going on right now.
YKG have 7. They had a 6-point differential before this game started. So not to mention, you know, the Dauntless did get some points on the board. If you're YKG and if you're doing that math in your head, I think you need to realize that we need to get every single point. That's a huge one right there.
Yeah, and I mean,
and this literally could come down to 1 point. It could come down to that one pan play from Bob. Will it happen?
Yeah, I mean, it's down to just, I believe, a 4v4 situation now. 24K is knocked still. I believe they're going to get the reset off, but talking about the zone shift, it kind of centered up a bit more. We're on only stage 6, but Ace of Spades actually kind of forced onto the edge here. I'm not sure what happened with this sort of play on the Dauntless, but they're kind of in an awkward spot right now in my eyes.
Yeah, they had no choice but to push up on the Dauntless from that position. But where they're at on this hill in the zone, it's a YKG chicken dinner here.
No.
So the point is, if you're Ace of Spades, do you deny YKG the points and go out? Oh my gosh, that nade is disgusting. And YKG looking, they know we need to finish every single player. Send everybody, and let's get this chicken dinner, baby. And it looks like that's exactly what they're gonna do. YKG earning that clutch badge and getting a huge chicken dinner.
I mean, I feel like we didn't even talk about YKG that much outside of maybe the Miramar earlier on today that they'd won. But, I mean, the squad itself is just clear that they got the clutch genes in them. And obviously, I'm not sure if they'd finished first or not with that. They were only a few points back, that first place positioning. Those 10 points could be a huge point difference. But I mean, this squad, all these teams kind of just fumbling under the pressure while YKG is just reaping the rewards of all these teams' decisions.
I'm telling you, YKG can frag out. They can. Just, you know, when the situation is obvious and all they got to do is focus on one team at a time, that's their best scenario. So the fact that we saw so many teams go out so early, they could just do whatever they want, right? They could just kind of just roam free, take fights as they please, not have to worry about third parties. And we saw what happened, right? They just straight up dominated in the most clutch game I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, I want to get Taylor's opinion on it, if he's here or not. But, you know, the Zombie Boys fight, we didn't get to see it on camera, but, like, I felt like that's the deciding factor for YKG. That earlier fight was kind of whatever, but as of right now, like, that squad, I felt just opened it up for YKG to take the win.
Zombie Boys, man, YKG. Zombie Boys instrumental potentially in the success of YKG. I mean, look, this is the thing. You're right, Enigma. We didn't talk about YKG really. Like, they kind of were a cliff note in the conversation, which was mainly wrapped around, you know, Dauntless and SBG and the Mazexis, which now in hindsight kind of feels a bit odd given the fact that YKG was in third place. Mazexis was in fourth. So YKG should have had a bigger talking point as far as I'm concerned, an oversight, of course, on my part. But what a clutch situation, and now I gotta pass it to Hot Jukes because I want to go back to that first fight that really kind of like almost sealed the deal, if you will. Mazexis challenges SBG, and both teams lose out massively.
Mazexis lost massively worse, that's for sure, right? I mean, they got bodied. That was so tough, right? The fact that they had that early elimination and then just lose that fight, that's one of those ones that's going to sting for a while. You know what I'm saying? That's one where if I was the IGL, I'm like, hey, everybody show me their VODs. What? You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to get that fixed. So hopefully we can see them do that in the future because I know why you picked them. I mean, they are such a strong squad, and it's so crazy to see they had it in the bag. They made the correct play. It was just the execution of it where they just failed.
And that's what's so hard about it, Enigma. It's like you know, Hachuk said, they made the right play. Was their aggression warranted? Absolutely. And both of you guys, you know, saw that that was the right play to be making. Unfortunately, the execution was just it was just poor, and that's really what it came down to. And now switching over towards Dauntless, a team that has been superhuman today, gets caught out in the open. They get finished off. They started so passive, almost looked like they were going for placement points until they were forced to get into engagement. Bob gave his absolute best effort.
Yeah, I mean, you can't teach that. You know, Bob just one of those players now. He's on the list of just being that clutch factor. And unfortunately, you know, the rest of his squad maybe leaned on him too much and stuff like that, being able to, you know, force him almost into those sort of 1v2 situations. I mean, if we can compare it to YKG, it seems like they have 4 Bobs on their roster. They all have that sort of clutch gene. So it's really unfortunate, especially for me as, you know, a previous competitive player, just knowing that, you know, maybe those 1 or 2 mistakes earlier on, just it keeps you up at night. It really does.
I know it's going to keep him up at night, and that's going to be YKG. Hot Jukes. I cannot believe the finish. 13 eliminations. And I think when they realized, okay, if we can take down Dauntless, and they do, we can actually win this entire thing. And I think that spark kind of ignited, and YKG was forced to just say, okay, enough is enough. Ace of Spades, whoever else, Butterfly Effect, whoever else is left, we're taking you out.
Man, the Baker's dozen in eliminations as well is crazy, dude. YKG so clutch there towards the end. I will be honest, though, looking at Dauntless, I think they played that last one just a lot more passive. You saw their playstyle, right? From before up until that last game. And that's what happens. That's what I was talking about, playing that same game. Because if you change it up, now you're on the back foot. You know what I'm saying? You're just not as prepared, ready, and they just got caught slipping. And YKG saw that and said, nah, now it's time for us to start turning it up, baby.
And they did turn it up indeed, man. Dauntless again, like kind of like the same situation from earlier about Mazexis challenging SBG. It's like, I don't think Dauntless necessarily made the wrong call. You know, playing passively did work in their situation, but you give the previous facts of the, you know, the last couple of maps where they were dominating, winning, and picking up several eliminations. It was a bit, you know, counterintuitive with how they had been playing. It's hard to make the championship decision when it matters most, right? When it is for the championship. And that comes with experience. That comes with just repetition. But for YKG, how long has it been, Enigma, that we've been pumping up this roster to potentially win a Titan series, and now they might have just done it?
Hey, I mean, they put 2 and 2 together. They obviously have Fate now being the new IGL. I think that was a huge part of it with allowing Joey. We've talked about it all night and stuff like that in the previous qualifiers. Being able to kind of focus more on gunning. And I mean, that whole squad, it wasn't like Fate was that backseat in terms of eliminations. I'd seen him putting up more than most, it seemed, on his squad tonight. Yeah. But I mean, that whole roster, I mean, we can go through any one of their player stats and it'll look like batons from the whole qualifiers, you know, probably over 2 eliminations per game, you know, just abysmal stuff that you don't really see every day out of a player. Jeez.
Yeah, go for it, Hot Cheeks. What do you see? 23 points. I mean, right, that has to be your reaction.
Oh my gosh, that's ridiculous. I mean, you talked about it, reflections. You talk about the experience, right? YKG has it more than anybody in here. They've been around for a long time. They've played at some of the highest levels before. And I think YKG understood, especially when you have so many teams going out early, let's play aggressive, right? Because we can take advantage of these teams and all this chaos and put points up on the board. It goes the same for, I tell teams a lot of this, right? Because there's a lot of that mental factor that goes into these kind of games here. You know, when it comes to a start of a tournament, I say go off, go crazy, because you're going to have so many people that have that initial nerves. You can take advantage of that, right? Well, in the last game, you have craziness. Take advantage of it. YKG knew it was going to happen, and that's exactly what they did.
It is just wild performance, to say the least. A great day, though, for multitude of reasons. And let's face it, like 3 teams tonight are going to make some money, which is great. A wonderful job for their great efforts. One team, you know, obviously is going to qualify for that PMSL, spring qualifier spot. And it's fair to say, really, there's no suspense there, Enigma. It's got to be Dauntless, right? Oh, yeah. Dauntless just absolutely slayed today. At one point, was in contention of taking this entire tournament. Now, obviously, I don't think that's the case, but what an effort from Dauntless.
Yeah, and I'm just happy they didn't kind of crawl over that finish line of getting the slot. It wasn't like they finished 9th or 10th. You know, the other teams, unfortunately, were a bit on the lower end of the leaderboard, around that 16, 15, 14 range, if I recall. But, you know, Dauntless showing up, getting the slot. They're one of the only teams that could get it. Thankfully, you know, finishing in my eyes, you know, I'm not a mathematician, but somewhere in that top 3, top 4 range, and just being like, hey, you know, when this goes into PMSL qualifiers, we have a shot of making that.
That's right. And I love that, like you said, they didn't crawl over that finish line, right? They sprinted and they gave it their absolute best effort, which makes them look like a strong team going into PMSL. Yeah. Well, it's at that time the scores have been calculated by the smarter heads than us outside, right, from the team. And it's time to claim our champion. Who's it going to be? YKG, Mazexis, Dauntless, SBG. They were all in contention, but there can only be but one. And it is YKG sprinting over that finish line, coming back from 3rd place to 1st with a heroic last game, 23+ points, and overall, your Season 4 Premier Finals champions, Hot Cheeks.
Well deserved, man. I've been waiting to see some fire in this squad, and I think they're finally getting it going on all cylinders here, so I'm excited to see what they do in the future. But I will say, you know, I like what you said earlier about Dauntless, right? They didn't crawl over the finish lines either, right? They put in that work. They got it done here. So I think the meat of the marathon, they did great. It was that last second sprint they got to work on, and that's an easy fix. So it's a lesson, and I'm glad that they learned. It's a tough one.
Like you
got to
said.
learn it. Yeah.
Got to learn it in Enigma. Like Hachuk said earlier, like Titan Series, it's real. The competition is incredible, right? So I think for every single season, at least from my eyes and maybe your perspective as well, I really do feel like the teams have improved dramatically.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's always someone new coming up from challengers as well. I believe this season we had 2 players coming up from those challenger finals to compete here tonight. And obviously, you know, some other teams kind of get a bit of a reality check, Passion Fruit being one of the teams of, hey, you know, we wanted to see more out of you tonight. And unfortunately, we didn't see that. Obviously, with PMSL qualifiers and stuff like that coming up, these teams are going to need to start performing hopefully better, if not something close to YKG, because that squad right now is looking like the most dominant force in each lobby.
Without question. And Hachuk, you know, YKG, they do win tonight, but we can't discredit Dauntless, SBG, Mazexis. Like, they put up a wonderful effort and could honestly, at the end, I mean, you see how close the scoreline was. They could have won.
100%. I mean, I think, like I was talking about, right? Dauntless just need to work on that end sprint. Because I'll tell you what, we talked about learning lessons. YKG learned that lesson a long time ago. They've learned that lesson multiple times, and they implemented it, right? So that's why we see them, right? 10-point boost, getting that chicken dinner. But at the end of the day, right, all these teams here, especially on the first page, I think they have that potential. And I think this experience here in Titan Series was just unmeasurably valuable.
Right. I think it's pretty special. YKG wins it. I mean, it was within like 5 points for first place. They end up winning by 10. So, and they were the team in third place, right? So that last game was just truly incredible. Shout out to SBG, though, with 39 eliminations, your elimination leader out of everyone today. You question maybe some more bonus points, maybe some more, victories, maybe a higher placing. Would it have made a difference? Would they have passed up Dauntless? Well, probably so, who finished just 2 points above them at 62 to drop off, though, from Azexis at 49. Overall, great stuff. And shout out to Ace of Spades, Lotus, Butterfly Effect, Titan Gaming, and Titan Gaming especially, who came in as the #1 team. They finished number 5, but they were so far down that leaderboard that, I mean, really, they weren't even really a talking point. The fact that they get up in 5th place is, as far as I'm concerned, pretty impressive. We look at the map rotation, in Hot Chicks, we saw YKG take 2, Dauntless take 2, a great effort.
100%. You know, when you're talking about Titan, they did get us a good start in the last game. It's just I think that mid game that they kind of just tweak a little bit. I think they just kind of put themselves in some tough spots. Like that hill right below Everest is a place where you're just going to get taken out, So I think they did extremely well here, especially here in this series, now that they've made their entrance with that big name. And I only expect them to go up from here, baby. Just give them that time, and they're going to start really just fine-tuning and getting it done.
That's right. And Enigma, it's a one-day tournament, right? It's a long series, but a one-day tournament. Who knows what would happen if it was like 3 days or so? And Mustache Dave, brought that up a little bit earlier. So for all these teams that competed today, I can't wait to see what their future holds.
Yeah, I mean, it gets narrowed down, at some point to whether it's 1, 2, or 3 days. But, I mean, for that sort of stuff, it's a matter of, can these teams show up when it matters? And unfortunately, with Titan Gaming, they weren't able to do that tonight. Obviously, shout out to their org, all their fans, that sort of stuff that's been in the chat. We've noted it a bunch before, but I mean, teams like that, we've seen the prowess, especially them in C4. We've seen what these teams can do. Unfortunately, today was just not their day.
Not their day, but I'm sure they're going to have better days ahead of them. Titan Gaming, their fan base is rabid. They're crazy, man. They've been in chat literally all day long, and they've been absolutely sensational. It's been a great day, not only with you guys' talents, but also with you in the chat. Thank you so much for being here. Hot Chooks, before we get out of here, brother, what are your final words as we wrap up Season 4 Titan
Series? Season 4 sucks.
You just had to say that.
It was great. I loved it. I love to see how everybody finished out here. Hey, congrats to YKG, baby. Joey's back. Let's go.
That's right. Joey's back, and YKG's on top for the first time. Enigma, what about you? What are your final words before we get out of here?
Looking forward for Season 5. Hopefully we can get that going, squared away, that sort of speak. But, I mean, Titan Series is always great, I love being here. Obviously, this is where I started. It's a starting point, not just for me, but for some of these players. So, always looking forward to the next part.
Me as well. Season 5, will it be coming? I don't know, because I'm not that important. It's been a great day. Thank you all so much for being here. It's always wonderful. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and follow our socials, because, hey, we keep the PUBG Mobile series going and going. PUBG Mobile action, come on. We know, we love it. We want more of it, and you're going to get more of it. Like I said, make sure you hit the follow button if you haven't already. For myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Powerbang, Mustache Dave, Enigma, as well as Hot Chooks, and our production crew, thank you so much for being here. We hope to see you again, and we will see you again, by the way. Ladies Titan Series, December 9th, 7 Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be nice to see the ladies go at it. I can't wait to get that started. Like I said, December 9th, 7 Eastern Time. We would love to have you again. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you on our next broadcast.